Hello, everybody.
Welcome to PTAC 2020.
How is everybody doing today? Are you guys ready for this?
I am.
So we're going to be we're going live, guys. I'm so excited, so happy to be here with everybody. This is a long time coming. Welcome
I'm
to
wearing
the
my t-shirt
Portal
today.
to Ascension 2020 online summit. She's rocking our swag. So we're really excited to be here with everybody. We're going to have 5 days of epicness. Extremely excited for all the people that we're going to be bringing forward into this event, and really just to inspire unity, compassion, connection, and what our similarities are. But this is actually our third annual. The last two events that we did were live events, and many of the speakers that you're going to be experiencing over this next 5 days, as well as Alan Steinfeld, is going to be one of the main hosts, have been at our live events. So we've gone online this year, but we actually do over 100 events a year that are online anyway. So we've just kind of added it to our online roster, decided to go really big with this one, and excited for the turnout. We really have a lot of people here. But I wanted to kind of first start off by handing it over to my wife, Sol. We created the Port Ascension conference together, the live ones, and I'm sure she probably would love to be at the live one together with all of you, but we're online this time. So you kind of want to give them a rundown?
I just want to let everybody know that besides the excitement, there's a lot of gratitude from us that you are able to be here with us today and just experience all the love, the unity, and the togetherness that Portal to Ascension is all about, has always been about. And we're here to give it to you live on the internet because we can't be live in person. And I just want to wish everybody a really good time and hugs because we can't hug each other in live. And I know that you all know that when you're at PTAC live in person, we give a lot of hugs. So we're giving a lot of virtual hugs and just, oh my gosh, woo, yay. So let's get it started. Let's get into this PTAC 2020, everybody.
Yep.
I love you.
Love you. All right, so let's do this. So the intention for this event, this is how it came about, okay? So I was going to do the event online. I figured I would do it online and do a 2-day event. But then after doing 2 days and then making it 3 days and all these speakers reaching out to me saying that they wanted to be a part of it also, I figured that I wanted to create the biggest event Portal to Ascension has ever done. Portal to Ascension, I've actually created over 1,300 full productions at this point, whether they're live events, online, tours, retreats. So this is this is like basically our signature event every single year. So now I really felt that by doing these 5 days and creating something so epic, so close to the end of the year, that we have the opportunity to shift the energy. This year has been a huge struggle for many people, whether you're thriving because you're doing well, or you're like an introvert and you want to stay at home and you're completely fine, or if you're having some challenges. So within that, we also see a huge division going on the planet. So it's extremely important right now to connect with what unites us rather than what divides us, because the marketing, the media will always try to do things that will give them ratings that creates more division. But the truth of the matter is we have so much more in common than we have that things that divide us. Just the number one fact that we exist on this planet together in this huge solar system, in this galaxy, in this universe, that similarity right there makes us so unique, and we have a common thread of humanity that we don't see expressed as much as we should, I feel, these days. So today and for the next 5 days, the intention for this event really is unity consciousness, positivity, and empowerment. And all the conversations that you're going to experience. Yeah, Kyle says to everything, not just other humans, for sure. So we're connected with all of the cosmos. And so intention is positivity and empowerment. And all the conversations that we're going to have for the next 5 days are going to be based on that as the premise. So just to let you know a couple logistical things about the way the Zoom room works. First of all, if you are chatting in the chat room, please do. We encourage engagement. Let us know where you're from on the planet. It's always exciting to know how many people are coming in from all over. And guys, we have 5,900 people signed up right now. 5,900 people. And we're live right now on 17 different restream social media accounts. So I'm going to take a moment here, and we're going to bring on the MCs in a minute and set our intention together. But I'm going to take a minute here and just kind of show you the scope of what we're doing. So, you know, we got the 5,900 people, and then check this out. These are all the pages that we're streaming to right now on social media. We have, you know, 2 Portal to Ascension pages. We have the Stillness in the Storm page, Cosmic Consciousness. So I'm giving a shout out to everybody that's kind of donated their page to us. So we have the Extraterrestrials and Ascension page. We have the Portal to Ascension YouTube, Orion Rising. Shout out to Orion Rising, Ancient Aliens Worldwide. We have New Realities for Alan Steinfeld. We have an art page. We have Love Coach Academy with Scott Thomas. We have the LA Conscious Community page, Observing Humanity Outside of the Cube page, Watchers, Cosmic Consciousness, and Journey to Truth. So this is a truly collaboratory event where many people are donating their basically their platforms in order for us to be able to stream to many, many people. So also, this is not only an event where you're going to be listening to the presenters. I wanted to create it in a unique way, and what we've done is that this is going to be predominantly Q&A event. We're going to experience all types of things. We're going to have a few people are going to do presentations. So maybe like a handful, 4 or 5 out of the 53 speakers that we have are going to do presentations just to change up the dynamic. We got some really great musicians here, and where the rest of the speakers are going to be doing interview style Q&A. So a lot of the hosts have questions for the speakers, but we want to do this in a way that you have the opportunity to ask these speakers questions. I create so many events, 3-hour-long event, 4-hour-long event, and many of our speakers do not get the opportunity to answer questions at the end of the event because they're already 3 or 4 hours into it. So what this is giving you the opportunity now is ask your questions. You know, if you're having challenges in life, if you just want to know more things about the cosmos and ETs and UFO disclosure, whatever your questions are, please do ask them. Maybe look for the right person that you're going to ask it to so that it's, you know, in their wheelhouse and they know how to answer it for you. But where you're going to ask the questions are in the Q&A area. So I want all of you right now to locate at the bottom of the Zoom room. There's a button there that says Q&A. So that's where you're going to click and ask any of your questions. If you want to take it a step further so we don't have to sort through everything so hardcore, then please do write the name of who you are directing it to. So again, we have 53 speakers, we have 14 panels, we have 14 hosts, sorry, and we have 4 panels. So you can ask questions throughout the whole entire thing, just write the name next to it. So also another announcement, many of you got an email without your password. The way you're gonna watch the replay for this event, you have unlimited replay access. Not only can you go to social media and check it out, but you're also going to be able to watch it on our website. And our website is pretty much like Netflix for consciousness. So I'm just gonna give you a quick glimpse right here, how it's gonna look and how you're gonna watch the replays. So here's our back end of our website. We're upgrading it right now. You're gonna log in, you know, you can see all these webinars. We have hundreds of webinars here. So firstly, all the top webinars here are gonna be each day of this conference. So once this event's over, 2 days afterwards, everything will be up there. You can log in and see it. If you did not get a password, we had a glitch in our system just yesterday because we had so many people hitting up our site, everything crashed. So I had to reboot some things. So you're gonna log in and you're gonna get your email today or tomorrow with the password. So if you have an issue with password, don't email me, just sit tight. You're gonna get a password email within a couple of days. And again, this is how you're gonna access the site. And now the schedule. So the schedule for today, we're gonna post the schedule for sure in the chat room, but because there's so many people, now let's see how many people have joined us right now. So we have 284 people in the room right now. Again, we have over 5,000 people registered, so expecting a lot more. Mo is asking, can you hide the chat? Yes, you can hide the chat. There is a chat icon at the bottom, click that, and it will hide the chat from you. Now, if you wanna look for the schedule, you go to ascensionconference.com, and about halfway on the page is the schedule, and you can just navigate it there yourself. Otherwise, maybe every couple of hours, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna post the schedule here for you so that you can see who's coming on next. And also, whoever's hosting will announce who's gonna come on after that. Now, what I want to do is before I go into introducing the MCs, I kind of want to just explain to everybody here how we got here, how Portal to Ascension basically manifested, and how this event really is happening right now, what actual steps occurred in order for me to get to this point. So I'm going to share a little slideshow here, kind of just to give you an explanation. First of all, who am I? A lot of you probably are attending a Portal to Ascension event for the first time. For the last 4 years, I've been producing around 110 events a year. And this is around our 90th event for this whole year. So we're going to probably be over 110 events this year. So I was born in London. I was raised Hindu, but I never really truly believed. I wanted to find the root of all religion. So through exploration from 18 onwards, up until 2006, I went deep down the rabbit hole. In 2006, I created a group called 2012 Consciousness, Mind Evolution, and Presence. 2 years later, in 2008, I had a dream to change that name to Portal to Ascension, and that's where the name Portal to Ascension was born. But the root of Portal to Ascension, why it came about in the first place, was really because I wanted to search for the root of all religion. I saw that there was so many similarities, but we only talk about what our differences are. And the whole umbrella for Portal to Ascension really is, what are our similarities, what connects us, rather than focusing on what divides us. And that's what this event is. This is why it's our signature event. So in 2008, 2009, I went on a couple of tours, the Galactic Remembrance Tour, which was extraterrestrial channeling, and a sound and vibrational tour. And then 2012, we had our milestone events. We had the Cosmic Reunion 4th Density, and then also Cosmic Reunion 2012. So those are really when we became a full-on production company since 2012. And it's just been picking up momentum ever since. Since 2015, I created this online university that you're all now a part of, and you're tuning in right now. That is, you can go ahead and sign up. You get hundreds of hours of free presentations. And everybody that has signed up here right now actually has a 3-month pass to attend all of our presentations in our archive. So for the next 3 months, everything that we've ever created, you have the opportunity to check out. So you can go ahead and take a look at it. It comes with the gift of this. It's really the gift of information, knowledge, and consciousness, so that we can spend the rest of this year really solidifying that and strengthening ourselves in this crazy time, in this year, so we can move into the next year. And what do we want to do with this year? We want to create pure transformation. That's what this event is about, is realizing that what we have right now is pure opportunity and transformation. So not only can you watch webinars there are also documentaries for you that you can take a look at any point. You can add it to your watch list. You can continue watching later. So that is how you're going to be utilizing the platform. That's how you're going to actually be able to watch your replays. We're also coming up with an app very soon. So you're going to be able to cast everything to your TV. You're going to be able to download the app on your phone, or you're going to be able to watch it on Roku device. So that's coming out very soon. If you guys would like to support us at any point, Tanya, she's my support in the room right now. She works with Portal to Ascension. She's going to go ahead and paste the Patreon link, donation link, so you can donate and support us anytime, so we can keep bringing more events like this. And then also, we have a Patreon. So if you want to support us on a routine basis and also get free events every single month, you can go ahead and do that. And then lastly, before we get into the MCs, if you could right now go to the Facebook page for Portal to Ascension and share the streaming video. Let's get this out to as many people as possible. Go to YouTube, facebook.com/Portal to Ascension. And Tanya, if you can paste that in the room right now, that'd be awesome. Go there, stay in the Zoom room, because this is where the most engagement is going to be, but go there and share it on your social media so that we can have as many people all over the world tuning into this. Even though we got 5,000 people registered plus, about half of those people will turn in live, or the other half will watch the replay. But let's see if we can move it and make it like 10,000 people watching this live at any point. So now, guys, we're going to get into introducing the MCs for today. This event is truly an umbrella event where not only do we have speakers, many of these speakers, they have some different opinions than other people. Portal to Ascension is an unbiased platform for consciousness. The only thing we really the yardstick that I use to measure most of what we do is, are you promoting a positive outcome for a future, or are you not, right? So most of the speakers that we have today are extremely diverse. We're going to go from conscious nutrition to UFOs to ancient civilizations, to meditation techniques, to 5G protection and technology, advanced tech coming out. So it's going to be a very diverse event. But not only that, we are also very diverse in the MCs that we're going to be bringing forward today. So all the MCs that I'm about to introduce to you, I've had a personal connection with. Some of them I've known for over 10 years, just like the speakers. All these speakers are people that I've either had a connection with for 5 years or more, and I've been really into their information, or they're people that I met in the last year that I have this huge resonation with that I needed to have on this event. And the MCs are very similar, people that I have huge respect for. So firstly, I'm going to go ahead and bring on, the way it's going to be is Alan Steinfeld and myself. And Tanya, if you could repost that with the www, because that link is not clickable, that'd be great. So Alan Steinfeld and myself will be your MCs for the whole entire event. We're in the background, we're in the foreground, we're going to be here. And then we have guest hosts throughout the entire event too. And some of the hosts are, first of all, I think I should bring on Alan so he can say hi before we bring everybody else on. Alan, are you there?
Thank you. You have to camera, Neil. It says you.
Yep. Okay, try it again.
Okay. Here we go. It's a little dark. I just landed in Sedona for this epic event, but it is a great honor to be part of this. This is epic. So this is the culmination of a whole summer of networking that all of us have been a part of, and it sort of comes together here. This is where we build the connective, collective consciousness to create a better world, a new world, a world of awakening. And thanks so much for putting this together. I feel very honored to be part of this. So Neil, great work. I know it's tremendous effort to make this happen. So I appreciate this, and I'm sure the 5,000 people watching appreciate this. So great to be part of it. Thanks.
Thank you. So let's get into introducing the panelists. And we're going to start out today. We have a mass meditation every day at 11 a.m., but we do not have one today. Today, we're going to start out with a collective intention setting. So I'm making all the MCs, panelists right now, but can I please ask you not to start your camera until I say your name? But I'm going to go ahead and bring you guys on. And as far as I can tell, I brought all the MCs on. So if I have not brought you on, please raise your hand in the room so that I know that you're here. All right, so we have, of course, Alan Steinfeld, and Alan has been such a huge supporter for many years now. And, I really feel like Alan is like one of my closest connections within this community. And I have such respect for your work, and you've been on so many events with us. And it's because not only of the way you communicate, the way you interview and host, but also your intention and your integrity. So I'm extremely excited to have Alan on. And then we also have Justin DeChamps. Justin DeChamps is the founder of Stillness in the Storm. He's been a friend of mine for a few years now. We've done a lot of work together. We even started a podcast called A Werewolf Radio, and he is definitely a truth seeker and researcher and has amazing information on his website, Stillness in the Storm. So let's go ahead and bring Justin on. You can go ahead and start your camera, brother, and give us a wave.
Hey. How's it going, everybody?
We have Deborah Giusti, and I don't think Deborah's in right now, but she's going to be the host of the Ascension panel. So she's going to be in a little later. I think we're going live with the Ascension panel tomorrow. And then we also have Kaylin Montoya, who is from Awaken Humanity, and she's another amazing individual that we've created some huge mass meditation events together. She can't make it for the beginning, but she will definitely be on a little later today. She's going to be interviewing, I believe, Laura Eisenhower, and also introducing one of the musicians. And then we have Tyler Kiwala from Journey to Truth podcast, and Aaron Kahn. If you guys want to go ahead and start your cams and give us a hi and a wave.
Hey, what's up, guys? Are we in?
Yep, you're in. Welcome.
How's it going, everybody? We're honored to be here. Thanks for having us on, Neil.
Dude, thank you guys. All right, so we're going to keep moving forward. I'm going to introduce all the MCs, and then we're going to go around in a circle and set our intentions. Then we have Leonard O'Neill from Orion Rising. Also, he started the Ancient Aliens Worldwide fan page around the time Ancient Aliens began, I think, and it's a huge group, hundreds of thousands of people. And he has his podcast, Orion Rising. I've been working with him for quite a few years. Love him so much. And here he is. Hey, Leonard.
How we doing, brother? Yeah, I was just looking at Ancient Aliens Worldwide. We started that in 2012. So it was a couple years after the TV show started, but we were the first group. and now we're the biggest, and we're about to turn 246,000 members probably today or tomorrow.
Wow.
Dude, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And
Thank
then
you for
we
having me.
have, oh no, it's my pleasure, brother. And now I'm going to go into Omar. Omar from Watchers Talk TV. We have also been connected. Leonard and Omar, actually, we used to do a podcast together, and they connected with me around 4 years ago now.
Yep.
And we've just been friends ever since. Another great researcher and podcast host. Welcome, brother. You're on mute right now if you want to say something.
Hey, brother, thank you very much for really giving me the honor and the privilege to be a part of this epic event. Really looking forward to hearing all the speakers and especially all the comments coming in from the viewers. It's really going to be information-packed event that's really going to help me elevate myself in my own personal life. So thank you very much.
Definitely, brother. Thank you. And now we're going to go into Brendan Culliton. Actually, Brendan, hopefully I said your last name right, but let's go ahead and bring Brendan on from Paradigm Shift Central. And Brandon, I have been following for many years. He created a documentary when you went to Lucidity Festival, and I followed that. Thought he was awesome, loved his humor, and kind of circling around you for some time until we finally figured out how we can connect. And I'm extremely excited to be bringing you on to one of our events for the first time to host.
Awesome. Neil, thank you so much for having me on. Just confirming you guys can hear and see me okay? That's working properly? Perfect. Yeah. Honestly, man, like this is such an exciting thing to be a part of. I just honor the work that you do with like so much respect as a person who's also curating and just getting people and bringing them together. These conversations are so important. Like literally as people are tuning in, I want them to be aware of like feeling their consciousness expanding. It's going to happen. Like this is changing the world. This is important stuff. And yeah, people can find me at Mystic Spider-Man on Instagram and TikTok. Shout out to those of you who are following, my fellow teammates. And last thing I'll say is now is the time for us to see how truly powerful we can be when we unite our hearts, minds, and soul as three. We will ascend through the portal on our path to our destiny. So much love. Thank you, Neil.
Love you, bro. Thank you. All right, now we're going to go ahead and bring on Michelle Anderson. And, you know, words really can't explain the connection from Michelle. She has been a huge supporter of us for so long. Her love and intention literally has kept me moving during certain times in life when, you know, I've been having issues, especially creating events and with so much division in the world, trying to move forward still, needing someone to reach out to. Michelle's really supported me with that. So definitely couldn't be an event without having Michelle here. So thanks, Michelle, for being here.
Thank you so much, Neil. And thank you to each one of you for being the bridge. This really is an epic event, and it feels like we were all born for this time. And it's time for us to truly remember our eternal essence. And I really feel that we are all coming into the knowing that we are intergalactic peace ambassadors, and to step into that, to really step into the knowing that we're here to shift the paradigm, to go into unity consciousness and really evolve our species. Thank you, each one of you, for being here. It's a great privilege and honor. And Neil, you're everywhere. Thank you for your tireless commitment to assisting with the awakening of humanity.
Okay, moving on, we're going to go ahead and bring Scott Thomas. Scott has been co-hosting the Saturday Night Alive event with Deborah Juicy. They created this together, and they reached out to me in order to basically work together with that and be a broadcast partner. But what I've seen of Scott, not only can he communicate extremely well, very funny, extremely passionate person, but has this soft energy that is just like so approachable, that I definitely have to have him on this event because of his energy. Scott, it's a pleasure to have you here, brother.
Oh, thank you very much. It's great to be here. And thank you for the great work that you're doing, Neil. It looks, by the way, like you've got the spotlight on someone else, but hello to whoever that is, the good looking guy with the goatee.
Omar.
Here we go.
Hey, Omar. Wow, I'm Omar now. See, there's only one of us here. We just keep merging into different beings. And actually, you know, I think that really is the 30 seconds I want to say, kind of building on what Michelle and Brendan said.
Yes.
You know, I believe that we are the ones we've been waiting for. This is the time we've been preparing for. And all of us, anybody who's watching and listening, we are all imaginal cells of the butterfly coming together to create the new world. And so through events like what Neil has put together and what so many other people are doing, we're all getting to know each other. And every one of us has a critical role to play in this planetary transformation. So I look forward to getting to know all of you more fully. And Neil, thank you. I have a sense of what it's like putting something like this together. And let's just all twinkle Neil for a moment. Put the spotlight back on yourself, Neil.
Right.
Let's just all take a minute.
Give him some kudos.
Maximum
energy,
grace
man.
and appreciation for Neil and his
Yeah.
team. Maximum
you.
grace.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
Parade.
it's half the size is crazy, and then for him to be able to put something this big together is insanely epic. And you look at him, and he has full energy. The man never tires.
I woke up at 2:40 this morning.
Right.
2:40 a.m. I thought it was 6 a.m. and I was like, all right, I guess it's time to get ready. I looked at the clock.
We are making history here together, and Neil, you truly are the quarterback for this, and this is going to be remembered for a long time to come, and I'm sure these videos are going to be played, tens and hundreds of thousands of times, in the near future.
Yep. All right, so we have two more hosts that want to go ahead and bring on. Next one is Scott Ware. Scott Ware is I guess the right term is publisher, editor, or probably the publisher of Radiance Magazine. It's a holistic magazine here in Orange County, expanded to LA, down to San Diego, interviews amazing people, extremely high level publication. And I've actually wrote for it a few times, but he's a part of the conscious community in Orange County, and that's where I'm from. So we're connected on that level as well. I really appreciate everything he does. So let's go ahead and bring you on, Scott Ware. You there, brother?
I'm here.
All right. How you doing, bro?
Thanks, Neil. Don't worry, I'm going to swap this background out when I interview Laurie Spagna. I just thought it'd be fun for now.
Oh, no, I like it. All right, so go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just want to say I'm glad to be a part of this. You and I talk, we've had some late night phone calls where, I'm out getting the magazine out, getting the word out, and you're doing it your way. And I feel we're definitely on the same page, as well as with all of you, and love what all of you said. We just definitely need that kind of vibration out there in the world, with everything else that's filling people's ears and eyes on social media. To give people tools to thrive in these times is the greatest gift. So I love joining you all in this.
Yeah, that's exactly what this event is, tools to thrive in this time, All right, so now we're going to go ahead and bring on Shariah, and Shariah has been also with, Portal Ascension. We've been doing things together since 2012. She was the first host at our first ever live huge conference in Irvine at the Temple of Light. So she is also helped me with our website. Has been, anytime I really need some assistance, need to call on her, she's basically the person that I really go to assist me with anything from tech to support on the consciousness spiritual level. So I'm excited and happy to.
Oh, well, I guess I'll chime in since Neil has paused on his video there. Thank you so much, Neil and Soul, for having me back again. And humanity is rising above the fray, birthing into a new dawn and a new day. Can I get a hello, a woohoo, and a yay? Woo-hoo! As we rise above. And can I get a yum from the heart?
Yum.
Yummy, amazing thing that we have going here. Yum.
Yummy delicious.
I love you. All right, so we kind of we are a little bit behind schedule, and we just started. But we're only like 5-10 minutes behind schedule. So I wanted to go around. Some of you already kind of said what you wanted to say. If you want to say anything else, please do. But I want you to introduce yourself, maybe in like a little synopsis of what you do, your work, and then maybe your intention. And I encourage everybody at home right now and watching online, all the social media platforms, to also maybe take a step, take a moment for yourself and set your intention, not only for your life, not only for the earth, but for these 5 days, what you really want to get out of these 5 days, whether it's unity, consciousness. So we're going to go ahead and start with Alan, and let's make our way. Oh, how about this? start with Alan, and then I'll just announce the next person after Alan. And even if you said something before, you can just say a word and we can just move on from you if you don't want to say anything else. So let's go ahead and start with you, Alan.
Thanks a lot, Neil. I started New Realities in 1995, so it's been, what is that, 25 years? Is that possible? That I've been pursuing what is the truth? How do we get to the deeper knowledge in a materialistic world? And this time has brought us all together inwardly and outwardly. If it wasn't for the quarantine or whatever you want to call, probably wouldn't be doing this conference on Zoom right now. So the times have afforded us to come together as a collective consciousness, because this is a doorway to new realities. This is how we build the collective mind. And we may be doing it through Zoom or social media, but this is a sort of dress rehearsal of how we're going to do it inside ourselves, how we're going to connect to each other without the technology, because the greatest technology I feel is the biology we've been given that we have yet to tap into. But this is a doorway. I'm very happy that we're all gathered here throughout this 5 days to come together and realize that we are all parts of this global mind, and this is what's going to make a difference in the world. You know that we are connected. Anyone tuning in here, you're connected to this new grid, a new matrix that is forming. And so your input's really important, everything you have to say, all your comments, because we're all adding to an evolution into an unknown. This is a time of being in the unknown, and you can either be fearful or you can say, oh my God, this is so exciting because no one knows where it's going. So let's project the most incredible, positive, ultimate thing we can imagine, because it will take us beyond imagination, beyond what we can imagine. That's what the unknown has represented. So stay tuned, strap yourselves in, and let's blast off into a portal to ascension, because really, if we knew what ascension looked like, we'd already be doing it. But this is the doorway to that moment where imagine the whole world waking up to who they really are. So thank you, Neil. Happy to be here.
Thank you, thank you. All right, let's go to Justin DeChamps.
Great to be here. I'm really excited. I think this is a fantastic event, and I'm founder Stillness in the Storm. I'm also the host, co-host with Neil of a Werewolf Radio that happens bi-monthly, every Wednesday usually. I also am the host of Into the Storm on edgeofwonder.tv. And there's just a lot happening, a lot of attention on consciousness, a lot of attention on unity. And I think this event is something really indicative and thematic of what's been happening this year, which we could call spiritual transmutation, we could call ascension, we could call it darkness to light, or even the idea that we are, we've had this really intense energy that's been placed on the planet, a suppression of censorship, of a lockdown, of a global pandemic. But despite that, the human spirit, the spirit of love, the spirit of unity, the spirit of evolution can take that raw energy and still make something beautiful out of it, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. And I think this event is like indicative of that, because we are, despite the fact that we're being suppressed by all sides and the powers that be are trying to suppress consciousness, we are still enduring and still having a massive event with so many phenomenal speakers. Everybody at home is going to be able to participate in their own way to spread information and bring that consciousness of transmutation into the planet. And so that's what Neil has done here. And frankly, I don't know how the hell he does it, because the guy's just like a powerhouse. I mean, he and I try to interact as much as we can, and then I'll talk to him and he'll be like, oh, I got like these 3 different things lined up. I'm like, dude, how the hell do you find time for any of this stuff? So I just think it's really great. I'm really happy to be a part of this, and I can't wait to see what happens from this event. So thanks so much, Neil.
Thank you, Justin. All right, let's move on to Michelle Anderson. Oh, you're muted.
I'm sorry about that. I didn't know you were going to pick me so quick. I echo and just really hold this space of such deep gratitude for what Justin just said. And Yes, Neil, thank you for being so tireless in your efforts. In the interest of time, because I know how hard it is to stay on track at these events, I just wanted to say I'm Michelle Anderson from Awakening Code Radio. We're on all the podcast platforms, Spreaker, but we're on kxfmradio.org. And Neil had asked us to do an intention, and I started thinking about what is my deepest desire and what is my intention for this space. And it is to raise the vibration on the planet. We even though we're not all together right now, we are together right now. So feeling our hearts being lifted by all the speakers, by all the MCs, just really feeling into that universal energy and emitting joy. One of the things I really believe in is acceptance, that it is a very diverse platform, and going into judgment doesn't serve us. So what we do, and this is my intention, is that we align with source energy, in the alignment with all the benevolent beings of light and love here on earth and in the cosmos, to activate the higher consciousness for the greatest good of all, to awaken to the universal truth of our divine oneness. And remember, we're all connected and weaving golden threads of energy between us that are strengthened when we align with the knowing that every thought, word, deed, action, and emotion matters. Keeping our hearts and our minds focused on love, gratitude, compassion, forgiveness, kindness, acceptance, harmony, and joy, in the connected vision of what we want to see and be on earth moving forward. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Let's move on to Leonard. So just really quick, guys. So we are now officially 8 minutes behind schedule. We're going to spend the next 12 minutes doing these intros and just push everything back, I think, 20 minutes. So let's go with Leonard now.
Hey, all right, guys. I'll try to make it quick. I'll talk fast like I do on my podcast. That way I don't waste too much time, right? So, okay, so I'm the creator and owner of the podcast Orion Rising. We're on every platform where you listen to either the MP4 or the MP3 file podcast. So you can take a look there. Just look there, and if it's not, get a hold of me, and I'll make sure that it gets up there. I'm really, really excited to be a part of this. I'm glad that Neil reached out to me to do this because of the energy, what I do and what Neil does. We've been working together before a few times. I've hosted his shows for him and interviewed people for him a couple of times. Even ran a couple of webinars for him when he was on a plane and it was late. Right? So love doing this stuff. I've dedicated my life to this. This is what I do. I'm semi-retired, so I don't have to worry about too much, right? So I spend most of my time, people say to me, do you ever sleep? And I'm the guy that looks at Neil and says, bro, do you ever sleep? Because he's just everywhere. So glad to be a part of it. And, before the internet hit, we really didn't have a platform to really get out to everybody except for radios and things like that. And once the internet hit, it gave us this platform that we can reach so many people. And by doing that, we also met so many people, and now we're all working together. And they used to be able to really stop us. They're trying to now, but we have so much energy that we are now starting to drive the narrative. Okay. And you guys need to realize that. And going forward, look at everything in the world. And you have to, everything, just like she just said, everything matters. Every thought you have, everything you do, you project onto other people is a reflection of you. So you have to remember that. Be positive, because if you're being negative, then that's you. You're being negative because you're negative. So you need to be positive and remember that everything you think counts. That's it. I won't go any further. No more time.
Thank you, brother. So let's go to Journey to Truth, Tyler and Aaron.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, guys.
I'm Tyler. This is Aaron. You guys know we started. First of all, thank you, Neil, once again. And I want to echo everything everyone said. I mean, I couldn't agree with it more. I mean, it's just amazing what we're doing here, this whole event. I can't believe you pulled this off, Neil. Congratulations on that. And we're excited to be a part of it. We started the podcast February of last year. It was just a passion project, an idea. Once we started it, the universe kind of took the wheel. We had no idea that it was even going to amount to anything. But that's kind of how you know when you're on the right path. It's effortless. It was so effortless, and things just kind of came our way. Everything in our lives started changing for the better. We were getting signs that we were on the right path. The whole idea of it was just to be a part of this movement. We knew we wanted to be a part of it. We knew we wanted to help. We didn't realize that by doing this, it was actually helping us more than it might have been helping other people. It's been a path of self-discovery. You know, we're faced with a lot of dark moments during the awakening, and I think what our big purpose is not just presenting the information, but it's also giving people tools and advice on how to deal with a lot of these things that we're faced with every day. And that's just one of the biggest things I know that I needed help with. So we're trying to do that for other people. And just by being of service like that, it has its own rewards. And it's such a great exchange. It's just it's happening so divinely. We can't be happier to be a part of this whole movement and a part of this conference, and welcome everybody. You want to add to that?
No, I think you summed it up pretty well.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate you both very much. All right, now let's move to Scott Katamas.
Hey, Neil, thank you much. Well, I just want to echo what everybody's saying. Again, Michelle pretty much said what I would normally say. Let's just really set the intention to slow down. Let's slow down, tune in, and really just allow divinity to flow through us, whatever that means to you. Aligning our higher self, our God self, with our ego and our personality. And we all have egos, we all have personalities, and they're wonderful, especially when they're in alignment. I guess I also will just take a minute to remind everybody that I provide 2 free online shows every weekend. Most of you are probably familiar with Saturday Night Alive, the Global Peace Tribe, the show that I do with Deborah Giusti. This show started when the pandemic began. We are 26 now. This Saturday night's gonna be great. It's all about healing the relationship between the divine feminine and the divine masculine. And every presenter is somebody that I've had on this show before that I really love and respect. From John Gray to Satyan and Susan Raja, Pato Bantan, amazing reggae musician, and his wife Antoinette. So please do join us on Saturday night. And I also have a show that not as many people know about, but it's equally important, called Straight Talk, where we go deeper in depth on different issues. And this Friday night, it's all about addiction, codependency, and recovery. If you or anyone you know are dealing with these issues, we're going to really tackle it for a good 2 hours, including TJ Woodward, who's an amazing fellow who created the whole approach to conscious recovery. So I want to just remind everybody to come check out our shows on Friday and Saturday nights. Thank you again, Neil, and thank you everybody who's watching, everybody, all the presenters. God bless us all as we do our work in our divine service.
Thank you, Scott. Shreya.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much, Neil, again. And yes, I echo what everyone is saying here, all the loving sentiments. And my intention is to help us literally keep our consciousness raised high above the fray. And what that means is, as duality and polarity is trying to get our attention and make us divide ourselves and be in contention with one another, our job really is to rise above this and to hold the high watch for all of humanity and ourselves and our own vibration, our own frequency, whatever you want to call that, energetic field that we can hold with our intentions. And by doing that, we literally begin to melt away the lower consciousness that has been ruling the day in the past, and it is rearing its ugly head now on the world scene, showing itself to us so brilliantly, so we can go, oh, look, well, that's lower consciousness. And oh, look, that's lower consciousness. Oh, look, that's coming from a state of lower consciousness. And as we begin to just simply notice that, as I think Michelle said, without judgment, now it begins to wash out, because we automatically choose again, choose again, choose again, choose again, choose again. And then we can really be on track for pointing our very powerful thought forms towards the destiny and the new realities that we would choose and prefer instead. And as we do that, we have to remember, even though the contrast is in our face, on the planet, in the news, that to utilize that as a as a guiding point towards where we actually want to go instead, and to keep refocusing ourselves back in that new direction. And my website, SheredaDharma.com, I put in the chat, and you can join my list. And on my list, I often do free events for people. I'm in the middle of a series of silent light meditations that I'm leading people on Sunday mornings. And I also have a podcast that I do occasionally called Divine Love Wisdom Experience. And I also happen to be a member of the team at Saturday Night Alive. And of course, have been working with Neil for years. And I love you all. Blessings. And thank you for having me. And I look forward to the show.
Thank you so much, Shreya. Let's go to Omar, and then we have one more MC after Omar.
Hey, Neil, thank you very much for having me on here. And, you know, what can I say that everyone that hasn't really said what I would have said myself. My name is Omar, and I am the founder of Watchers Talk. I do a lot of interviews on, you know, consciousness and historical facts and ETs and UFOs and such. Currently, I'm working on a event that's coming up on October the 10th called Ishwara. Really the intention of that event is the same as this. What's my, you know, intent for this event? You had asked me, and I was really racking my brain into trying to figure out what I was going to say. And really all the you know, speakers before me have really said what I was going to say, but I just got to add, you know, my intention for this is love, and really, and try to close the gap in the division that's created between us, especially this year in 2020, that's really led up to where we are today. And, you know, I feel that this event that you've put together, these 50 speakers are going to provide us with information that's really going to lift our ignorance. And through lifting ignorance, you know, we naturally will increase our vibrational distortion. And once we raise our vibrational distortion, we are going to be projecting love. And really, love is the only answer. That's the only way to go about doing things, and acceptance. And really, that's all I have to say. You know, think positive, and your thoughts will manifest themselves. And that's it. And again, Neil, thank you very much for this opportunity. I love you, brother. And I'm really looking forward to these next 5 days. I'm definitely not going to be tuning off.
Thank you, Omar. All right, so now I invite all the MCs and hosts, if you would like to, you can go ahead and switch your cameras off and leave. We have one more host that I'm going to introduce, but he's going to be introducing the first guest of the day. So we're going to keep him on. But before I bring on Brandon so he can introduce himself and start the activities for today, I just want to set, you know, an intention with everyone here. I just want us all to kind of breathe together and just to quiet our mind and open ourselves for what we're going to receive for the next 5 days and beyond, because this is going to keep circulating, going to have replays of this. So I invite you all just to gently close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through the nose, out of the mouth. Another one in through the nose, out of the mouth. Keep on breathing in through the nose, gently out of the mouth. No forcing anything. We just want to experience reality as it is. The air softly going in through your nose, and then breathing out of your mouth, out of your lungs. Now, if you want to take this moment to really focus in on your own intention, please do so. I invite you to not only focus on your own intention, but I invite you to focus on an intention for the whole of the earth. And then let's go beyond that, the entire multiverse, universe, cosmos, whatever is out there. So set that intention for you, for your own life, maybe even for your family members. Set that intention for the earth. What would you like for the earth? Where would you like us to be? What would you like the unity to look like? Create this reality in your head, and the information and the frequency that we experience over the next 5 days will only solidify that. You know, the universe is like one big Xerox machine. Whatever you send out, it just reflects back to you 1,000-fold. So what is it that you want to reflect back to that universe? Now, before we begin and before we hand it over to Brendan, I just want to synergize. And if you would like to, we're all going to do 3 ohms together just to create that frequency all over the planet. And if you were watching and seeing where everybody is on the planet. We literally have people from all over. I'm sure we even got people from Mars right now, and maybe even Titan, because that's my favorite moon on Saturn. So we got people from everywhere. So just imagine the grid that we're going to create right now through these oscillations of a frequency that we're going to do together. And this frequency that we're going to co-create, we're going to send out into the cosmos to take all the information that we're going to be sharing, all the love that we're going to be creating for the next 5 days and beyond for all of creation. So take a moment here. Exhale out of your lungs. Breathe in through your nose. We're going to do Om 3 times. Breathe in. Om. Breathe a deep inhale. Let it out slowly. One more time, inhale. Meditate and levitate. Waves of frequencies resonate higher. I'm connected to the provider, source of cosmic energy. We're going to be one single entity, expansion remedied. Oneness must breathe, exhale and let free. Consciousness to be, experiences of you and me. Souls of interdimensional beings to feel, hear, and see this third dimensional planetary existence. All time can be found in one instance. In this realm of linearity, atoms in anarchy, quantum polarity, the epitome of creation, facing our egos, acquiring patience, waiting to let go of our nations and join the Federation of Souls. That will take us to the 5th world. Love you all. Let's do this. Introducing Brendan from Paradigm Shift Central. It's all yours, brother.
Beautiful. Thank you so much, Neil. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. Side note, happy full moon. What a great synchronicity it is to be able to just do this with the energy of the full moon behind us. I'll just give a quick introduction for myself, following up with the other MCs before me. And then we're going to get right into our first interview with our guest, MAUREEN St. Germain. And for everybody here, again, this is going to be something really special. It's going to be a really, really powerful way for us to be able to start off the event here over this next few days. So as we get MAUREEN into the chat, and once we've got her situated, we'll jump right into that. But just within these first few moments, just as a quick introduction, my name is Brendan. You can find me on TikTok and Instagram. I go by Mystic Spider-Man. You can also find me on YouTube at Skull Babylon. I've been creating conscious media for over 10 years. A big part of what I do is to really be able to like help people drop into this idea of activating their own inner superhero. So obviously I have this kind of Mystic Spider-Man vibe to it, but it's only there as a mirror to help you see the superhero within yourself, the spiritual superhero, and to remind you of the power of your heart. So be sure to connect with me if you guys are interested in learning more. We've built a team of conscious media creators. That's something that I help support people in doing, because one of the most important things right now is in us being able to tell our story, the story of our collective awakening, the story of our collective hero's journey. So again, find me on Instagram or TikTok at Mystic Spider-Man, Skull Babylon on YouTube. And you can also find our team podcast on Paradigm Shift Radio on Spotify. Send me a direct message afterwards. I would love to be able to connect with more of you. And if you guys are excited for this first interview to start off our Ascension conference, go ahead and drop an 1111 in the chat as we get ready to be able to roll into this. So with that said, it is an honor, a privilege, and a duty to be able to welcome MAUREEN St. Germain. So MAUREEN, go ahead and just say hello, and we'll make sure that we have your microphone all queued up and ready to go. So welcome, MAUREEN.
Thank you. Hi there, everyone. I'm so excited to be here, and bravo to you, Neil, for all the work you've done to make this happen. And all the hosts have done a terrific job of setting the stage and helping us get aligned with what we're supposed to be doing and what we can learn and grow from, and to set the stage to be in our hearts and part of the big transformation that we're making happen.
Beautiful. Awesome. So for everybody here, we're going to get this interview. We're going to take it all the way up to just about the top of the hour. So we'll get as much information and value for you, everybody here, as possible. So to start things off with, I'm just going to do a little bit of an introduction for MAUREEN St. Germain. For those of you who may not be entirely familiar, Marie St. Germain is an internationally acclaimed Ascension teacher, best-selling and award-winning author. She has developed foolproof techniques to access your higher self and teaches the power of sacred tools. She has taught in 24 countries, and her books have been translated into 7 different languages. She is the author of Opening the Akashic Records, Waking Up in 5D. She was granted access to a dimension that has been closed to humanity for eons and is a direct channel for Source. She has taught at the prestigious American Centers of Kripalu and Omega Institute. She has been featured on National Geographic specials, Gaia TV, Conscious Life Expo, and hundreds of radio shows worldwide, including Coast to Coast with George Norrie and The Fade to Black with Jimmy Church and Midnight in the Desert with David Schrader. So Maureen, thank you so much for being here. And just to be able to start off things, let's just kind of drop into that place of excitement. And fortunately, Maureen and I, we had a bit of a chance to just kind of connect before today. So it's nice to just be able to be here with you, Maureen. I know we're both excited about this. And let's take a moment here. I'd love to be able to hear, leading into this event and leading into this collective shift in consciousness that's happening right now. Share with us, from your perspective, what are you excited about?
I'm excited about the fact that there are so many people in all age groups who are present here, listening and participating, and starting to understand how important it is that the shift, the change is on us, and that we can make a difference among ourselves. And I'm also super excited about all the different channels that have opened up, all the different podcasts that are out there for people. So it's almost like it's impossible. It's like walking by a big garden and saying, did you see the garden? Did you see the flowers? They're everywhere. And that's how I feel about all this information. It's everywhere if you just open your eyes and look. And I'm so grateful to be part of it. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Awesome. And absolutely just echoing that excitement. Again, I think the fact that so many people are interested is the fact that this is the time. The time is now. This is a very, very exciting opportunity for each and every single one of us to not only be a viewer within what it is that you're taking part in, but to be someone who's going to be an ambassador for the energies that are going to carry forth. So to each one of you, the story continues beyond the end of this conference. So everything you're listening to here, let it be something that continues to become a part of your story and enriches your heart and your inspiration to be able to help change the world. So with that said, Maureen, would you like to get into a question about how people can make a daily difference in our daily lives? Would you like to go right into that one?
Yeah, I would. And I'd also like to share my screen and give people a chance to see. One of the things that I really care about is this idea of waking up in 5D. And I wrote the book that's, gone all over the world. And it basically teaches everyone that we're already waking up in 5D. And how do we keep doing that? In the old days, we used to say, okay, when we become 5th dimension, when we make our ascension, and I early on figured out that we're not going to do it in one fell swoop. It's a little bit like, go there, then you slide back down, you go there and you slide back down. And the reason is because we're not becoming masters all at once. We're working our way up. And when I think about how that works, I am reminded of the fact that when I was a young mother and I had children at home, and one of my sons, who's probably the most successful of all of my sons, but he was the most difficult one, was always in trouble. And I was telling my mother, how am I going to deal with this? She would always give me support. And then one day I called her and said, I can't believe it. He did this great thing. He's so mature. I'm so happy he's finally arrived. And my mother said, but just wait a minute. I said, what do you mean? And she said, well, when they take up and move up, then they usually follow with something stupid. And that's us. We're not making our ascension and our process all at once. We're sliding to where we want to be, and then we fall back into our old habits. And so for every one of you who is partaking in this class and this training throughout the whole 5 days, remember that no matter what you think you know and what you're learning, if you don't apply it all at once, don't be too hard on yourself. We're all doing this together, and we're all helping each other level up. And that's what's happening. We're all doing this one step at a time. So one of the things I like to tell people about is how to use polarity, and how to understand that polarity isn't supposed to go away. Polarity is supposed to be elevated. And so how do you know the difference between using polarity or using it for you or against you? And the answer is we can look to electricity. And electricity has 2 forces. magnetic and electric. And some people refer to these as masculine and feminine, but magnetic is in pulling and electric is pushing. So, but they're irresistible and they're opposing forces, kind of like relationships, right? And so look at the line and see it moving in an upward direction. And what I want you to understand is that this push-pull pushes us forward and takes us where we want to go. So we don't have to look upon it as something that isn't useful, but simply let it push you and pull you, let it push you and pull you, and let it work for you. Now, one of the things I like to tell people is that there's lots of tools that you can use to deal with all the electromagnetic energy that's around you, things that influence you, energies that are being broadcast on you, you name it. And what I have found is that there is a scientific thing called a Faraday cage, which is an energetic cage, literally, that limits the availability of EMF and all those energies that are hard on our human bodies, our biological forms. So we can call in an electronic Faraday cage or an energetic Faraday cage around our bodies and around our bed at night so that we're not affected by it. And I have been personally affected by the router, and I could feel it and hear it. And that's when I began to do this work and understood that I could change the energy with my clear intention, and so can you. So one of the ways you use your energy in a positive way is to choose words that are not polarity pejorative or hurtful. So what kind of a car is a new car? If it's not new, well, we could say it's a used car. We hear that it's a reconditioned car. And the latest one is it's a pre-owned car, which doesn't sound bad at all. But now play with polarity. What would you call your spouse's previous spouse? His ex-wife, his former wife, or his practice wife or practice boyfriend or practice girlfriend? It's kind of fun because it changes the energy and makes it okay to be in that place where you're in that polarity, but you're not letting it rule you. You're choosing how you understand it. Now, another tool that I really like people to understand is stop using the word have to. You don't have to anything. There is no right way or wrong way. The truth is, there is no such thing. The truth is simply how you perceive it. Now, there is universal truths, of course, but when you're talking with people or when they're trying to talk to you and they say, well, the truth is this or the truth is that, you can say, well, I appreciate that that's your perspective on it, but I have other information. I don't agree with that. It's okay with me that you don't think that, but this is what I believe. And make it safe for the other person to be right and make it safe for you to be right. I also highly recommend that you ask for help from the dragons and other figures like unicorns, angels, guides, serendipities, and the ETs of the light who are here supporting our evolution. They are here to ensure that we succeed. So who do you ask for help? Think of it more like a game show. You're allowed and expected to use your lifeline. Don't think of it, oh, well, I don't want to bother the angels, or I don't want to ask for help because it's too much trouble. If you're in trouble, ask for help. So one of the ways that I like to help people is to give them new words to use instead of the usual F word or the D word or any of those things, and change your language into something that's uplifting for everyone around you. And one of them is this phrase called, it's all divine. And I got that from my friend, Tracy Samolo. So when you're upset or things aren't working, oh, it's all divine. And it might be a frustration that you're expressing, but you're changing the energy by relabeling it and reframing it. I got this one, God bless it, from Neil Donald Walsh. He said that every time his mother heard his father say the other way, she would follow it with God bless it. And he finally cornered her and said, why do you do that? And she said, well, I want the energy to be where I want it to be, not where he left it. And finally, I can tell you that if you ask the angels to show you a better way, because I know how good they are, you will be surprised. You will be amazed when you say to the angels, show me the solution to this because I don't see it. So another thing, stop explaining things. You don't have to explain yourself to others. You could if you want to, but you don't have to. You have a right to be who you are, where you are, no matter what. And asking people, why do you think that? Doesn't mean you're negating your position. It simply means you're curious and you're choosing to find out. That opens your heart. You've opened your heart and your mind. One of my favorite phrases to teach you that will really bring powerful things your way is, I wonder what's going on. When something unusual happens, you feel you're pounding in your chest, or you feel You feel like you saw something that you're not sure what you saw, but you know it's not human, or you know it's not real, or you think it's not real, to say, instead of saying, well, that was weird or that was strange, to say, I wonder what's going on. I wonder what's going on. Every time you ask that question, the answer is forthcoming. You might not get it in the exact moment, but the answer will float in because you posed the question, you told the universe you're ready and willing to hear it. When things are not going the way you want, just pose the question, I wonder how that's going to work out. And amazingly, you'll be shown, rather than, I don't know how that's going to work out. That's a statement. But when you ask it as a question, you're letting the universe answer for you. And it does. Universe knows something I don't know. And this is because there's something going on that I don't understand. And that's a very powerful statement. So when you have something happen that frightens you, that hurts your feelings, surprises you, whatever it is, if you say, universe knows something I don't know, because I don't see how this is going to work out, you set the stage for the universe to show you. Now, this is a very interesting concept. A lot of people don't realize that they're teaching children to lie. And how do you do that? You ask a question that you already know the answer to. Did you do your homework? Did you break that dish? Did you eat those cookies? And the answer is always, you know the answer. You know who did it. Instead, you know, you ate, I think those cookies are gone. I'm guessing you're the one who ate them. I hope you'll eat your dinner because I'm expecting you to have good nutrition today. It changes the setup. It gives them a chance to be honest with you. And I have seen parent after parent tell their parent to ask their kids the question that they already know the answer to. If you already know the answer, don't ask it. Give your kids a chance and give them space to tell you the truth. And the way you give them space to tell you the truth, whatever it is, because they're having experiences you didn't have, is to say, this is what I'm concerned about. I hope it's going to be okay. I remember telling my kids one time, I know you know better than to jump off the roof of the garage and onto the trampoline. But I'm not so sure about the neighbor kids. So would you move the trampoline back to the center of the yard so there's no temptation to jump off that low roof? We all know what they were doing that day. Now, there are 5 things that you can do to unhook from the mass consciousness. And one of them is watching the weather and watching the weather prediction. You can change the weather where you are. There are ways to do that. There are tools that you can learn to do this. But you have to decide that mass consciousness version of how it is not going to work for you. So don't tune into that. Don't get rid of that app on your phone, the Weather Channel. I have hundreds of apps, but I don't have a weather app. And the reason why is because the weather prediction is simply that. It's just a prediction. So why should I listen to it and support what they're doing when maybe that's not what I want? Now, I will tell you that this kind of work is very high and very specialized. And when you move in that direction to do that, either because you're being shown by your own guidance or because you're learning in a class, always check in with your inner wisdom channel. Always find out, is it in the highest and best good of anyone who's being affected by it? Because that's important. You don't want to use your will or your ego to run roughshod on other people. One of the things I really like to do is give people a tool that will allow them to ask for a day or a week or a vacation of heaven on earth. And what that does is changes the energy. And the best story I know about that is a woman who had been asking for a day of heaven on earth, as I had shared with her, because it changes the vibe of where you're at. So she decided, since she had a family reunion coming up, and one of her siblings was adults, all adults. We're not talking teenagers, we're talking all adults were reuniting in one house. They were going to stay there for a week in a big, rental house. Her sister was always the troublemaker. So she kept asking for a week of heaven on earth during our family reunion. At the last minute, the sister called and said, I'm not coming. That's important. People don't want one person to not be there. And then she said, I'm checking myself into a detox facility. So the woman reported to me, we had the best time. And my drama queen sister, well, she had the best time too, because she got a detox and everybody wins. That was not something that she scripted. She simply asked for a week of heaven on earth. So who have you asked? What have I ordered from the universe? I'm so grateful for everything that comes my way. I'm so grateful for everything that I can do. Now, there is a wonderful article that I wrote on fear and loosh, and I'm not going to get into it, but I will tell you that your fear can be misused by you. So the minute you notice you're in fear, ask your angels, your guides, use tools, essential oils, whatever tools you have to unhook from your fear so it does not get stolen from you and misused by those who would have us fail. So now here's a really special opportunity. I'm going to take you through a short guided meditation and invite you to make a connection with your higher self and get shorthand signals for yes, no, and neutral. And what that will do is give you a protocol that will help you to access your higher self and learn how to connect with your higher self. So here we go. Close your eyes and get in your heart. We've had so many wonderful meditations already. Should be easy to be in a place of being centered. Let yourself think of something you love, a little one, a pet. Hear yourself say to that little one, I love you. And then send that energy upward through your throat chakra, third eye, crown, all the way to the 8th chakra, where the portal to your higher self is. Invite your higher self to join you in your heart. So you might say, higher self, please come into my heart. Higher self, I want to have my signals for yes, no, and neutral so I can verify what I'm getting. Higher self, show me yes. It could be a color, it could be a shape, it could be a sound, it could be an itchy ear. Higher self, show me again my signal for yes. Thank you. Higher self, show me my signal for no. What does no look like, feel like, taste like, sound like? Thank you. Show me again. Higher self, what does no look like? Feel like, sound like, taste like? Thank you. Higher self, give me a symbol for neutral. Thank you. Show me again. What does neutral look like? Neutral's a little harder to hear or see or feel. Thank you. Okay, so open your eyes. You have 3 things you must do for 45 days. Only yes, no questions, unimportant questions, and no other divination tools. If you will practice this for 45 days with unimportant, insignificant questions, at the end of that time period, which would be November 15th, right before Thanksgiving, you will have accuracy like you've never had before. Then when an idea comes in that you think is coming in from an ascended master or an angel or a guide, you can say, is this my angels? Is this my guides? Is this my higher self? And only your higher self will be allowed to answer yes or no. So you ask about unimportant, silly things, but not outrageously dumb things. You don't ask predictive questions. And you ask always by using the phrase higher self, is it in my best and highest good to, and then name the action you want to do. Eat green beans at this time. Fix green beans. Wear my white shoes. No. Higher self is my highest best good to wear my red shoes. Yes. So you go through a process and you are playful. And at the end of that 45 days, you will have a solid, powerful tool that will allow you to always know the information that's coming in is accurate. To that end, you will start to change your energy in such a way that everyone who comes near you is a good person. Now, I don't know, do we have time, Brendan, to talk about the pineal gland?
We have about, I would say, 10 minutes, and then we got to, if you want to give a quick explanation, there's a couple questions we can kind of take as well, but yeah, I'm sure we can give them an overview real quick. So go for it.
Okay, so the pineal gland is the gateway, and your sinuses around the head are the way that you connect with the pineal. And it turns out that this is the equivalent, the space around your head is the equivalent of a satellite dish to call home. So I created a meditation called Activating Your Sixth Sense, the Golden Bowl Meditation. And that practice will help you gain mastery with that connection and open that channel up, which would be great. So how do you activate and clear your pineal? Well, the number one problem with your pineal is calcification. And we get calcification in lots of ways, but there's one primary way. Many ancient cultures knew that a clear third eye was related to a functioning pineal. So when you keep your third eye and your pineal clear, you gain full access to source, and you get higher mental states and higher states of meditation. So how do you clean and clear your pineal? So I highly recommend that you find a way to get your hands on tamarind. You can get it as a tincture, a product called Oyer de Calque, which is also a tincture that will clear a lot of things, and it's very focused on keeping the pineal clear. Shilajit or shilajit, however you want to say it, it's a tar-like substance that you can take that is available online, and it's a bunch of micronutrients that has been found to be very powerful in clearing and cleansing the body. The Tibetans say that no healing takes place without shilajit. There are bliss oils from Dr. Norman Shealy, and then we have my brand of healing oils called Aramandalas, and walking in nature. So think about walking in nature we can do every day without any expenditure of time or energy. So the number one drama around your pineal is fluoride. It's found in everything, including packaging, which is crazy, but it's there. So do not assume that you have not been exposed to fluoride. Instead, do what you can to clean and heal it and maintain it. So pay attention to the water you drink. And some bottled water is fluoridated. So you have to know what's in the bottle and read the labels or go online and read what they put in it. Watch your food choices and pay attention to the environmental toxins that are around you. This is the information on the Oyer de Calque. Tamarind is a fruit that you can buy either as a fruit or as a tincture. And then you can work on your third eye chakra. Your pineal is very small, but its blood flow activity is second to the kidney. So research tells us that the pineal is affected by EMF, sensitive to variations in light, and works with the circadian rhythms of the body. So how can you maximize that? You can be affected by EMF and ELF. And this is what the pineal would look like. This is actually a monument that's in a museum. Wi-Fi. Anywhere you go, there's Wi-Fi blasting at you and you don't even know it's there. And the way you know it's when you open your phone and you see how many choices there are to hook into. The pineal is at right angles to the third eye, and there's a reason for that. It has to do with how we shift dimensionally. Why do you walk in nature? Because when you are in nature, especially without your cell phones, leave your cell phones behind when you go for your nature walk. And you can be more plugged into the Earth's electromagnetic field, which will rebalance you. Stop sleeping with the lights on or lights in your window. And if you can, wear an eye mask because it improves your body's ability to rest. I always like to share something really sweet and funny. What happened to Ram Dass when his teacher, he gave his teacher an illegal drug? Nothing. It didn't affect him. He said he preferred meditation. All right, so let's stop here. And we'll go to some of the questions and do our wrap up.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maureen. Wonderful information for those of you who, again, may be quite new to a lot of this paradigm shifting information to learn from. And with just a few minutes left, just kind of taking a few of the questions here that have been asked and just kind of combining them into one question. Some people were curious about being able to connect with guides, and that was something that we talked about a bit. But I'm wondering if you can maybe even just, again, give people a way, like, if people were to try to explain to, say, other people who aren't familiar with this topic, if they were trying to explain to them what our guides are and what our higher self is, how would you explain that? Kind of, you know, explaining it to someone who may be brand new to this. Because I think if we just say to people, oh, I'm talking to my higher self, they don't really know what we mean. So how could we bring this language more into the mainstream and perhaps give people an understanding as they keep opening up to these ideas?
So your higher self is the version of you that's already plugged into God. So it's like your heavenly self. It's the version of you that has connection to your divine self, and it also has access to everything you care about. So it might know, let's say, that the program is operating a certain way, and you're told to bring something with you. And then when you get there, they, oh, I forgot mine. I'm so glad you brought your bowls because I forgot mine. Stuff like that. Your higher self will just filter in and tell you what you need to do. So your higher self is a resource. It's like your best friend, but it's also divinely connected. So when you ask your higher self, is it in my highest and best good to do anything? You are actually asking your fifth dimensional self, or the version of you that loves God so much, it only will choose a God-loving answer. And it also takes into account whatever's going on in your own world, your own everyday drama. Your angels are beings that were sent by God to help you remember how much you are loved. And so their job is to work miracles for you and to help you understand the world around you. So when you're in trouble or scared, the angels are great because they're like the emergency rescue team, but they're also available every day for lots of everyday stuff. But they're helpers. And then your guides are humans who have died as masters and are now back in this reality, serving humanity and helping show the way. So they're teachers and they're way showers because they can tell you how it is because they've been there and done that.
Beautiful. Awesome. Wonderful answer. And again, you know, it's so exciting because this big part of the paradigm shift is moving from the story of, okay, here we are, we're these very physical beings, but now it's opening up to this idea of understanding we literally are energetic beings. And one of the things that I talk a lot about, and you know, when I'm having these conversations, I remind people, and I'm saying this because I'd love to just get your thoughts on it, because I know it's already relative to what you were talking about, where a lot of this information can seem, it's a lot to take in. But I think when we simplify it, one of the simplest ways to be able to direct people towards connecting with more of this is to be able to remind them that it's through the heart, that it's when we connect with the heart, that's literally how we listen. So like when we're listening to our guides, when we're listening to our higher self, we're listening through our chakras, if you're referring to them as that, or, you know, it's through the heart, it's through these portals. And these portals are accessing multidimensional, you know, information, even information from the future. Yeah, I'd be curious to just expand on that.
When you are tapping into this information, you are literally working through your heart and you're finding ways. There are ways that people have found to go around the heart, but then they still have to go back and do the heart work. So it's very useful to learn to open your heart and find ways to open your heart. One of the fastest ways to learn how to open your heart is to do the Merkaba meditation, because that creates an energetic field around you that keeps you safe. So even the incoming doesn't affect you. Now, there's one other thing I want to say, and that has to do with when you are excited because you've learned something and you've moved into the spirituality arena, we'll say, you're new, but you're still excited, you want to tell someone about it. And they ask you, well, what is that seminar you attended? Or tell me more. Don't tell them. Make them wait. Give them some answer that's short and sweet, but not a specific answer. So if they say, well, you seem pretty happy every time I see you, you come back from a seminar. What are these seminars you keep going to? What is that all about? And your answer is, oh, I'm learning meditation. Oh, I'm learning about how to, work with my inner energies or my emotions. You don't say anything more. And that's because they've opened their mind. Your friend has opened their mind. When they ask you a second time, what they have done is they've opened their heart. They've moved from being curious to being receptive. So if you wait to tell them, and don't tell them the first time they ask, just give them a little bit of a runaround answer, but an honest answer, you will find that when you do tell them, they won't run away screaming. If you get a question from someone and you start to give them what you just learned, they're gonna do a 180 and out of your space right away. So the best thing to do is to recognize that when you've been asked a question, no matter who it is, if they've never asked you anything like this before and they're not your buddy in this kind of genre of conversation, just give them a sweet, soft answer and wait till they ask you the second time. Because when they ask you a second time, they're genuinely interested.
That's beautiful. Awesome. Well, Maureen, we're going to have just a couple more minutes here. We're going to be leading into our next speaker, David SEREDA, in the next few moments. And I'm actually going to be emceeing that one as well. But since we have just another moment here, and Neil, just confirm for me when we're ready to bring David on. But just to kind of wrap things up here with what we've talked about, again, you know, I love what you were talking about, curiosity. I think curiosity is such a powerful thing because the universe is here to support us. Like this information, I like to remind people, it's not so much something we're learning as much as it's something we're remembering, something we're already, you know, innately connected to. And just to kind of finish things off here, I love the idea that with what you were saying, that our job isn't to walk people's path for them, but to live our own authentic life and then to plant little seeds along the way. So maybe we can just kind of finish things off here to give people a little bit of a call to action to remind them of the seeds that they can plant and to keep living in their own curiosity. And anything else you would like to add, Maureen, before we wrap it up? Go ahead.
So my number one way to get and stay in 5D is when you go to bed at night to announce to yourself, I'm waking up in 5D, just to announce it. And then the second thing is when you are getting up and doing your day, to ask for a day of heaven on earth for me and everyone I come in contact with. And that changes the vibe. Everyone you come in contact with will be vibrating at the higher level because you're broadcasting that level of love and unconditional love and light. And as we have been told by Brandon, the heart is everything. Your love that you hold for others and for yourself are key. So if you know you are running self-hatred statements in your head, ask God or source, whatever you want to call it, show me how much I am loved. And even saying that once a day will help you open your heart and help you be loving to not only yourself, but to everyone you come in contact with.
Beautiful, beautiful. Awesome. Maureen, thank you so much. And we'll just take one more moment here to be able to invite people to connect with you further. So again, for everybody here, if you're looking to connect with Maureen, you can find Maureen on Instagram at Maureen St. Germain, as well as Maureen's website, which is MaureenSt.Germain.com. And again, just to be able to pass this off here, again, you know, for everybody here, thank you so much. And being in community and surrounding yourself with other people on this quest is such a powerful thing. So Maureen, thank you for the work that you've been doing over these several decades and leading the way. And now here we are, people are waking up, and it's an exciting thing to have leaders such as yourself anchoring us into this wisdom. So Maureen, any closing thoughts and gratitude?
I just want to say thank you to Neil and to you, Brendan, for all your hard work. It is monumental what we're doing here. And I agree with someone who said, if it weren't for the drama that we're living with regard to staying at home, we probably wouldn't be in this place today. And so we're all using this time to grow our inner agenda, our inner hearts. And when we come out, it's going to be an explosion of love and light.
Beautiful. Awesome. And Maureen, any last thing that people should know about maybe upcoming work that people can check out?
Yes. Well, today is the full harvest moon. I'm doing a youthing event that will be starting at around 5 p.m. We actually are opening the doors at 4:30 because we expect a big crowd. And
EST?
Yes, EST. Thank you. And you can find that information on my website, MaureenSt.Germain.com. There's a small fee for it. I'm going to be teaching a lot of new information. I'm always adding to the information I have. It's a powerful, powerful tool. I don't want to say how old I am, but I will say I'm ageless. And the people who know me and have been following me keep telling me, Maureen, you keep getting younger and younger every day.
Awesome. Maureen, thank you so much. And for everybody here, please feel free, leave a comment on Maureen's Instagrams, connect to the website, find out more about the work and the service that she's here to help assist you with. And Maureen, it was a pleasure being able to do this. Here we are. That was nice. And Spirit just did its thing. And Maureen, thank you. And I look forward to just being able to chat a little bit more beyond this moment. So Maureen, much love and thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Awesome. Beautiful. All right, so with that said, everyone, we're going to get right into our next speaker, and our next speaker is going to be David SEREDA of Lightstream Technologies, and we're shifting from the topic of 5D, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about 5G. We're going to be talking about how to be able to protect ourselves relative to Wi-Fi technologies, EMFs, and also some new technologies that David's been working on. So, David, with that said, just passing it over to you. Go ahead and say hello, and we'll make sure that your microphone's working okay, and welcome.
Good. Can you hear me, Brendan?
Loud and clear. So David,
Okay.
just to be able to start things off, again, this was kind of a last minute switch, so I haven't had a chance to dive into your work, but I'm sure there's a lot of people here who may be new to what it is you're working on. So please feel free to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what it is that you do.
Okay, firstly, I want to say that, my spiritual practice of meditation, breath work, and sound and frequency has been consistent every day for 45 years now. And I'm 59 years old in my 60th year. And I've really looked at multiple spiritual techniques and practices over the last 40 years. And I've studied with meditation masters from India. I've traveled to India, studied with the Dalai Lama. I practiced so many different techniques. And what's happening to me now is quite astounding, because there's this promise when these teachers come from the Far East of this incredible nirvana and bliss state. And if you're really honest with yourself and you're doing your spiritual practice, if you're not experiencing blinding bliss when you meditate, it's not quite happening yet. And I've done 10-day vipassanas where you're meditating 12 hours a day. And I can tell you that by integrating a combination of breath work and very precise frequency harmonics and insight meditation, you can get to this state of consciousness, which happens to me every day now when I meditate. It only takes about 20 minutes, and there's so much ecstasy. And this is not just peace and feeling expansive love. There is so much blinding ecstasy that it's hard to even move my hand and even find my coffee cup. It's like somebody gave me the best pill in the universe, and yet nobody gave me a pill. I just doing these practices. And one of the things we lost in our, the transfer of spiritual knowledge to the Western civilization is the function of a precisely measured temple. And when we understand that what causes, right behind me here, I have a frequency generator. This is a frequency generator. And it's a pretty expensive one. And we talk about raising our frequency, but we don't know what frequency. And I've determined from years of research that there are specific frequencies that are harmful to the body and the nervous system. There are certain frequencies that are absolutely beautiful and harmonic to the nervous system and beneficial to the meditation practice. And there's many frequencies that are highly disruptive. And in fact, if you look at the work of Rife and Rife frequencies, he's actually using frequencies that are disruptive to the virus. But that doesn't mean a frequency that's disruptive to a virus is beneficial for the healing and the harmonic state. Disruptive frequencies can be used to destroy and harm a virus, but it doesn't mean it's a frequency you want to have going through your body all the time. So what I've done is I've done real math, taking precise measurements of temples and calculating the frequencies in the temples in the same way that there is a quartz crystal. There's quartz crystals in this frequency box that, based on their size and dimensions, determines the frequencies that those crystal oscillators will generate. And it's the same thing on a larger scale with a temple, right? And before I go into the devices that I offer at davidsereda.co, I want to tell you about how profound very specific intervals and frequencies are, and why, if you can see this, for example, in the book of Ezekiel, this angel comes down holding a 6-cubit staff. And here's my staff, which is plugged in. It's actually plugged in to this frequency generator. And my amazing jeweler in Sedona, Fred, makes these for my customers. This has a huge ametrine in it. And I'll show you here on my meter here, as I get close to my staff, it's actually transmitting. And it's actually transmitting a very, very sacred, very specific frequency. And it was my theory that the staff of Moses and the staff of Isis. And if you go through all the ancient Egyptian pictographs, you're going to see all these gods and goddesses, kings and queens with their staff. And you'll notice it's not a piece of wood. It's straight and it has a head on it. And if a staff is a conductor, and if you look at the Bible book of Numbers, God tells Moses to put a coiled serpent, and that's just a symbol because a serpent is a coil, and as in a coiled snake. And as soon as you wrap a coil, this is a pure silver coil on my staff here, you essentially give birth to radio waves, therefore frequencies. So you have immediately created the fundamental radio component that Tesla invented, the Tesla coil. And so God's telling Moses to put a coil on a pole, which means the height of that pole determines its frequency. And in the Bible, I was looking what would be, if I could know the height of the staff of Moses and the staff of all of the legendary gods and goddesses, I would know the frequency of God and the goddess. I would know that frequency, and therefore with my frequency box, I could dial it in and transmit it through my staff. But the height itself happens to be the proportion of its frequency. And you're not going to believe what I'm going to tell you. So when I was looking for this, and there are only 2 places in the Bible where it says that the staff lay in the Ark of the Covenant. And the Ark of the Covenant is 1.5 by 1.5 by 2.5 cubits. And the book of Ezekiel confirms that God uses the royal cubit, which is a cubit and a handbreadth. And a lot of researchers have made a huge error there. And then I had to find the most accurate royal cubit to inches. That was not easy because the Egyptian rulers, and there's only 2 or 3 of them we found, varied ever so slightly, which told me they didn't know. So I had to take the entire Great Pyramid mathematics in Peter Lemaisure's book, The Great Pyramid Decoded, and I had to find a length of a staff that resolved everywhere perfectly. And this one does. This one is measured with a precision laser at exactly 51.5125 inches, which comes to 4.29 feet. Now, guess what that means? If this is an antenna, which it is, it's a bioantenna, so that it's an extension of the human spine, and our bones are made of calcium. Calcium is a metal, therefore it's a conductor. Therefore, it can conduct frequencies. And if you look at calcium on the molecular scale, it's a cube. So calcium is a cube. In fact, when a human is cremated, most of our remains, over 90%, is calcium, which is cubic. It's basically calcium and phosphorus. So yes, calcium is a metal. It's a white metal. So because we are conductive antennas ourselves, when we hold a pole, guess what? The wavelength of this staff is the height of the pole times 4. And all you do is take the speed of light in inches, resolved perfectly, which took me a year to do, divided by the wavelength, and you have the frequency of the staff of God and Isis. You'll see they all have the staff, and it all calibrates to the same height in the Egyptian petroglyphs. Why that height? Because guess why? The wavelength coming off the staff is 4 times its height. And I find that incredible that an antenna's wavelength is 4 times its height. But once you have, it took me years to figure this out. And I just found out my ex-business partner has now stolen my 20 years of research and is plagiarizing and copying my staffs. So please stay away from David Wong and his criminal escapades. And I just found this out before I did this interview today. So what that means is the wavelength of the staff is times 4. And guess what the king and queen's chamber in the pyramid is? It's exactly 4 times the height of the staff. So the width of the king and queen's chamber is the wavelength of the staff, the width. Now the length of the king's chamber is precisely 8 lengths of the staff. And it's precise. This is to a thousandth of an inch in accuracy. The height of the pyramid is exactly 112 of these. No decimals left over. That's called perfect resolution. You have no idea how much math I did to be able to give this technology to the world so that people can have these and plug them in. And I keep this on all the time in my house, and all the gems that are in it, because of the piezoelectric effect, they're all vibrating and they're emitting an auric field of energy. And I pick it up at night and many times in the day, and I address the cardinal directions. Well, it's plugged in. You see, I'm actually plugged in at the bottom. I'm emitting from my frequency box a very profound frequency right now, which is the capstone of the Great Pyramid. And so basically I'm transmitting this frequency, which is going, if I take this meter, my TF2 meter, and I go to radio frequency mode, we can see my staff is emitting. But what is more amazing, I can't do this myself with my own hand, but my other hand way over here, this meter will pick up all the calcium in my body is emitting. So I'm now part of that frequency, which was a process for the adepts to calibrate their nervous system at the wavelength the staff transmits at. And this will transmit at its frequency, and I'll tell you the base number is 57 point something megahertz. I'm not going to give you all the numbers right now, but it's 57 point something megahertz, which is really close to the final number, which I have precisely, of the staff of Moses. And it wasn't just Moses. You see, this is where it gets even more mind-blowing. So you go to the God of Moses, which is apparently non-Egyptian, although Moses was trained in all things Egyptian. And guess what? The original tabernacle of Moses, where the Ark of the Covenant was held, was 10 by 10 by 10 royal cubits, right? That's 17.17 feet, using the 20.605 inch royal cubit inch, the most accurate inside the pyramid itself, not in the ruler, because the rulers range between 20.6 and 20.8 inches. So when you have the right royal cubit, you have the right frequency. And when you understand that Moses' original tabernacle is the queen's chamber, it's the same. It's 17.17 feet squared, cubed. And the king's chamber is 17.17 feet times double that, which is 34. Now, guess what was called the holy place? Now, the ancient Hebrews had a rectangular tent that preceded the Holy of Holies, which was the cube, that was 10 by 20 royal cubits. That's the king's chamber. So why is the God of Moses using the exact same measurements as the pyramid? And that's because the pyramid is not Egyptian. The pyramid was designed by the Ancient of Days. The Ancient of Days is the ancient one who appeared to the first biblical prophet of Enoch. Now, you're going to see that this is amazing. You're going to see that the pyramid is absolutely tied perfectly. You see, this supremely God-realized being, goddess-realized being. I include the goddess because the goddess created man and woman in the goddess image. So that means inside of us is the creation of the entire universe. The crystals, the calcium crystals and the phosphorus crystals, which is most of what our body is made of when we're consumed, and trace metals are cubes under the microscope. You can go on Wikipedia and search calcium, and you go down to the geometry of calcium, it's a cube. And inside the cube are 6 pyramids. So that's why the material with which we're made out of is magnified in dimension and size as the temple. And the temple had to be measured precisely. And if it was measured precisely, this very specific frequency would vibrate inside of that Holy of Holies. But what this means is the Queen's Chamber is the Holy of Holies of the original tabernacle of Moses. Now, and the King's Chamber is the preparatory. Now, this is a frequency. What I'm saying is, when we talk about raising our frequency, what we lost, and this, you're going to see how this ties into protecting yourself from 5G and all of the microwave towers, which to me Those microwave towers are the staffs of darkness. They are transmitting very disharmonic frequencies all over the planet, and there are millions of these towers, and you can drive around with your TF2 meter in radio frequency mode, and you can see crazy activity on your meter in every town. We are all being interwoven in a web of frequencies right now, no matter where you live. And with these Starlink satellites going up, this web is actually trapping the astral plane of Earth. I'll give you an example. Now, Robert Monroe at the Monroe Institute, who was one of the greatest teachers of out-of-body travel, did an experiment where he surrounded his sleeping area with wires. And then he clipped a box like this, and he transmitted specific frequencies with which he could not get out of his body. Now, this is a guy who could slip in and out of his body like that. He knew how to do it. Every night, he trained people, you know, the binaural beats. I did the training that he did years ago, and how to roll out of your body. He couldn't get out with specific frequencies. And believe me, they know what those frequencies are. They know what they are. So the only way for you to get out is to have the precise frequencies of the temple in your house. Now, the sun was the calibrator, the activator of the temple. So when the sun came up, all the electrons in the stone, which is semiconductive material. So metals are conductive and crystalline materials are semiconductive. So a gem is semiconductive. And a semiconductor, if you pulse it with frequencies, will emit an aura. So right now, I'm actually getting the aura of an ametrine, garnet, rubies, and sapphires, right? So I'm actually bathing in that field of gem energy right now. And this was a spiritual practice that the ancients followed. In fact, if you look in your Christian Bible and Matthew, or it's either Matthew or Mark, where Jesus says, when he disperses the 12, you can forget everything except your staff. You got to have your staff. So everyone had to have the staff, because the staff was a tradition. It was a lineage. There were 12 staff holders for the 12 tribes of Israel. And we also know that the women had the staffs also, because the biblical female prophetesses all had the staff. Now, if we go back to the time of Genesis and what are called the lost books of Eden, you will see that the first thing God gives Adam and Eve, and this is a mythology. See, to me, Adam and Eve is not the story of the first humans. It's a regenesis. It was a recalibrated human being who took in this proverbial duality. So they went from singularity, living in this massive field of love and light with God, and they got sucked in by the serpent energy to go into duality, good and evil. And good and evil causes judgment, right? Because you have to decide what's good and what's evil. And nobody agrees. Everybody fights. So the offspring kill each other, and they get Cain and Abel get in a fight. And that's because that duality is poison. It's a poison that you take in. So God knew that Adam and Eve, this new calibrated regenesis human being, was going to fall out of singularity into duality, and God gave them a staff. And by this staff, at this frequency, they could communicate through that dual poison. See, the duality causes judgment. That's what it is. Before that, there's no judgment, right? Jesus said in Matthew 6:22, if thine eye be single, meaning non-dual, you'll be full of light. Thine eye will be full of light, which is confirmed in the Gospel of Thomas. Now, it turns out that singular light versus dual light is pure positive. So I'm actually only transmitting positive through my staff. I don't have any negative going through it. And you can read it on a meter. You can read it off a meter off my body. Now, what happens next is that it's called the Temple Scroll, which is part of the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is really going to blow your mind, because in the Temple Scroll, God tells Moses to build a new Holy of Holies, 280 cubits. And it was recently proven that the temple scroll was printed with some type of 3D printing technology. You can read about this online. But 280 cubits times 20.605 inches per cubit, royal cubit, is the height of the Great Pyramid. So what is the God of Moses doing, telling him to make a new cube? Remember, the calcium in your body and the phosphorus are both cubes with pyramids inside. 6 pyramids in a cube. That's what we look like on the inside. And those are crystals. And the crystals in your body, all you have to do is through the piezoelectric effect, apply frequency transmission, and those crystals emit light. So your body is emitting light when you are vibrating it with proper frequencies, not improper frequencies. So therefore, your crystals start to light up, and that produces unimaginable bliss and ecstasy in the nervous system. You don't need ayahuasca. You don't need any plants. I'm telling you this. I've been doing this for 45 years. I've lived with Osho, Baba Haridas, Swami Sham, Mother Mira. I've hung out with all of them. I was so into the yoga and the spirituality. And I was trying to find out, like, yeah, there's a lot of peace in my meditation. And sometimes if I work really hard, you feel this incredible cosmic oneness. But what's happening now that I'm doing the frequencies, there's so much bliss and ecstasy. It's exactly what these gurus promised us. They said there's going to be all this blinding bliss. And it gets so blinding at times. I'm telling you, it's like I'm a mini sun. Like, and it's not adrenaline. It's not an adrenaline high will rise and you'll laugh and, you know, haha, you're going to laugh. And then all of a sudden it goes down. This stays there for hours, this supreme ecstasy. And there are qualities in the ecstasy that are unnameable. All of this by activating the crystals within the physiology of what you're made out of, what you're actually made out of. And so the Holy of Holies in the Temple Scroll being the same height of the Great Pyramid, 280 cubits times 20.605 inches, you have to use the 20.605 inches, which takes you to, nobody has resolved the actual height of the Great Pyramid to 100% accuracy. It's sitting around 99 point something percent, but it comes to, Le Mesurier basically relied on probably the most precise measurements ever given. It was 480.69 feet. Now that's using our feet. Now guess what happens? Go on a calculator, type in 480.69 feet times the golden ratio, 1.61803398887. It comes to exactly 777.77 feet, precisely. Now, the height of the Great Pyramid itself, if it's the same as, see, there are 3 Holy of Holies. There are 3 of them. One is at the time of when the ancient Hebrew Israelites were traveling with the Ark of the Covenant. And the Ark of the Covenant, I've decoded all the frequencies in the Ark of the Covenant. I have all of them for the people who use my various devices. So you can have 10 octaves of the Ark of the Covenant in your house or in your temple coming out of one of my coil systems here with a regular stereo amplifier connected to it. Now, what happens is the temple called the Holy of Holies, it basically does an octave leap, because at the time of Solomon builds the Holy of Holies 20 by 20 by 20 royal cubits, right? And then the holy place, which is the rectangular temple that leads into the Holy of Holies, doubles also. But then it goes to another leap in the temple scroll to 280 cubits. So what this does is it unifies the pyramid as a temple to the biblical God of the prophets and the angels. So when the angel comes down in the book of Ezekiel holding a 6-cubit staff, I have that frequency for a 6-cubit staff, which you can transmit in your space. How are you going to protect your house from 5G, even 4G, even 3G? We are surrounded it's like a constant spider's web everywhere you go. If you get one of these TF2 meters from trifield.com, it's going to shock you that there's nowhere your nervous system is free lest you go hiking up into the trails in the mountains. And I've even taken one of these, and in our house, I can hold it to my wife's head and take it away. And there's, because this is calcium, very, very high frequency, low, tiny wavelength frequencies, the size of a raindrop, 5G, can go through the eye sockets, and they start bouncing around inside the skull. And, you know, part of them will radiate through the skull, and part of them will get trapped in there for hours. So then I can take my wife up on the side of the mountain away from the city, and I can test her on the trifield, and it's 0. So I know what's actually occurring is everybody's skulls, these frequencies are bouncing around inside of your head. And the problem is they're the wrong frequencies. They're not the frequencies of the music scale of the angels. Now, I've determined the entire music scale of the frequencies of the angels. We don't even have enough time to go into all of my work. But what I have now is I have developed a series of coils of different sizes that you can put in your house, connect to a stereo amplifier. You can see these at davidsereda.co, like company. Sereda is SEREDA. And I also now just came out with these, because before we go more into frequencies, I just want to demonstrate this. This is a small
David,
coil.
just so we know, we got about less than 10 minutes, so we can talk about this, and then we'll get close to a conclusion shortly.
Okay, so this happened to me recently. I wanted to come up with a coil that you could put in your car and that actually you can put on your head. So I woke up, this was only about a week ago, you know, and granted, you know, I'm pretty healthy. I was a vegetarian for 42 years and do yoga, and a very physically fit person. Did a lot of skiing, skydiving. I was a tree planter for 23 years, so I planted over 1.5 million trees myself with my own hands, which was an enormous yoga. And so I wanted people to be able to have frequencies on a budget where, you know, depending on where they're at, you can either use stereo headphones to listen to frequencies, which is the weakest way to get frequencies, or you can get one of these coils that plugs straight into your phone. Now, the other morning I woke up and in front of my eyes were all these jagged, bright lines. And I thought maybe I might be having a stroke or something. I started doing jumping jacks and yoga, and I'm like, what's going on? They're not going away. I couldn't even read the text on my phone. So luckily, I just made one of these, put it on my head, plugged it right into my phone, and put in 2 incredible frequencies from the King and Queen's chamber. In 1 minute, it was all gone. And it never came back, like days later. And the energy field coming off of these with the amplifier in your phone is actually significant. It's incredibly significant. And these are, you know, these systems with the training start at $600. And then what I have are on my website are all of these frequency libraries. So there's huge libraries of frequencies that I've decoded over the years in various temples. And also I want to point out that I took my family to Chaco Canyon, New Mexico, and this was really a surprise. You go into Chaco Canyon and you see those sacred circles made out of the stones. And I go in there with my Leica laser, which I have around here somewhere, with my kids, and we measure one, and it's a perfect Holy of Holies. I mean, perfect, 99.99% perfect. And what that tells us is this temple measurement of a Holy of Holies, perfect measurement, which is 34.34 feet inner, is a frequency. And I know the frequency of that circle, right? And the beauty now is you don't need to build this super massive temple. You can just transmit these harmonic frequencies to recalibrate the local field of your house, your workspace, or your spiritual center, so that you can, when all these microwaves are coming in from the cell phone towers, your space stays calibrated. And So I know we don't have that much more time, but there's one very important thing that was on the agenda. I know a lot of people are concerned about the vaccines containing an implant, a microchip or a nanochip, which nano means billionth of a meter in size chip. Now, I know if you happen to get one of these in your body, what you do is you take the tri-field meter, and you have to be in RF, radio frequency mode. You have to go into the forest, and you have to find out where it is. Where did they give you the vaccine? Where did the chip land in your body? And it will be transmitting radio frequencies. Once you know where it is, the way to disable it is quite simple but painful. No, you're not going to stick a needle in your arm and pull it out. What you're going to do is get someone who has a Tesla coil. And with caution, you have to be electrically grounded before you do this. Your body has to, you have to have bare feet connected to a charge plate to ground. And you're going to run a Tesla spark off a Tesla coil, preferably a smaller Tesla coil. It will fry the chip in 1 second. Yes, it'll hurt for about a second. It will not hurt you. I've received Tesla sparks in my lab many times that have hit me all over the place. And yes, it hurts, but that chip is dead. There's no way a nano chip can handle 250,000 volts. And 250,000 volts would be a small Tesla coil. Now, Tesla himself would put his hands and run millions of volts through his body. And he lived to be almost 90 years old. I think it was 87. So we know these things. See, it's not frequency that harms the body. There are certain frequencies that are very destructive to the body. There are very precise frequencies, which have taken me 30 years to calibrate, that are temple frequencies that are beneficial to turning on your light body. And light, real light, is emitted from the crystals in the actual crystal content of both the conductive and semiconductive materials in your body. So yes, it's good to take magnesium every day. Living in a high frequency environment, take colloidal gold, take colloidal silver, because the more conductive, semiconductive quality crystals you have in your diet, when you start working with frequencies, very precise frequencies, then you're going to feel it more. Brown rice is very high in magnesium, by the way, so it's a good place to get. You got to get your magnesium levels up to live in this matrix right now. But so you can disable those chips, you have to be electrically grounded, or you might cause some cellular damage. But that will utterly fry the chip. The other thing is, if you live near a microwave tower and you're very disturbed, what you have to do, and I've tested this. I mean, I'm probably one of the only people who've actually tested it properly. This building here is all metal on the outside. But if that metal is not connected to electrical ground, it won't block anything. But if I have a wall, let's say I live in Manhattan or Los Angeles and my microwave tower's over there, just block 2 walls. Put up 2 huge sheets of steel on the inside of your apartment, and then hang your art on top of that, paint over it, whatever. But then you drill a hole in the bottom, connect a wire, connect it to the 3-prong outlet on your plug, is the third one is your ground, and then you have a grounded sheet that will block all the radiation coming from that wall. So you're protected. There are better ways to do that, in that you can have harmonic dimensions to your steel charge plate. You can do the same with a smart meter, by the way. Take a 1/4 inch of steel plate, make it 3 times as wide as the smart meter. Put it on the wall on the inside, connect it to electrical ground. No radiation will pass through that plate from your smart meter. So that's how you protect yourself. The most important thing to do is to recalibrate. Please see my site at davidsereda.co, my company. Stay away from David Wong. He worked for me for 2 years. He's a fraud. He's copying all my technology, claiming it's his. And the guy is a criminal beyond belief.
David, thank you so much for sharing not only your knowledge, but also your experience on this. And again, something that's just been accumulated over years of devotion and passion, and it definitely shows. So thank you so much. And we got just a couple more minutes here before we bring on our next interview with Laura Eisenhower. But just to give you another opportunity here to just be able to let people know how they can connect further with you and any just other practical tips and tricks relative to being able to hone our own frequencies. Just passing back to you, David, and just let people know where they can connect further and any final closing thoughts.
First of all, Brendan, I've made my systems affordable for everybody because we can start using headphones and listening to the frequencies at low volumes. There's a whole training to do that. The second level starts with the mini coils that plug into your phone. And from there, we have staffs, scepters. There are both high frequency tools to start activating the correct temple frequencies within so that the human light body temple is better activated. And then there's a course that I offer on my website, you know, from 40 years of meditation experience, what techniques really work to produce this really seriously noticeable bliss consciousness within and love, tremendous love states. And I mean, I could talk for hours just about that, but it's really important to really do this. Like, don't just sit there saying, well, this is great information and don't do anything, because what happens is with all these frequencies, we're being surrounded by, and again, I urge you to get one of these TF2 meters so you can see it yourself, is because you're conductive at your core, you're picking it all up. And it is ruining you. It's ruining everybody. In fact, if you look at the history of the birth of the internet, and as we increase the power and we increase the frequency and the size scale of those frequency waves, we're destroying not only humans, but plants and animals and everything. And look at the violence. Look at you can see the increase in violence, the increase in irrationality. Like there's no rationality anymore. There's no morality with child trafficking, a crime that is beyond anything even written in the Bible. Like there was no prediction that children would be trafficked for sex in the book of Revelation. This is disgusting. Human beings their brains are getting melted. So don't just sit there, go to my website and learn what frequencies are. What does it mean to raise your frequency? You don't just raise your frequency to any old frequency. You have to be at the right pitch, the right calibration, and learn what octaves are to move through your whole system and keep sweeping these harmonic octaves through your system so that you are truly switched on and you're having visions and you're expanding your creativity. But the most important thing a human being needs is continuous access to real bliss, real authentic bliss. And without that bliss, we have massive drug addiction. And now you see the suicides in many regions are higher than the coronavirus deaths. I know in my province of British Columbia, Canada, our suicides in the last 8 months are past 1,100, and we only have 200 and something coronavirus deaths. So where is that coming from? Where is it coming from? We're not learning how to activate this bliss body. So please come to my website, join my inner circle. I have weekly trainings and meetings. The inner circle is only $50 a month. Please come and participate and see what's going on. It is getting harder and harder for me to get in the media. So I really appreciate Neil and Brendan and just the fact that this panel is here and that I can speak to a few hundred people who are actually listening. Thank you guys so much.
Awesome. David, thank you again so much for being here and sharing your wisdom with us. And again, for everybody here, we hope this is just a small look into a much bigger topic, but be sure to check out more and do a little bit of the research for yourself. And you can connect to David's website, David SEREDA at David SEREDA.co, and we can put the link for that in the info as well. So David, with that said, on behalf of everybody here, thank you so much. And thank you for, again, like this work is going to be important for the years ahead. So thank you for helping educate all of us and getting us ready. And yeah, it takes a team. So thank you again, David.
Okay, thank you so much, you guys. Thank you. Have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Awesome. Wonderful. So again, for everybody here, be sure to connect further with David through his website and any of the other social media platforms. And with that said, we're going to move right into our next MC, Kaylin, and they are going to be interviewing Laura Eisenhower. So this is going to be a great one. So make sure you're tuned in for this. Plenty more paradigm shifting ideas to be able to come your way. So for everybody else, this is where I jump off. I'll be back on air tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. EST, 10:30 p.m. PST, and we'll be doing a global meditation there. You guys are welcome to send me a direct message on Instagram if you are looking to connect further. I know a couple of you had questions about a couple of things, so thank you again, everyone. And with that said, Kaylin, passing it over to you. Go right ahead.
Hey, awesome. Thank you so much, Brandon. I appreciate that introduction. Great job on that last interview. I got to catch the very end of it, and that was some fascinating information that I will be sure to be checking out later today myself. So I just want to verify, confirm that everybody can see and hear me. Audio and visual good. Right now it looks like I'm seeing the Portal to Ascension logo. We're good? Okay. Awesome. Great, guys. Well, hey, everybody. My name is Kaylin Montoya. One more time. Are we good now? Okay. Awesome. I believe we're up and going. I was muted there for a second, but I'm unmuted. I see my camera's on. So, okay, awesome, guys. So, hey, everybody. My name is Kaylin Montoya. I'm from Awakening Humanity. Some of you may know me as Kaylin Ann on Facebook, or Kaylin McDonald from a few other events that I've done with Sphere Being Alliance, Edge of Wonder, Portal to Ascension. So, yeah, just a quick, just to get everybody on the same page. So I am actually rebranding and coming out under a new name. It is Kaylin Montoya. So that will be, I'll be transitioning to that in the next days and weeks, but just to give everybody a heads up, same Kaylin, different last name, but it will be Kaylin Montoya going forward. The brand is still Awakening Humanity. So that's my quick plug. I just want to give a quick shout out to Neil Gar and Portal to Ascension for including me in this, letting me co-collaborate, co-create with everybody. Neil is one of my favorite humans on the planet, favorite beings in the cosmos. So I always love to get to just be involved and be included and help support Neil and all of his amazing work in any way, shape, or form. So, okay, enough about me. I would like to bring on one of my other favorite humans and beings and all of that good stuff, Miss Laura Eisenhower. Laura, how are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you doing, Kaylin?
Hey, good to see you. Good to hear you. I'm doing well. So yeah. So awesome. Let me give the audience a quick intro to Miss Eisenhower. Okay, so Laura Eisenhower, while residing and traveling independently in over 20 cities in the US and abroad, Laura has developed an excellent knowledge base in frontier health, exopolitics, alchemy, metaphysics, ancient history, and also has degrees and certifications in science, wilderness expedition leadership, natural healing, and building. She has masterfully woven together the esoteric and alchemical aspects of nature with our ancient roots, hidden history, the present world, and our future potential. She is also a whistleblower and has been speaking out about being recruited to go to a colony on Mars that represented a timeline that she refused to go along with. Thank goodness. She has been able to uncover some necessary truths and agendas that humanity is being kept in the dark about, and lectures and does workshops on these issues, along with topics such as global alchemy, Christ Sophia, sacred union, ET races, esoteric cosmology, the positive timeline, and seeks to empower the individual so that harmony can be restored. So let me get back to Laura. I love your bio. It's always fun when I get to say all those really fun, cool words. So,
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you take it away, Laura. How are you?
I'm doing well. Yeah. So this is more kind of a presentation, right? So you don't have any particular questions.
I'm totally up to you. Yeah, if you have something planned, I will just sit back and let you take over for sure.
Well, I definitely have some things to share about what the rest of the year kind of looks like on an astrological level, but really taking it much more into like the multidimensional, because we are multidimensional beings. And we just finished a major cycle with the squares between the planet Uranus and Pluto. And that ended in about, 2020. And back in the 30s, this particular time actually coincided with widespread social and political turmoil, catalyzing of mass movements, the rise of radical political philosophies and parties. And so somebody named Richard Tarnas speaks of this as far as this cycle, kind of repeating itself. But here we are in 2020, where we're going to the next level of all of it. And it's taken us right into the conjunctions of Pluto, Saturn, and Jupiter. And December 21st of this year is going to be the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction in the sign of Aquarius. And so what does all this mean? Well, these outer planets are initiatory planets. When we're dealing with initiatory planets, it's not just something that we experience personally, it's something that we're dealing with on a much more massive scale. But if we have personal planets that are very involved with these outer planets, we tend to feel it maybe a lot more than others. And it's like the downloads or the life events that are going to pull a person into a certain level of awareness that's necessary for not just leadership, but just maybe leading by example or being able to expose things that others might resist, tend to have strong connections with these initiatory planets already in their natal chart. So what's really great about the tool of astrology is it kind of cuts to the truth, helps us to see also where we've been dealing with a certain level of mind control. When we look at the Saturn part of it and the Saturn moon matrix and how that's impacted us for the last 26,000 years, especially, it's really helpful to be able to see, if a person is still kind of underneath that spell or that level of, artificial intrusion. Because it does impact our DNA. Our junk DNA actually picks up on these artificial signals, and we actually are a part of that simulation of this false reality. If we can't, dig deeper, if we can't begin to move past these seals and these fences. So a lot of this unrest has a lot to do with the inner work that we need to do, but we tend to externalize it because we experience it through the news, through the media, through the outward display of, things like riots and looting and the movements that we're seeing. And this year is especially really strong because there's a strong Mars square Pluto throughout the year. This month is taking us into a Venus square Pluto. And so that intensity, begins to really grow because anytime there's a squared aspect, we feel a certain level of friction. So if we're feeling friction with the outer planets, which are the planets Pluto, Uranus, and Neptune, especially on a mass scale like we're seeing, there's a lot of resistance to what this growth period really represents for humanity. We hear about Ascension and all the prophecies connected to Ascension, but then we see it like from the lens of the Matrix sort of experience, what we get through the news, what we experience on social media, the targeting that we see, that goes along with it. And what these times really represent when we work with these initiatory planets and how it can affect us personally and how we can contribute a better energetic sort of response in order to, bring something important into the collective consciousness is where we, can best spend our energy. And here we are, there's a full moon in Aries, happens to make a squared aspect with Saturn. So that's a lot of like feelings of restriction and constriction in our solar plexus. That warrior energy or the desire to put things in a certain position is somewhat interrupted by this Saturn square. So the growth period right now is getting out of that Saturn moon matrix, the false king of tyranny, the lower level, Saturn energy, which has a lot to do with control and enslavement and new world order agendas. So in this time that we're able to make these huge leaps, as we're experiencing these outer planets and these initiations, this attempted hijacking, is the name of the game when it comes to the dark cabal. False news, false media, we see that. That's been an issue for so long, Project Mockingbird, and the slow indoctrination process to prepare people for these times to really turn away from what's, available. And a lot of people really mistake those that are supporting Trump with being locked in the political. They don't understand that a lot of people that do actually understand a much larger picture, they've done a lot of research about New World Order, about secret space programs, about dark technologies, and the things that have been held in secrecy. And I'm not going to get into the Trump thing, but so back to these initiatory planets. How we experience them in our own lives is going to differ. It's not going to be the same, obviously. When we experience these initiatory planets in our own lives, we have to understand that Pluto's the planet of death, rebirth, alchemy, and transformation. The fact that it's been so close to Saturn throughout the year means this is our opportunity to actually separate ourselves or let go of our relationship with the cabal, the traumas from thousands of years of dark history, where we are still somewhat feeding into it or finding ourselves overly dependent on it. And of course, we all are to a certain degree because that's what we are born into, but it's a huge opportunity to take this huge leap. And we've got Jupiter that expands everything it touches. We have had the nodal axis go from the Cancer, Capricorn polarity, which means that if it's on the nodes, we need to integrate that polarity, which in the beginning of the year was giving us an opportunity to work out some of the Saturn moon matrix stuff, which is presented to us in the world as the facade of patriarchy. And, the feminine energy being, exiled or suppressed or somewhat controlled by this patriarchal force. And then also this Saturn energy, which represents authority and outer conditioning, how that has literally primed us to not recognize how powerful these times are, because we're not seeing that larger reality because of these dark technologies and the fact that the earth grids have been manipulated. Dark technologies were impacting the earth grids thousands of years ago, and all the grid workers that have come, the fact that the indigo and crystal kids are really lighting up their starseed missions, and higher groups like the Aquafarians have been able to incarnate. The fact that the sun started to move through the 13th sign of Fiacus in 2010, which really represented this timeline shift. The 13th sign of Fiacus is connected to the mother arc and also the element ether. So with that all in the mix, these conjunctions are extra powerful because there's a quality of energy that's available that hasn't been available in a super duper long time. If the sun just started to move through a Fiacus as of 2010, it offers us the capacity to upgrade our DNA in ways that we haven't been able to. And this is why this is such a prophesized time, and why the Mayans have, put so much attention on the Venus transits, which is a part of the repair work, because the orbit of Venus draws a perfect pentagram and the sacred geometry of a rose, and it's helped the mother energy really drop back into the planetary core and begin to create these activations. So as we have entered this new cycle with these conjunctions, the Pluto part of it, which is actually connected to the number 13, is the death, right? So the number 13, which is connected to the mother arc and the 13th sign, the number 13 is the death card in the tarot. So that's part of the death, rebirth, alchemy, transformation. The alchemical part of it comes in from the ether, where we can go into a death cycle and have it carry us all the way into transformation. Being in the cocoon and all of a sudden being a butterfly, instead of the cabal that wants us to actually form a prison wall around our cocoon so that we can't emerge. And when it's time to emerge, we're actually still stuck in the cocoon, and we've like forgotten our abilities to, blossom and thrive in this time because of all the different tactics that they use. So the fact that we're in this particular time, the galactic core of Andromeda and Milky Way are one with each other. And this mother arc energy, which represents the 13th gate, has created these corrections along with the grid workers and the guardian groups that have come in, and the fact that these higher groups are able to incarnate, and that this is a cosmic and earthly event called, Ascension. It's crazy to see what these times are actually, what we're actually going through. And what it's actually doing is it's because of the Saturn-Pluto conjunction, and they know that this is a period where we let go of the old paradigm, we begin to move into the new paradigm, which is the transformation process that these outer planets represent. The Saturn energy doesn't want to let go. So it keeps streaming stuff through the media, through these dark technologies, and through these dark hidden agendas to sabotage our relationship with death. And sabotaging our relationship with death means that we fear death instead of embrace transformation. So anything that relates to death, the death card, the planet Pluto, or the 8th house, which has to do with death, rebirth, alchemy, and transformation, what we're doing in this time right now, or a lot of people are falling into the trap of, is the fear of death, not the understanding of, oh, wait a second, we are pulling that back. We're pulling our relationship with death back to ourselves so that we can actually rebirth and thrive. And as we see, the 13 families hijacked that number. They took away the 13th floor in hotels. They, made the day Friday, the 13th, Friday being a Venus day with the number 13, a day to fear. You know, it's this very, very taboo sort of thing. And to fear death, fear death, fear death, fear the goddess, fear the feminine, right? And it's required that we all embrace that, because that's going to purify the negative ego, and it's going to help the masculine be in the divine masculine embodiment, because it really recognizes its true role instead of what we've been programmed to become. Because as long as there's imbalance, as long as there's divide and conquer, we're never really going to be able to go through that transformation process, because that integration of polarity is lacking. That relationship and conception is lacking. And instead of coming into harmony within ourselves to birth this new reality, this imbalance and this divide and conquer is like going to more of an extreme, and in feeling, you know, almost like that missed growth period or that misstep. And also the targeting of our throat chakra as we've moved from the Capricorn Cancer nodal axis to the Sagittarius Gemini. So basically the nodes represent the growth period that we're going through as a humanity on a greater soul level. And the whole idea of the nodes, even in our own personal chart, is to move out of the personality matrix where we're easily mind controlled and begin to move into the soul matrix. The soul matrix requires integration of polarity. So we're each born with the nodes in our chart that will have us be born with one, the south node, with a sign in a house. And then we're looking to achieve the opposite. We move into the north node. And as we balance ourselves in that integration of polarity, we cycle back to the south node and we complete the circle. So as a humanity right now, we've really needed to work out a lot of that Saturn moon matrix stuff to be prepared for what these times are all about, instead of get locked into the next wave or the next level of their New World Order rollout. And that's what a lot of people are falling into. So with the Sagittarian Gemini part of it, it has everything to do with talking, speaking our truth beyond the mind control, beyond what they're attempting to do. And so anybody who does that runs the risk of being censored. It's like they almost can pick up on that frequency. They obviously have those algorithms, and they're going to see those posts, begin to take those posts down. And now we're seeing the censoring, because the truth is so threatening. If it was easy for them to just, you know, have these dark technologies and stream stuff through the news, or taint our food, or, you know, do all this stuff, if that was enough, they wouldn't bother censoring. They wouldn't feel threatened by it. So we know that our words carry a lot of power, because the frequency of speaking truth can offset dark technologies. It can actually neutralize the harmful effects, because it carries a certain hertz, it carries a certain tone. When we're in the mind control, though, we tend to spread mind viruses. We spread fear. We shame, blame, and complain, and the shame, blame, complain game. And we're just kind of like locked into that lower place, but that doesn't get censored. That's encouraged, right? And the civil unrest and the protesting and all this stuff, while, you know, they're convincing people that there's some liberal approach to the way they handle matters, as we're getting more and more assimilated into the next wave of NWO. It's all these facades. And I don't want to get into the political, but I mean, it's so hard not to as we get close to election time. But going back to the initiations. So the initiation for us right now, regardless of what our chart is, some people might be being hit a little bit more than others. The transits of the Pluto, Saturn, Jupiter might be crossing over some personal planets. They might already have these energies strong in their chart, and they've recognized that they've had a mission from childhood, or they got downloads along the way, or started to do their research before, you know, it's down to the wire where it's like, you better wake up really fast. Are going to be riding these waves a little bit more easily than ones that are going through the growth period in utter confusion. They don't know who to trust or what to believe. And they're really, really being taught to fear, death, this virus, even though the numbers, are not fearful. And even though there's so much, that we don't need to, get all, concerned about, it's a part of the grooming process for the next level of it all. And also to manipulate the election so that, they take hold and we basically get infiltrated, by, China. And we all know, many of us know what that means. And a lot are not quite allowing themselves to see it. And there is some sort of link between our neurology, our brainwave patterns, and what we see in the television, and why, it's so easy for some to just get so locked into it. There's also patented dark technologies that can control crowds, that can create, all sorts of survival energy. It can target relationships. It can target friendships and groups. So if there's like a lot of the heavy metals still in the system and one hasn't really done a lot of detoxing, or there's implants or things that haven't been addressed, you might find that like a friend or loved one has absolutely done a 360-degree turn on you, or they've just decided, the friendship or the relationship isn't important enough, because you might support this. And it can go both ways, because we're in just a really tense time, and it's heading towards a breakthrough, let's hope. But with initiatory planets, Pluto requires us to not fear death, because if we're going to step into that transformative energy and embrace the number 13, which 1 + 3 is also the emperor in the tarot, then we've got the willpower, then we've got that Mars energy, then we're actually healing our solar plexus. We're clearing out the mind control. We're clearing out how it has created sub-identities and false personas, and how, a person might slip into that so much that they literally defend the very thing that they think they're fighting. It begins to do a clearing. So the initiation is that we got to face that discomfort, face that dark night of the soul, face those fears and overcome it. Part of it might be you have a little life review, or you just realize, wait a second, I've died before, we've incarnated before. And, if that's really the one thing I got to let go of, is that really a big deal? Because it's really getting in our way of being able to actually live. It's getting in the way of our ability to flow with these greater energies that are so much more powerful, that represent a positive organic ascension timeline. So this hijacking and getting trapped in this other stuff is a huge concern, which means that we are going through a death cycle that's causing the loss of our intuition, the loss of self, and more assimilation into things like AI and transhumanism and these dark and deadly agendas, because basically we're not completing the cycle of the death, rebirth, alchemy, transformation, which means something else is going to come in and control things even more than it already has. Because if we're not going to complete the cycle, what ends up happening is something else jumps in and says, all right, now we've got you in fear. Now we can build a prison around your cocoon. You won't be able to emerge. And we're not just talking emergence as in, oh, I feel transformed. We're talking about upgrading and awakening dormant strands of DNA, which hold higher harmonic universes, take us into the soul matrix. And when we're in the soul matrix, the integration of polarity is there. We're able to meet soulmates, soul family, and we're able to really function on a much deeper level where, we'll see an increase in synchronicities, magic, and flow, and also improvements to our health, even more rapidly than we've seen before, but we have to literally consciously make that decision. So that's kind of what we're in for. There's a lot of hyped up anger. A lot of it is the rage of, righteous rage and the passion and fire that we need. But some of it is being literally diverted into these movements or into these belief systems, that are very dangerous. So everybody's got to constantly keep themselves in check, because everybody is going to think that they have not think that they have all the answers, but it's maybe hard to humble ourselves when we're being, all amped up, and every single person needs to do that, to just really breathe in and allow the intuition to expand and increase, and just make that the priority. Because, even if you're mostly 80% aligned with truth and you're in that truth frequency, there are still other elements that we have to be careful of when it comes down to disclosure, how that's going to look. And, we just can't give all our power away. We need to be totally doing the inner work, but supporting, those that are, riding a similar wavelength and being mature enough to be a part of this greater conversation, so that we can all have each other's back. So we've been dealing with Uranus, and when we start to move into the Saturn conjunct Jupiter, a lot of amplification of the Saturn square Uranus is going to be coming in. And we've been dealing with the Saturn square Mars. Again, squared aspects mean tension and friction. A Saturn square is a lot more about energy blocks, also fear, and where we feel stuck or limited and held back. So if you want to, go to do something public that you used to do and you're not allowed to because of this virus, that's an example of where you're wanting to do something and somebody says, no, you can't. So we don't want to struggle too much with that. We want to say, okay, well, if that's the case, let's utilize this time as best as we can to begin to build a foundation for the future, to begin to implement solutions, to begin to align ourselves with, new careers, new jobs, new positions in life, that helps you to be more self-made, more connected to your personal calling and mission. And just begin to kind of detox and let go of the rest of it as best as you possibly can. I do subscriptions with Cosmic Gaia and Dark to Light with David Rodriguez. And basically it's all about helping people in this transition to really, really do what they want to be doing. And it's just of great support. If you guys want to check that out, we do events, we do Q&A shows, and it's really about, building community. and working out a lot of these, struggles and difficulties, and making sure that nobody feels alone or isolated, and making sure also that it's workable maybe with your budget. But there's a lot of heartbreak going on as we enter this month because of the Venus square Pluto. There might be a lot of relationships ending. There's a lot of amped up, anger and frustration, especially, when there's just so much difficult news to process all the time. But, we also have to make sure that we're looking out for all the, really positive things, and put the attention on ourselves, because this is really about us. This is our initiation. To work with Pluto right now is to literally move through all of this and come out the other end, and have so many of your energy centers clear, so that when you do speak, it speaks volumes. It literally activates people. They might not even know what you're talking about, but it's the tone of voice, it's the intention that you hold, and it's the clarity and what that does to a person's sound and tone and frequency that's really going to help. And I know you guys just had David SEREDA with his amazing technology. So there's all sorts of really great tools and modalities and advanced level technologies that are in tune with our DNA upgrades and in tune with our authenticity, because ultimately we're the most advanced technology. And when we're authentic, when we're true to ourselves, we offset all this negative stuff, because that's really all it's attempting to do, is take over our natural ability to generate the light codes, our natural ability to speak our reality into the world, to see it reflect back. And when we build numbers and do events like this, it's only going to increase. But the Saturn square Uranus, is really the showdown that we're dealing with, the old Saturn or the Uranus energy. Uranus is ruled as the ruler of Aquarius, has to do with more progressive type things. It has to do with, like I said, authenticity, also the higher mind and the unified field, the 0-point unified field. If Saturn has enough of a hold on it and we start to experience the shadow of Uranus, the shadow side of Uranus is AI and dark technologies. The shadow side of any planet really represents where we haven't processed that particular planetary energy and we're handing it to something outside of us. So like the dark side of Neptune, or when we're working the shadow of Neptune, which is another initiatory planet, which has to do with the multidimensional, has to do with the creative imagination and our ability to tap into the creative imagination to manifest our reality. And it's also where we might run into, or we do run into, the scrambling of our fire codes, and how that is like the crazy astral with all the astral parasites. We have to move through these gatekeepers in order to get to the clarity and to the crystalline waters, to be able to bring that in and start to move all that gunk out, so that great energetic flow is there, and that's available. But the shadow side of Neptune has to do with addiction, self-undoing, and where we go into so much fear because of the mind control that we literally contaminate our creative imagination. And our creative imagination ends up being imprinted with these programs instead of the clear and direct connect that we have with source energy. And so as we recognize that these times are really about getting in touch with these dormant strands, we don't have to look at it through the lens of science, but it's important to understand that it does come down to a science. It does come down to sciences. The nucleic acids of our DNA are elemental. The fifth element, which represents the mitochondrial DNA, is what's been repairing as the sun started to move through Ophiuchus. It's the 13th sign, and it's ruled by the ether. It's created these corrections. So it's actually healing our damaged DNA. It's helping us to move into a greater expression of ourselves. But we have to kind of like face the shadow in order to be empowered, so that these planetary energies can begin to unlock things and almost like graduate us out of the wheel of necessity, which is the zodiac. And it begins to take us into, more conscious and creative control, not from an ego level, but from a co-creative level. And we need to earn our place to be, in this level of personal power, because it's the power of spirit. It's the power of love. It's the power of integrity. It's not the power of force or control or ego domination, which is what the old Saturn program has taught people to be. And in an unhealthy ego expression, which has really thrown off the solar plexus, which has made it so hard to balance energies between the masculine and feminine and the electromagnetic. So in this Uranus square Pluto, which represent the electric and magnetic, being at friction with each other, has been a lot about how, we can work out those kinks, go through this awakening process and realize, wow, that's all present to us. In actual fact, these challenges are the initiations. These dark night of the soul experiences, or these times that we go through pain or confusion or self-doubt, are a huge part of the initiation. The initiation isn't just waking up and being like, oh, I got it totally figured out. It's really being present with the self, like moving through some of that stuff and not freaking out. Because what has happened in our society is the medical industry takes advantage of these initiations and likes to medicate people, put them on pharmaceuticals. If you're having a nervous breakdown, if you're going through an identity crisis, if you feel like you're dying as you're going through this transformation cycle, which requires a certain level of the death part, then, you know, we're just saying, please solve this. I can't do this. It's too painful, you know, and that's our fear of the greater messages coming through, because some of that pain is knocking out the mind control and clearing out the energy centers so that we can make space available to get the downloads from our higher self and source energy and to get the upgrades. So we got to expect that it's not going to be comfortable. We know that if we go through a physical detox, sometimes it involves really, really like icky sort of experiences and symptoms where you almost feel like you're worse before you're getting better. So we have to begin to embrace these initiations because we're being really, really worked on a cosmic and earthly level to really stay in alignment with these ascension energies. And the more we externalize it, the more we, fear this process, the more compromised we're going to be, because it really does come down to the choice to allow these energies to work you and help you to mature and grow and be the best of yourself, or the absolute fear of it, where your fear of it is causing you to attract yourself to things that reinforce that fear and anxiety. And also where we can't see lies between lies and truth. We can't tell who's who. We can't tell what's what. And if we don't tune our frequency up to our own authentic vibration, it's very difficult to, navigate, because we can't tell who's who. And it's very easy to just believe in things. So if our energies is doing that, what happens to that energy? It gets siphoned and harvested. Our energies have been siphoned and harvested for a very, very long time. And it's just like being in a negative relationship where you might be with a narcissist or a control freak who literally is pushing your buttons just to drain you, just to get a rise out of you. And we see it with greater communities, of course, and we're seeing it, in how certain things are planted in social media to make it very difficult to get along. And it's a really tough thing to navigate. But the censorship is like the big deal right now, and finding alternative ways to have these sort of events, if need be, to get, information out there. But okay, so I was talking about the fifth element, how that corresponds to the mitochondrial DNA and the element ether, and the fact that this is all repairing. What we're basically repairing is our relationship with the mother. We've been dealing with 26,000 years of dark reversals and inversions and facades that are handed to us to make us think that, oh yeah, we've got our Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, and yes, that's important, but there's so much more to the story, and how these divine feminine and goddess archetypes relate to the maiden mother crone, the stargates, the earth grids, the planetary body, the planetary consciousness, and so much that has taken place in our galactic history that we don't learn in school. So the problem is, in this world that we see today, is all this indoctrination has kept a real education away from us. And so that's why, people that are just kind of coming around are in this sort of false version of feeling like they're awakened, because they are masters of psychological operations, and they know exactly how to create the conditions to get a huge portion of the population to go along with, what they're saying. And anybody can just look up Project Mockingbird. Anybody can look up patented mind control technologies and see, what it is that they're targeting. Not just our unity, but particular movements that are actually beneficial, so that people get steered towards the ones that aren't. And the thing is, the technology that's dark doesn't have that much of a hold over us, if we don't buy into the bait that we see through the television, media, and entertainment industry to a certain degree, of course, and all this indoctrination. If we're actually free of that, we already automatically hold an override frequency, and we can really help to wake people up. Of course, it's not going to happen overnight for some, but to have that override frequency is everything. And to stand in that flow, that energetic flow, where you're grounded to the earth, and you've created that root system with the earth, and you're branching out to the downloads and the energies of the unified cosmic trinity, 0 point energy, to come in and clear our systems out. Each single one of us in doing that becomes a major force of growth and change. Even just going into town or into the grocery store, it's like you end up generating an energetic field around you, and with your intention and with your creative imagination intact and not infected by all these other things, you begin to shift the reality around you. And those dark technologies don't really have as much of a ability to actually injure people. I mean, we are the organite, we are, these stones and crystals, but it's certainly helpful to have these tools or modalities and aids and medicines, while we begin to remember. So, it sometimes takes that training wheel, or it takes that connection and working with it on a consistent level to be like, oh my gosh, there I am. okay, I got to remain there. I got to be consistent, because there's going to be all sorts of things trying to, you know, poke holes and throw you back down. Because as we begin to activate our galactic chakras beyond the 7 chakra system is very often when we get attacked the most. And that has a lot to do, you know, with our DNA. When we start to go into the 8th and 9th, that's the infinity spiral that connects to the base of our skull. And we've been implanted there, ethereal implants from, you know, times where, you know, towards the end of the Atlantean civilization. And we lost, you know, our galactic memories and everything like that. But when we move through these different levels, right? So we
Hey,
see
Laura.
the 3D Earth. Yeah.
Laura. Hey, just want to pop in real quick just to give you a heads up. We're just under 5 minutes left for time.
Oh, perfect.
And I want to make sure that you have time to plug all of your stuff too. Your upcoming event with Neil on Portal to Ascension, as well as Dark to Light, as well as cosmicgaia.org. So I just want to give you that heads up that that's kind of where we're at, and just let me know when you're ready, and we'll do the plugs.
Okay, great. Yeah. So just about, you know, the year ahead, when we're, you know, dealing with the Saturn and Aquarian energies, you know, with Jupiter and this conjunction, you know, it's just so important that we recognize that we're the most advanced technology, and that all these, you know, solutions that they might be presenting to us that are technologies, we have to be very careful of, you know, and we want to, you know, not put it all on a president. We want to be his allies. We want to be a part of the greater team. We want to, you know, try and, you know, get the information that a lot of us has been sharing out there on a mainstream level and get more support with that. I respect everybody and love everybody, no matter what your choices are, or wherever you are in your own, you know, sort of growth and life experience. But, you know, I know a lot of us, you know, we're really well researched, and I just hope you give us a chance, and that you can put down those TV sets and be very careful of that, you know, false media, and just know that some amazing, amazing things are happening, but we have to stand in alignment to experience it, so that we can embody and generate the beautiful world that we wish to see. So go ahead. Yes, I'm done with all that. And should I go ahead and plug some of my things, or?
Well, first, I just want to say I'm going to get this in for the audience, because I know that they're feeling the same way. Like, Laura is just this amazing stream of information. As soon as like she turns on, like, it's just the stuff that comes out is so incredible and high vibe. And sometimes it can be, I know we had somebody say in the chat, like, this is a little overwhelming for newbies. Where do I start? And that's what I want to plug right now. So Laura she has an amazing membership on her website, cosmicgaia.org, that you can actually interact with Laura on a more personal basis throughout the month. And she's got a newsletter and a blog. She also does personal healings and readings and so forth, where you can have some, again, more one-on-one contact with Laura. So for the newbies that were kind of saying, where do I start? My recommendation as a follower and a colleague and a collaborator with Laura is her website. And then I'll let you go ahead and plug that from here, Laura.
Oh yeah, thanks. So I'm kind of shifting it where I'm going to start with 2 events a month, and I'm going to move to 4 events a month, and they're going to have different themes, and I can do one-on-one readings. They're going to be pretty small classrooms, because it's going to be based in themes. It's also going to be about how to launch people in their missions and stuff like that. And Dark to Light Patreon, for $45 a month, you can have access to both Dark to Light and also the Cosmic Gaia subscription. The lower tiers is a really, you know, great option, because David Rodriguez and I share our archived live shows. We do a Q&A every other week, and we really interact, and we're building community. So I can answer any questions. Check out my website, cosmicgaia.org, to help me help you maybe make the right choice for what you're looking for. But yeah, the stuff that's going over your head, it's really designed. I created this to help people process this and understand it, so it can really benefit you on a personal level. So, and I just want to thank Neil. I want to thank you, Kaylin, and the whole platform of Portal to Ascension, and Michelle Anderson, and everybody that's here, and everybody who has joined us today. So much love to all of you.
And I know I can speak for everybody from the audience to Portal to Ascension to Neil, who is working very hard behind the scenes right now, that we send all of that love right back to you, Laura. It's always such a pleasure to get to interact with you. And I just want to do a quick plug for Laura's upcoming webinar on Portal to Ascension, Global Alchemy and it just went away. Global Alchemy and Galactic Transmutation. In the chats, you can register there's a Portal to Ascension link, or it's portaltoascension.org/event/Laura Eisenhower Cosmic Realm. We'll find it as well. That should be amazing. I believe that's coming up November 8th. So I am sure after this contentious month leading up to the election, as well as the contentious election, we all assume it's going to happen, that an amazing webinar with Laura Eisenhower is probably just the ball that the world will need. So I would definitely recommend signing up for that as well. So thank you so much, Laura. Thank you for your time, your information, your energy, and your love. We send it all right back.
Love you. Bye-bye, everybody.
All right, guys. So we're going to transition directly into the next speaker. Another colleague and friend of mine. I've known Matthew MOURNIAN for a few years now. I've been blessed with some of his healings and readings, and as soon as I find the right window, there we go. Yes, I can personally attest as a personal recommendation that Matthew is the real deal, for sure, as far as his energetic work, his intuitive abilities. So this is Matthew Aaron MOURNIAN. He is a multi-dimensional energy healer and intuitive reader specializing in the clearing, balancing, and removal of negative energetic manifestations from the body. His current mission is to assist with healing the human body and our collective consciousness through the activation of the expanding multidimensional intuitive healing abilities that exist within all of us. His current practice follows a three-part protocol of tarot and spirit guide consultation, elements of hypnotherapy, and direct transmission of multidimensional healing energy to release dead energy, blocked emotion, or a host of other physical, emotional, and energetic maladies from the body. In cases of implantation, entity parasitic attachment, or other forms of negative energetic manifestation, he also uses an ancient extraterrestrial healing modality known as scalar toning to open and release the layers of the energy body on an unprecedented level. As a former addiction counselor and mental health professional, Matthew's primary focus is on clearing the negative energy in our lives that block us from truly knowing ourselves and realizing our life's purpose. Whether it be through intuitive consultation, energy clearing, or implant removal, it is Matthew's mission to assist with the liberation of mankind during this time of great awakening and expansion of human consciousness. All right. Do we have Matthew in the room?
Certainly do. Hopefully,
there he is.
Hopefully my audio and video is working. Let me know if you guys can hear me and see me live from
You
a
look
strange
and sound
realm.
wonderful, Matthew.
Great. Well, thank you. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm really glad the stream is holding as well. So, but yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay, so Matthew, you'll have to excuse my my computer is a weird place right now.
Yeah, I think this whole world is a very, very weird place at the moment. So we are right on schedule. But yeah.
Ain't that the truth? Okay, so I know where I'm going to start with this, Matthew, and it's pretty much, I'm going to let you run with this a bit. So what I would like you to do is I just gave, your bio and an introduction and a little personal plug of the efficacy of your work, but I'd like you to kind of make that a little more personal, kind of go, tell a little bit of your background story, and also what is the School of Multidimensional Intuition that you have started, your new school that you're beginning?
Yeah. Thank you. I would say, first of all, I want to start out by saying a very, very huge and sincere thank you to Neil Gar. I'm deeply honored to be a part of this here event. I have been wanting to be a part of these events ever since I first discovered Portal to Ascension in 2017. So for me, it is a great honor to be here and to be able to pass on a very, very important message. In fact, I would say one of the most profound and transformative messages that I think is to be received here at this point in our sort of what we might call consciousness activation. And that is that we are at an incredible choice point with respect to your consciousness, your abilities, and what a few of us here have been talking about today. And that is your mission here in this earth body, the assignments, the lessons, the events that many of us signed up to be here specifically for. We are at the point in our physical earthbound lifetime in which these great events, these great liberations, the great transformation is happening. And so for those of you guys that are not familiar with what I do, I am a multidimensional intuitive reader. I would say in the old days, they called that a professional psychic. There's a little bit of, I guess we could say, a more current term for it now. But what I do is work with the non-physical energetic currents within the body, primarily the energy of the meridians, vibrations of our chakras, of the non-physical currents within our organs. And what we're discovering as a whole is that as we enter this stage of fourth density, we have an incredible, incredible ability to begin changing and altering our abilities in our consciousness. And so what I do at this stage of the game is primarily what we call energetic clearing. And that's where we move density, we move emotion, we move what some people call miasmatic energy from the layers of the non-physical body. And what we're finding is that for many of us is sort of the forgotten or the hidden key toward true healing and also expansion of consciousness. And so, you know, without going on a huge long rant, my assignment at this stage of the journey is helping the overall Earth population, all of us strange hybrid beings, understand the phenomenon of energetic healing, understand the phenomenon of what's essentially fourth density energy, and to, you know, effectively and hopefully very, very, you know, in a very gentle and healing way, begin to expand and develop these abilities that every single person here has. And so the way that I've been doing that over the past couple of years is through, number one, my own private work as a clearing practitioner and an intuitive reader. But in 2018, I started what I believe to be, you know, my life's work and one of the overall missions that I was brought into this body to create. And that is this thing called the School of Multidimensional Intuition. And so what that is an ongoing online educational project that is being dispensed essentially through a multidimensional higher self council of beings that I've been working with. And I think one of the things we're going to discover in the near future about the nature of fourth and also fifth density energy is that what many of us understand as a singular higher self is actually a collection of the multi versions of us that have existed throughout space and time. And so what's happening in this, you know, especially in 2020, is that many of us on the earth plane are being called together to begin to disseminate, to begin to teach, and to begin to essentially help everyone remember who we are and why we came here. And so I do that twofold. Number one, through the sort of the classes and the individual work that I'm doing, but also through a very, very incredible new kind of like a multi-dimensional collective that we have created known as the Blue Flame Collective. And what it is essentially is a monthly multi-dimensional training program in which we are taking, you know, these star seeds, these human hybrids, these people, many of the people that are going to be here today, we're also going to be joining and going through, no matter who and where it is, over the next coming years, these deliberate paths, deliberate awakenings and activations toward the next stage of your journey. And so we do that in our Patreon group, we do that online, and we also do that in our individual work. And for those of you guys that are watching here today, you're also going to be receiving a very, very special, what I call a true fourth density energetic transmission. And so for those of you guys that are able to tune in or feel any sort of energy in your body, I'd like you to go ahead and just tune into my eyes during this talk. What's happening here is what we're doing today is demonstrating a fourth density energetic transmission. So while Kaylin and I are talking, some of you guys are going to be feeling energy moving through your throat. Some of you guys are going to be feeling energy moving through your solar plexus. And also, a lot of people are going to be getting sensations up at the top of the head. And so it's part of the phenomenon of fourth density energetic transmission. And I'll pause after this, but it is what we came here for. And so I want to literally congratulate everybody that's here and say congratulations. We made it to fourth density. We are here on the earth plane, and it's time to liberate this planet. And so thank you for allowing me to go on a weird rant here, Kaylin. I'll pause there. But yeah, that is what I do. So
Matthew's weird rants are my favorite, so I'm probably gonna let him roll. Just an FYI. Okay, so I was wondering, so there are a lot of different Ascension teachings type brands, books, online courses, movies, Facebook lives, you know what I mean? Like it's all kind of bubbling up out of the collective. So how is the School of Multidimensional Intuition different? And how are you focusing on more like intuitive development than some of these other teachings?
Thank you. I would say, first off, the thing that makes this different is that it's really not about opening up or awakening standardized abilities. One of the things that, you know, people often will like come to me about, you know, in their clearings or just, you know, their sort of, you know, their healing journey is that people seek to open up energy centers in the body, like the third eye, like the solar plexus. We are taught that there are these standardized abilities that come in. And the reality is each and every one of us chose an ability. We chose many of them. We chose many aspects of ourself that we were going to be working with over this course of the physical lifetime. And so one of the things that we do a little bit differently is we approach the human body with incredible specificity. And one of the things that I have found to be incredibly beneficial in my own work, especially when we're starting to open up our intuitive abilities, there are key energy centers in the body that we will start a healing or a detoxification program with first. And so some of the other speakers have been talking about those here today, the solar plexus, the throat chakra. I do a lot of work with the vagus nerve, but one of the things that makes the School of Multidimensional Intuition different is that we approach things from a very deliberately individual and specific wavelength for each person. There is no one singular path toward opening up our mission or our calling or that next version of you. And so what we do is take a very, very specific path toward really the first thing we do is open up the non-physical channels in the body, because a lot of us right now are experiencing tremendous amount of buildup, tremendous amount of frequency interference. There are literal wavelengths that, I mean, if you want to get technical, they're coming from our phones and our, you know, like our tablets at every given moment. So what we do is go through a multi-layered process of not only detoxification, but individual instruction for each person. And anyway, I don't know if that makes sense, but it is a whole new era at this stage of the journey. And what it really is overall is part of kind of that, this is that renaissance of consciousness that we were told about. And many of us right now are aware of the level to which a lot of people are showing up on the public level to sort of give these teachings or these ascension classes or these sort of activations. And one of the things we're finding is that each and every person will have their own specific frequency. So, you know, the overall mission of what we are doing right now is to help you find your specific frequency, because what happens when we do that is incredible changes take place. Our bodies change, our minds change, our faces change for those of us that have been watching each other over the past few years, and especially that tribe, that group that you came in here with changes. And this is the stage in which all those things are going to happen. So at the risk of going on and on, yes, it is a very unique approach. And so thank you.
Yeah, no, that's great. And something I'm going to go a little rogue here because you brought up something and it kind of bubbled up in my own reality. You know, when you do focus on, or when somebody comes with an intention to focus on a certain chakra, you know, they believe that they know, right? It's their intuitive understanding that they have a blockage in this chakra or that chakra. Sometimes what I have found personally is when you work on a certain chakra, it's not so much a resolution to that chakra. It actually opens you up to the other issues that need to be resolved in the other chakras. It's kind of like when you're working with a dammed up water, right? Because you know, energy and water, they both flow. So when you remove one dam, like it finds the next place that it gets kind of stopped up in. So I love that you have that individual approach, because there is absolutely nothing cookie cutter about the science of us as beings, you know, from physical to metaphysical. And so I think that that's really important for the audience to take away. What your school offers is really that individual, not attention, but that individual awareness that, you know, it's not just here's the exercise to unblock your throat chakra. Like, that's just not really how it works, right? You know, you have to work with the chakras around it, the meridians that connect to it. I've always loved that you work with the vagus nerve and the different parts of the physical body, because the physical body is just the manifestation of those chakras and those blockages and so forth. So there's my little weird rant and plug again for Matthew's work, because it's really important to understand that his different approach versus some of the other modalities available, that I would say. So, okay, let me get back on track now. Let me pull us back. So one of the things that you and I talked about prior to the interview is that a lot of people are feeling the insanity of politicians, the media here on the earth plane. You even mentioned, you know, a lot of the weaponization that we are inundated with every day is coming directly from our phones that are sitting right next to us, the computers we're talking on, the headphones we have in our ears. So can you just talk a little bit about that and kind of how it's also affecting like friends and family, and how it's also affecting kind of the starseed awakening process as well?
Oh yeah. Absolutely. I think it's a very good question. I would say, first off, a lot of what I would call the most recent viral insanity, or the crazy, viral control matrix that has been dropped upon us over this past year, for me, and, I'll just say this, I tend to oversimplify, or I might have a tendency to oversimplify, but when I look at the totality of the energetic movement over the past year, for me, it looks very much like a thing that we call the Wetiko, also known as a mind virus. It's a term originally coined by the Algonquin tribe, I believe it was the northeastern United States, or Canada rather. And what they describe is actually a parasitic mind virus frequency, an incredibly narcissistic, even cannibalistic frequency that seemed to overtake the eyes and the bodies and the consciousness of, I guess we'll call it that stage in, colonial, America, the sort of quote unquote white settlers at that stage. And so what we're finding is that is actually representative of, hundreds of, years down the line, representative of a true actual parasitic frequency that is interacting once again on the earth plane. And so a lot of people in sort of the Ascension, terminology, school, we will call that an AI. And the reality is it may very well be, whether it's an AI, whether it's a mind virus, whether it's just a great wave of darkness or our own collective shadow. It is undeniable at this stage of the game that we are dealing with a very, very serious, and it's not a physical pandemic, but what I believe to be an energetic pandemic that is sweeping this, literal globe at this stage of the game. And what I've observed is that I believe it actually infects both sides. What we're seeing right now is deep, deep polarization, depending on what side of that, sort of timeline alignment that you want to fall into. And for me, most of it is summarized within what I would call the Wetiko, but also through a phenomenon known as frequency interference, through, things that, I probably won't say the name of the new internet system that everyone gets censored for saying, but everyone knows exactly what it is. And so along with the new wavelengths of, non-physical frequency, bandwidth, Bluetooth, and all those things, we are being subjected to a tremendous amount of not only emotional influencing, thought-based influencing, all sorts of incredible, just incredible amounts of information are being beamed into the human body at this stage. And it's also a big part of fourth density. It's part of what happens when the human consciousness begins to move outside of the physical body. We start to become aware of those energies. We start to share them on a different level. And so what's happening right now is we are being called to purify the mind, body, spirit complex for the very important work that each of us chose to begin, especially in 2020. And so one of the things we're doing in the ongoing educational projects that I'm creating right now is helping people figure out direct protocols to begin to remove the layers of not only heavy metal particulate matter building up around the upper chakras, but also emotional and energetic buildup in the lymphatic system, in the interstitium, in the vagus nerve, in the spleen, in the liver, and not only those, the meridian pathways, because what we're finding in the lower octaves of what I call fourth density is that it's about a lot more than just what's going on within the chakra system. One of the things we discover in fourth density is that there is an incredibly vast array of non-physical, we could even say architecture or etheric structures that line the outside of the body that only become available when we reach certain, wavelengths of consciousness. And so we are now in those very wavelengths of consciousness, and everyone here on the earth plane, in my opinion, or rather, at least those who are able to hear the call. And I just want to say that if you're here on this broadcast, if you are part of the group of beings that somehow you're random to stumble into this moment, it is not an accident. You were summoned here. Some element of your life or your higher self counsel brought you here for some reason. And it might not be for the words that I'm saying. Everyone here is receiving something unique. But one of the things we're finding is that the pathway toward true planetary liberation is through, number one, we have to make that vessel, that tool, that element that we are interacting with on the physical plane pure and clear and ready to act. And so anyway, not to go on a whole other weird rant, but we are at the stage of the game in which this is planetary liberation. And so I will pause there at the risk of going on. So thank you.
No, that's great, because that actually leads perfectly into the next question, which is the parasitic construct. So, ultimately everything that you just spoke about has a manifestation, and that one of the manifestations, and probably one of the bigger ones, is that parasitic construct, the implants, the entity attachments, and even especially as we're becoming more aware architecture that you spoke about outside of our physical body, we become aware of those entities and those higher density, higher dimensional, negative leaning entities that know they're aware of that architecture outside of us. They know how to attach to it. They know how to manipulate us and so forth. So can you speak a little bit on that and how those things actually affect us?
Yes, absolutely. Or at least I can within the realm of my own personal experience. And I'm definitely one of those psychics and intuitives, you guys. I'm not one of those people that's like, let me tell you how it actually is, everyone. This is the way that it is, and it's only like this. Because I think one of the things I've found that I think for those of us who are truly operating in what I would call that fourth density astral space, we will begin to discover that one of the first experiences we have upon moving our consciousness into that place is that everyone will be perceiving these energies through a different lens. And that lens is directly dependent upon the input, the experience, the emotional discernment, the emotional distortions, the condition of the physical body. And so what is happening at this stage, and you know what's crazy is I almost lost the essence of your question there, which is very interesting because it was about the parasitic construct. But what we are finding is that there is also a completely separate and existing duality. It's a literal fact to our existence. And what's happening at this great stage of upheaval is that both of those currents, both of those timelines, both of those energies, both of those elements are equally available to each of us at all times. Now, a lot of people talk about that great darkness, and here is the reality. This is one thing I will say very firmly. For most of us that are able to perceive the great change that is taking place, this darkness that we are battling against, this invisible enemy that we were talking about, it is in the last stages of its life cycle. It is very clearly in the last stages of its existence here in this plane. But what happens is in those last stages is it's very much like an animal in the corner and it's striking out. And so what's happening is for those of us that have those holes in discernment, those emotional wounds, for those of us that are still dealing with the parasitic thought forms, that are still consuming on frightening levels the weaponized food, or still subjecting ourselves to the mass media entrainment and the brainwaves that we're receiving from our devices, for those of us that are not clear, we are utterly influenced. And so what's happening right now is that there is equal parts of that interacting at any given time. And for those of us that are choosing to step forward into what we would call, you know, it's always a very general term, that ascension timeline. What we need to do is continue to focus solely on what we're bringing to the table and solely on what we're being called to create, to enhance, to heal. And anyway, without going on another long rant, the parasitic construct is part of the duality of our existence here in this realm. And at this stage, our focus is on the light, the transition, and really that new earth timeline. But we need to be aware of the darkness. And so one of the things we're teaching in the classes is how to clear that, how to work with implants, how to work with, you know, etheric attachments. And we're also finding at the same time, it is different for each and every person. And so I don't know if I explained that or made it more complicated, but I will pause there. So.
Yeah, no, it was great. And I love that I'm not even sure if you're aware that you said it this way, but you said that you work with the entity attachments. And I
Absolutely.
think that that's a really critical point to understand, like from the audience's perspective, is that, you know, a lot of the infiltration into the quote unquote love and light, you know what I mean, like communities and so forth, was, you know, part of the thing that kept us, especially the higher energy, the light workers, the, you know, the higher density beings that came here. What a great way to actually what a great operation to enact upon us than to infiltrate that love and light concept, where we never look at the darkness, we never look at the shadows, we, you know, we're just supposed to sit and you know, Jung said it the best, or Jung said it the best, you know, just imagine figures of light and everything will be okay. And very wounded, very traumatized still, and we just actually kind of keep perpetuating the cycle. So I really love that you said that you work with the attachments, with the entities, because the light is equal to the dark, and it you know, duality creates reality, and to work with them and find that way to release them and let them go by acknowledging that they are there, by looking into the dark.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And seeing that, I think it's just a really profound evolution of this community and of this like kind of vector of the world that is imperative right now. Because just like you said, this is, I say all the time, we are facing the dog caged. Like this is the death rattle of the bad guys, right? Of the darkness, of the oppression. Like this is why it is so intense. This is why, you know, they are the dog caged and they know it. They're aware of it. You know what I mean? So they have no qualms pulling out every stop, every punch, so forth. So just being aware of all these things and working with these energies instead of against them, or even worse, ignoring them or avoiding them, I just think is really imperative. So just another like feather in the cap of, you guys should check out Matt's school. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. So Matt, we have just under, we're about 5-6 minutes left. And so what I wanted to kind of bring it down to, you know, before we actually do get into plugging like any events you have coming up in your websites and all of that stuff, is, you know, we are in, not only are we in the most contentious time of this planet, but this next month is definitely one of the crescendos, right? You know, this election coming up, it's not really political. It's actually got a very cosmological, metaphysical, global, it's tied to really the next level of ascension with this planet, the planet's ascension, humanity's ascension. And so we're going to see a lot of turmoil. We're going to see a lot of tumultuousness. It's going to be very contentious. Do you have any just kind of guidance from your understanding of the other realms, your understanding of energy, of how the best way for humanity to weather this next month or so?
I certainly hope so. I would say the first thing I would say is, you know, we are sharing energy at this stage on an incredibly unprecedented level. It is part of one of the foundations, one of the hallmarks of the lower octaves of fourth density, which for those of you guys that aren't familiar with that term, it is the wavelength of consciousness, rather experiential consciousness that we are having right now, that we are sitting in, that we are existing in. We are in the lower octaves of fourth density. And while we are still here in physical third density bodies, our consciousness is interacting, exchanging information and energy with other versions of us on the earth plane on an incredible level, entirely outside of the human body. And so for those of you guys that are watching the insanity, that are watching the craziness, I would say first off, become aware that when you're feeling other people, when you're in that state, when you're in a meditation, when you're hearing your friends and family and feeling those emotional waves and those events roll through your body, we are at the stage of this human experience in which that is not just inside you anymore. We are sending, we are receiving. And one of the focuses of my work in the coming year is helping people unpack those very tools that we chose before we came in here, because sometimes it's a little bit cheesy, you guys, but I like to say that, you know, for many of us, upon coming into this physical body and choosing to be born, and the reality is, guys, we choose to come here. Don't get mad at me, but it's true. But for many of us, we chose this time. We chose to pop into the earth plane specifically right now because we knew this was going to take place. We knew this incredible planetary liberation. And so what I like to tell people at this stage of the game, and if, you know, I'm just going to say it again, if you're one of the people here watching this, this is our soul group. This is our mission. Our mission at this stage is to find the others, to truly develop your abilities, to work through your distortions, to heal the inner child, and to detox that physical body. We are all needed at this stage of the game. And other people have heard me say this. It's kind of cheesy, you guys, but this is the stage in the movie, everyone, where you get that knock on the door and there's someone standing out that door and they're like, Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so, your world needs you. Your country needs you. Come back into service. And so we are at that stage of the game. If you're one of the people hearing me, one of the ways you can do that is through our school. It's a very, very legitimate thing that we're doing right now. It's called the School of Multidimensional Intuition. We are on YouTube and also through Patreon at Remember Your Mission. And so what we are doing is strengthening, enhancing, and empowering ourselves for the next stage of the mission. So I will pause there because otherwise I'll keep talking. I know we don't have much time, but yeah.
No, that's great. Actually, Neil gave me a heads up. We do have a few extra minutes, like maybe 2 or 3 extra minutes. So if you want to keep going, I can give you another 2 minutes, or if you want to switch to something else.
I'm happy to take a question if there's anything else you want to throw in there.
Yeah, let me see.
I will say this, actually. I realize you were right about to take a question, but we're getting what I believe to be a very, very important kind of signal that I think if there's something that sort of this group needs to be made aware of here today, because a lot of people at this stage of the game, we are watching the news, we are watching television, we are watching our devices, and we're getting hit with so much information that we don't know what's what. We get these feelings, we get these emotions, we get these signals. And one of the things that in my work, I believe we need to unpack right now is this thing called the frequency of truth. And that is a literal ability that each and every human being has to actually feel the resonance of what is true, what is resonant, what is leading you toward that most optimal timeline. And so just a little bit of a clue is just something you guys can look at in your own research. For those of you guys that are trying to open up your ability to feel the frequency of truth, start working with your vagus nerve, number one. And it's spelled VAGUS. For those of you guys that have never heard of it, it's one of the most important information pathways in the body, especially in fourth density. Number two, one of the other areas that you can just begin to research and just gain clarity on is the lymphatic system. I believe it is one of the most overlooked areas within the physical body, especially when it comes to perceiving truth, to perceiving energy. And so I work with the vagus nerve, the lymphatic system. And then I would say finally, for those of you out there that are feeling these abilities, you're feeling these skills, you're feeling this call to step into a mission, and maybe you have no idea what it is, but you hear it and you see other people stepping up in this world and they're creating and they're doing and they're stepping into this new stage. For those of you guys that are trying to do that and you don't know how, one of the ways you can begin to uncover that pathway in your body is through learning the meridian system. Some of you guys are like, what? The meridian system, but it is the true circuitry of the human body. And so in my work, it's one of the keys toward true clarity and development of intuition. So I will pause there. It's kind of a mouthful, but there you go.
Fabulous. So I want to get in really quick. We had a comment from the audience, Bernie A.V. Conkin. And this isn't a question, Matthew. This is just a little kind of nudge to you. He says, Matthew, so much of what you are saying is just instantly resonating with me, a fellow old soul vibrating on the same higher dimensional frequencies. It is a pleasure to meet you and experience what you do for the first time. So Bernie says hi.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you. Join us. There's a reason you came here.
For sure. And so we're also getting people asking about how to find you. So let's go ahead and move right into kind of plugging what you do. What I'd like you to tell them is your website, as well as your YouTube, Facebook, any social media you have, and then any upcoming events you would like everybody to know about.
Absolutely. For those of you guys that are seeking individual clearing reading work, to learn more about classes, you can go to rememberyourmission.com. You can also take advantage of a lot of free workshops. I have a tremendous amount of free content up on YouTube at the School of Multidimensional Intuition. For those of you guys that want to join an actual monthly multidimensional training program in which we are literally learning how to become energetic healers. We start with our own bodies first. You can join our Patreon group. We meet every single month, and that is at patreon.com/rememberyourmission. Finally, I will mention we have a very, very important event coming up on October 25th. For anyone out there who is interested in what I believe to be true multidimensional and intuitive healer training, we have a series that I'm creating known as the Fourth Density Survival Series. It is a 6-week online Zoom class in which we are learning the true function, or rather what I believe to be the fourth density, because it's always a heavy word, the fourth density function of the meridian system in the body. And the sort of overall goal is that we're opening up our intuitive channels on a whole different level. So that begins October 25th at rememberyourmission.com. So thank you.
And again, guys, I'm not just the host, I'm also a client. So I've worked with Matthew multiple times and I will vouch again for the efficacy, the sincerity, the genuineness, and his abilities. They're real. He is the real deal. If you're feeling called to gravitate towards Matthew, I would listen to your soul. That's it.
We are training an army at this stage of 2020. You will know who you are.
Very true. Very true. All right, Matthew. Well, thank you, Matthew MOURNIAN, so much from the School of Multidimensional Intuition and rememberyourmission.com. Did I say that right? Rememberyourmission.com.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You got it.
Yes. So thank you so much, Matthew, for joining us. And we appreciate you from Neil and everybody here at Portal to Ascension and this epic 5-day conference. We really appreciate your collaboration and co-creating with us.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to be here, you guys. We have so much more work to do. I love you all. Have a good one.
Much love, Matt. All right, guys. So I just want to thank everybody. We're going to transition into our first musical guest, but before we do that, I just want to thank everybody for allowing me again to be your host for a couple speakers. Two of, again, very personal friends of mine and personal colleagues that I couldn't be any more graciously humbled to be the one to get to work with them today. So thank you so much again, Neil. Always a pleasure. Last thing, just a quick plug for my pages. If you guys go to, my brand is Awakening Humanity. I believe Facebook and Twitter, the handles are at @AwokeHumanity to find us. If you want to find me personally, you can look up Facebook and Twitter at KaylynAnn222. That is KALYN and 222. So again, guys, thank you so much. Let me pull up our musical guest bio real quick. So Dr. Michael DeMaria's life inside out and upside down after the first decade of his professional life, when he underwent a life-transforming vision quest without food or water, guided by a native teacher. He went there suffering compassion fatigue and burnout after working for many years with severe cases of child abuse as a child protection team psychologist. The experience provided a profound healing, a course correction, and gave him a vision for his life. Ever since, his mission has been to help guide others to what he calls the ocean of peace that lies within each human heart. He does this through his work as a creative mentor for the soul's journey, yoga, meditation, mindfulness teacher, and above all, as a musician, artist, poet, and filmmaker. His healing music is heard over 1 million times a week across the world, garnering him 4 Grammy nominations, 8 ZMR awards, 6 #1 albums, a Native American Music Award, and appearing on the Grammy-winning album All About Bullies Big and Small. He is also a Sounds True recording artist, with his music being featured on projects with Eckhart Tolle, Mark Nepo, and Noah Levine. He is the author of 4 books, 3 of which were bestsellers, and is the creator and author of the Peace Within Process for Integrative Wellness. So without further ado, guys, please enjoy Dr. Michael DeMaria's musical accompaniment.
Can you guys hear me okay? Thank you so much, Kaylin, for that amazing introduction. It's great to be here with all of you and a joy to be with you. So I'm hoping and assuming, if I don't hear from anyone, that you're hearing me okay in terms of my...
We hear you.
Great. Awesome. So welcome. It's wonderful to be here. It's an honor to be here. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Kaylin, for that wonderful introduction and for having me here. And you're actually in my recording studio and my sound healing shamanic breathwork room, and where I also do my Musitations podcast. And on Musitations, my understanding is that we are music. We are music. And so I really would love to start with allowing each one of us first to do what I call a release into the now. And as far as the releasing into the now, you're going to just simply go ahead and roll your shoulders back, take a nice deep breath, and on the out breath, make a beautiful sacred ah sound. So breathing in nice and deep. Let's do that 2 more times. Breathing in. And on this next one, I love to remind people of, there's a beautiful, one of my favorite poems by the Zen poet Kukai. And it goes, the hand moves and the spirals, the hand moves and the fire's whirling takes different shapes. All things change when we do. The first word, ah, blossoms into all others. Each of them is true. the idea that Ah is actually the first word, and we have God, Buddha, Allah, Shiva. Ah is a deep, sacred, deep sound. And so this final Ah, I want you also to release the past, release the future, and just allow yourself to rest in this moment. So really, really nice deep breath, breathing in. Beautiful.
And then just go to the side.
I'm hearing some voice in the background. So I don't know if.
Oh my God, it's all the worst game.
Okay. So I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. I'm hoping that the rest of you can hear me okay. So we're going to go ahead and, okay, got it. All right, everyone else is muted. Terrific. Okay. So actually, let's go ahead. I'd love to deepen this experience and really link us vibrationally before I share a little bit of a musical journey and do a deeper musitation. But of course, the next most sacred word under Ah, I really love to be able to share Om. So in this Om, I want to do 3 Ohms together and really allow ourselves to link and connect right now in this moment. Again, letting go of past, future, all the worries and concerns of the day. And also as you do this, to bring yourself into awareness of your body right where you are and feeling the points of contact between whether you're sitting or lying down or standing, and really feel your body, the inner sense of your body, and also the sense of any sounds that are present. So we're going to go into a nice deep 3 ohms together. And ready, breathing in. Now feel a little more present, a little more centered, a little more grounded. Really feeling all the chakras open and aligned, in particular the heart chakra. And I'd love for you now to imagine breathing in from the earth. Imagine a point below your body in the earth. Breathing up from that point all the way up to the top of the head. Breathing out and down from the top of the head all the way through your body, all the way back down into the earth. 2 more times, breathing in and up. Out and down. 1 more time. Breathing in and up from the earth. Out and down through all the chakras back down into the earth. We call this earth breathing, also helps ground our energy. Because when we expand, we also want to make sure that we're deeply grounded as well, like a tree, our roots deep, and our branches can spread and reach the stars. So I'm going to take you on a musical journey, and this musitation, one of the wonderful things to do is to close your eyes. So I invite you to close your eyes and go ahead and take a few nice deep breaths. When you hear the sound of the flute, this is one of my many indigenous instruments I play from around the world. And it's called the long human being in Cherokee tradition because the idea is that our difficulties and challenges hollow us out so the universe, so creator can play us. So even if you are feeling some suffering and difficulty, by feeling our feelings all the way through and releasing them, we too become a flute, as Rumi says, the hollow reed that God can play. So I would love to invite you to, as you close your eyes, to go to a place in nature, a place in nature where you feel relaxed, where you feel whole, where you feel connected, where anything is possible, where you can fly with the eagles or swim with the dolphins. To many Native people, this is considered a medicine place, a soul place that you visit in your dreams, that when you come to a place similar to it on the planet, you just come alive and glow. And this medicine place is a place where it's possible to heal the deepest wound and calm the greatest fear. And this medicine place may not be a place on Gaia. It might be another dimension. It could be another planet. It also could be floating on a cloud. It is your space, your medicine place. So simply allow yourself to take a few deep breaths and allow the flute to take you home to your soul. Settling back into your body, taking your time. No matter where you find yourself, I want you to take a moment to just simply be present, a sense of awe and wonder and the mystery of being itself, being conscious, awake and aware in this moment. If you found yourself in your medicine place, I want you to take a moment to thank that place for appearing to you. If you received some guidance, wonderful, remember that, and I would love you to bring that awareness and memory into your heart center. Sometimes simply people feel a sense of connection, a sense of deeper inner peace that goes beyond words. And ultimately, the deepest healing, the deepest peace comes in a non-conceptual, felt, deep, heartfelt way. When you're ready, if you'd like, you can slowly open your eyes, bringing yourself back into this earth plane dimension. And I just really want to honor that, the power of, again, this understanding that if we are vibration, then we are music, because music is vibration. And one of my ardent beliefs, and it's one of the lines, it's a line in the poem that came to me on my Vision Quest 28 years ago, is that each moment is a note in the song of today. Each moment is a note in the song of today. And the goal of a song is not to get to the end, but to enjoy each moment, each note, to feel it fully and let it go. So, you know, in my work, this is my practice. This is my ardent passion and mission, is to help people wake up to the truth that they are music, that you are music, that we are music. And when we live the song of our soul, we live deeply, and we live fully, and we live beautifully, as the native people say. To walk in beauty means to walk with the song of our soul in our hearts. So I really, again, I'm just so honored to be here, and I want to really thank Neil for putting so much time and energy into making it happen, and Kaylin's very thoughtful introduction as well. And you can find out more about me at michaeldemaria.com, alldaypeace.com, my podcast at musitations.com, where we explore what it means to be music. And you can hear my music on Spotify or iTunes, Pandora, Amazon Music, XM Radio, Escapes Cable. There's quite a few albums out there, and you can check them out. My newest album I'm working on in this studio is called Aura, and I'm really excited. I hope it will be coming out in January. And it's my joy to have a chance to send out vibrations of healing and light and love to each other. We need it more than ever. So I genuinely encourage you to seek the song of your soul and to sing that song. It'll take you home, and it'll continue to help you be a source of peace and love and light for those around you. So God bless you. Be well. I think I had about till this time. So I want to thank Neil again for having me on, and maybe we'll see you downriver, as I like to say, somewhere or in another dimension. God bless you. Be well, and namaste.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michael. So I'm going to go ahead and leave all of his links in the chat room there. Please do check him out. And just to say how I connected with Dr. Michael and his music, I was actually running a conference not too long ago, I think in August, called the International Near-Death Association of Near-Death Experiences. We were hosting it, and I heard Dr. Michael. He was one of the musical guests, and I loved his music so much. It literally gave me the chills, and I resonated with it, that I had to work with him somehow. So that's how we got connected, and I'm so glad and happy that he got to make it and be a part of this. All right, so now we're going to get into our next interview and our next host. So our next host is Journey to Truth podcast, and Aaron Kun and Tyler Kiwala of Journey to Truth podcast. They've done around 80 to 85 episodes right now, I believe, of epic content, interviewing amazing speakers. They've been traveling to different conferences and setting up booths there where they've interviewed speakers and really getting a lot of the relevant information now out to the public. And I've seen them for I think they started 6 months ago to a year, really expanding and exploding with the awareness that they're bringing. So let me go ahead and bring them on right now. Aaron and Tyler, go ahead, guys, take it away.
Hey guys,
Hi,
how's
guys.
it going? Welcome to the Portal to Ascension. How's it going out there? Neil, are you sending John in for us, or how is this working?
Yep, you're live. John's coming in.
All right, awesome. Yeah, guys, that music was amazing. I don't know how many of you guys just appreciated that as much as we did. I mean, it gave me the chills. That was amazing. Yeah, so there's John. I see him now.
All right.
How's it going, John?
It's going great, going great. T. Weiler and Aaron. I love you guys.
Yes. You ready?
You guys
to
are
do
the
this?
serious. Yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm ready. Let's do it. Awesome.
All right, I'm gonna give you a brief little intro, and then we'll get into what we're gonna talk about today, which is, I believe, tools for ascension, which I think is the most important thing we need to be working on right now. So for those who don't know, John DeSouza is a former FBI special agent. He worked counterterrorism and paranormal cases for over 25 years. He was also an attorney and maintained a top secret security clearance during his time in the U.S. government. John collected true life X-Files that were used on the highly popular show, The X-Files. He also shares many of these cases in his best-selling books and his worldwide presentations. And I believe what we're getting into today is actually going to be covering some of the stuff from one of your books, Clear Hearers, which I always have trouble saying. So anyway, how's it going, John? What's going on today, brother?
Oh, it's going great, real good. I am, busy traveling all over the world with these presentations and helping people to understand these tools for ascension, as they were, as I'm putting it today, and just helping people to understand these things and to use them for themselves. Because that's the most important thing. There's always been a lot of people out there who are selling. I'm not showing up. Okay, I'm not showing up on the screen, guys, for some reason, on the feed.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay, there we go. I'm like, is that just our end or?
Yeah, like I'm not even showing up in the corner. Whatever.
Now you are.
You're on there now.
Okay. Guys, there's always been people who sell ascension to people and for big money. And of course, most of those people end up asking for their money back because they don't ascend. And the reason for that is because of something that Neil Gower explained to me, which is that we cannot sell ascension to people. We cannot give it to them. We can only sell them. We can only share with them the tools for ascension, and then they've got to do the work. They've got to do the work. There's no way around it. It's not just a little pill that you can pop and be like, hey, big pharma, hey doctor, just give me the pill and yeah, I'll pop it and everything will be better. It's not like that. We can only sell them the tools for ascension, as I've discussed with you guys in the past on your shows as well. And anybody who knows me knows that I share with people tools like para investigation. Also not that easy to say. Para investigation, which is a method of investigating for yourselves by using regular investigative tools and then penetrating into the truth of any mystery or unsolved crime or anything that's going on around you, especially now that we're living in an era of complete and total deception. So para investigation is one tool that I always talk about and that I always teach on. Another one is extradimensionality, which is people to be able to reach out to alien visitors and to be able to get that communication going. But 90% of that particular tool is teaching people the difference between negative, malevolent aliens and benevolent and good benevolent aliens, the ones that want to help us and uplift us. So that's one of the big things there. But the easiest tool for ascension that I teach is clear hearing. From my book, The Clear Hearers, which is right there. And that's because it's an ability that you already have, that everyone has. Everyone has this ability, the ability to hear this great voice. And sometimes it's a small voice too, but it's this great voice that comes to you, and you know what it is because it's always clear, it's always positive, and it always has positive results for you in your life. And that is clear hearing, also called clairaudience. That's a French word that came from Joan of Arc, who was the first globally known clear hearer ever. She heard voices that she called it Mother Mary. She said it was Mother Mary, the mother of Christ, speaking to her and giving her advice and counsel and helping her to do things that helped her do impossible things. At a time when France was almost going out of existence, it was hanging by a thread. She became a military leader. She was a 16-year-old girl. She became a military leader for France and helped them to come back and defeat the English forces that had taken over 95% of France at that time. It was an impossible thing, but she attributed it. If you go directly to her writings, she attributed it, or the miracles she was able to do, to clear hearing. And so what I do is I do a study of historical clear hearers like Philip K. Dick. Philip K. Dick was another famous clear hearer who was able to get in contact with this great voice, and it came to him, and it became a major tool for ascension for him, just like Joan of Arc's voice. Socrates was another one. He was a historical figure who had this clear hearing ability and heard and perceived this great voice. But I also do investigations on the investigative level for people where I show them my own experiences, so that it's practical clear hearing, where they see how it's done, how it can be done, how it can help them, and how it practically works. Because here's the thing, this great voice is always reaching out for you. It's always trying to speak to you. But the question is, will you listen? That's the only question. And you have the ability to listen to it right now. That's why it's the easiest tool for ascension that I know of at this time, because everyone has the ability and everyone is able to do it. Now, here's the primary ingredient though. And this is what my investigations have shown. So I have to tell you, the primary ingredient is a strong emotional connection, a strong emotion. Some would call it the heart chakra being activated and reaching out. Others would call it crisis emotion. It's all of these different things, but it all comes down to there has to be a very strong emotional reaction in order to make the connection to the source of the great voice. Because what is the source of the great voice? You guys probably already know. It is a version of a higher self of ourselves. It's this version, and most of you guys know this already, just from having been exposed in this area for so long. It's this version of you that is in eternity already. It's already in eternity, and it looks back at you, at this present temporary version of you, and it looks back with love. It looks back and it wants to help you, but it's such a higher form of life, though. It is the version of you that stands in the breath of God. So it's a version that is such a much higher, a higher form of life that sometimes it has difficulty remembering what it was like to be a little human thing running around trying to get stuff. and why that stuff was important. It doesn't remember that sort of thing. All it knows is what it connects with you through emotion. So that's why it has to use short phrases so that you understand. It has to use clear language, short phrases. It's not like voice hearers. Voice hearers are people who just hear these confused voices muttering, and it's not voices that help them. That's something completely separate, something totally different. And I explain that. I explain that in my book, Clear Hearers, very carefully. But this version of you, it's kind of like an elephant trying to communicate back to an ant, because it was the ant a long, long, long time ago. So that's how you have to think of it. So that's why sometimes there's not full understanding between the parties. That's why there has to be short phrases, clear phrases, and that's why sometimes the source of the great voice doesn't completely understand the situation that you're in. And I can give you many examples of that. For instance, I had a crisis one time where it was a money crisis, where I needed I would say like $5,000. I needed like $5,000 for something, and so but I went into communication with the great voice, and I put in meditations and prayers, and I called upon the source of the great voice to help me with that. And I asked for I don't know, like $50,000. I asked for $50,000, a huge amount, just because I know that if it's going to provide me $5,000, then $50,000 is no problem. So I did that. I put that into meditation, and I put that request in, and about just a few days later, I received $5,000 and a little bit more, just $5,000. Now, why is that? Is that because the source of the great voice didn't understand the 50,000, or it figured that, oh no, that's too much money, I'm just going to give you? No, the reason is because what the great voice perceived the most was the emotional connection through the heart chakra. That's what was really clear to it, and that emotional connection was for $5,000. You see, so that's why I only received that amount, even though it would have been very easy for the source of the great voice to provide me with $50,000 at that time. So anyway, that's just one example of how that goes and how it works. I have many more examples of people who request things and do things. T. Weiler?
I think that anybody going through this awakening has experienced something very similar to that. I know I personally have. We all have these things that we can't quite explain, or almost miraculous, but when we're doing things in integrity from the heart, you open yourself up to opportunities like that. But I do want to ask you, because there is another side to this coin. There are what some call faker spirits and false synchronicities, and I guess one of the big tools would be to know how to identify when you might be being deceived. Because this does happen, and this can take you off your path. So it's really good to practice certain protection and stuff like that. Can you touch on that?
Yeah, because people, and this is one of the main reasons that people need to learn about clear hearing and how it works, because they need to learn discernment. Because why? Because the nations and many of the major nations, they already have this technology that's called voice to skull technology, and they have actually used this in certain combat situations, one between the other. Like I think Russia has actually used it against the American embassy at one point, and it's also been foretold that at some point the nations or the cabal that rules over that has ruled over the nations until recently will use this technology to make Jesus appear in the sky and talk to everyone on the earth because they have that technology. They are able to do that. And so for that reason, we need to learn what is the true voice, the true great voice, and what is not, because that stuff can be used against us at any time. We're approaching a transition in the world. We're approaching this transition point where the cabal is going to be thrown out of power. They're thrown out of power, but they're still going to be, bless you, whoever that was. They're still going to be in power. I'm sorry, they're not going to be in power, but they still will have power. They'll still have a lot of power, and they will still have the mainstream news. They'll still have control of all the worldwide corporate media, and they'll still have a lot of other assets and institutions under their control that they will continue to use against us all the time. So, for instance, even though we are now going into a transition where free energy is going to be provided, where free healing is going to be provided, but what's going to happen is we're going to get that stuff. It's going to be available to us, but we're going to have this worldwide media that's going to be telling us, you better not use that. No, it's going to long range. It's going to hurt you. It's going to it's going to hurt you. It's going to destroy you. And so you better not use that. And they still have a very far reach, unfortunately. They still have that mainstream of humanity that still listens to them. And so that's why we need to get away from that as well. People just need to reject all mainstream media and just go with independent sources of news, because this is going to be used against us. And what good is it? People always say, oh yeah, we need that free healing, we need that free energy. Well, what good is it going to be if all the medical boards are going to be instructed to take away the licenses of any doctors who use the free healing technology and shut them down completely, and go after anybody who makes that free healing technology available? It's going to be, and that's what we're going to be facing. So that's why we need to educate ourselves with discernment, T. Weiler, like you just said. Absolutely.
Yeah. And you mentioned them using the mainstream media as a tool for this. Voice to skull technology is very real. I've done a lot of research on this, and one of the things I came across during my research was that they actually program us through our televisions, which we know it's not just a message, but there's a specific frequency that comes across that can actually implant trigger words into our head. Basically, let's just say Trump or whatever word they want. They can, Trump's
already a trigger word.
Yeah, but what they do is through this frequency, it implants a trigger word in your head. And now when these people hear this word, there's an immediate emotional reaction that they can't describe. And this is what we're seeing being played out all over the planet right now. This is why it's important to turn your TV off. It's not just about, this stuff doesn't affect me anymore, but it's this frequency that's coming through that's affecting you that we don't see or hear.
One of the major assignments of all corporate media is it's this broad sort of attack on all of us to lower our vibration so that we cannot take advantage of any of the tools of ascension. That's one of their broad things. That's why you always see things being reported that are just pure negativity. It's just they'll report things and it looks like news. It actually looks like news. They'll say they'll report things like, "Hey, look at the rights that this homosexual group is getting. Look at this. You Christians, you should hate them for this. You should hate them." Or they'll say, "Hey, look what these Christian groups are doing. They're doing this. They're getting this." And so, all of you other guys should hate them for that reason. You should. That's the subliminal message there.
Yeah.
Or whenever they report on any particular tribe or group, "Hey, look, black people are getting this. So what do you guys think about that? You hate them for that, don't you? That's the subliminal, and they're constantly, that's what tribalism is all about when they're reporting tribalism and identity politics and all that. So they're constantly, and then of course there's always and all the disasters and anything, anything that is murder that bleeds, it leads because they need to overall do an assault on us to keep lowering, pounding down that vibration, to keep us always in that miserable sort of state, to keep us down. And that's another reason why T. Weiler, you're right. People just got to turn it off. Just turn it off and get rid of it.
I love your nicknames for us, T.
Yeah.
Weiler and AA Ron. So
that's it, baby.
Everyone needs to call us that from now on.
And that's a great segue into, okay, so what daily practices, what can we do to get ourselves out of that low vibration and exist in a higher vibration so this stuff doesn't affect us, so we can hear that voice, so we can navigate our life without any without so much anxiety?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. One of the main practices is to go to Journey to Truth podcast and smash that alert button. Smash that alert button. Smash every button on there so that you get those notifications every day of what T. Weiler and A. Ron are doing, and do that and do that throughout all of our alternative media. Get this stuff, get the notifications on them so that you don't have to depend ever on mainstream news, on corporate media to tell you what's going on. That's the only way. I mean, that's one of the main ways. That's a daily practice that will raise our vibration, that will just, because once you become free of all that corporate media, man, it makes a huge, huge difference in the lightness of your soul, your spirit, of your intellect. I mean, it just puts you on a whole different level, and it helps so much. And that's a daily practice that we need to do, in addition to our meditations, our daily prayers, things like that. But of course, we need to attend to our intellect. We need to attend to our knowledge and what we know is true, because we got to change that frame away from corporate media, always.
Yeah, it's just goes back to would you know about the virus if you didn't have a TV? It's kind of like, where else do you hear about this stuff? Is through the programming. But and I agree with the meditation and everything. That's kind of the direction I was going with that question. There's something we can do hands-on. Meditating, we know, is helpful. Maybe change your diet. I don't know, as far as stuff like that.
Unplug from the matrix as much as you can. Get out in nature and get in touch with your inner life, your soul, as much as you can.
Yeah.
I would say those are the keys right there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. We have to live a human existence, not a machine existence. That's what that's about. There was a great philosopher from England, Neil. His name was Neil something, but he said, if you go to any major city and you look around, he says, just look around. He says, that's not a human existence. That's machine existence. He says you have to go out into nature. You have to go out into nature, into rural areas, and that's where you see human existence. That's the way humans are meant to exist, and that's just so important for your mental health, for your soul health as well. And that's why that really matters so much.
Yeah. And if anybody out there listening has any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat or come in with the Q&A. Any question for John? We have about 15 minutes left. Is there anything else you wanted to cover while we still have time, John?
Yeah, I see one of my good friends there they always ask me this because I always propose that we are facing one of the great things we're facing during these times of transition is one of the cabal's final cards when they get thrown out of power is going to be fake alien invasion, which they're going to do against all of us. And it's going to use technology that we saw used in 9/11 in New York City. and when I say going to use that technology, I don't mean airliners. That's not what I mean. I mean, they are going to use the things that really brought down the towers and the things that really made us see and think that we saw airliners going into those buildings. They're going to use all that blue beam technology, and they're going to use a lot more stuff for fake alien invasion. And the destruction is going to be real. It's going to be real destruction and death, but the aliens themselves are going to be fake. That's what it is. And so people always ask me if I have updates on that. The updates are that Fox News and CNN are going to be coming up with more reports very shortly, more reports on these Tic Tac videos, videos that they got in 2004 and that are being spread around everywhere. And that's going to be a continuing thing where there's going to be more reports on new Tic Tac videos showing these top secret military drones. That's what they are. They're top secret that look like Tic Tacs and sailing over the ocean, zipping around over the ocean. And that is part of them of the cabal trying to take over ufology and tell us what are UFOs and what is not. They are pretending that those military drones are UFOs, and they're trying to tell us. And now they've got mainstream media everywhere. You guys probably have seen these reports on Fox and on CNN and other places that they are now considering that these UFOs are real. They're real, and they show us what's really happening with ufology. And it's all a fake. It's all part of a just giant disinformation psychological operation to make us believe that they know what UFOs are and that they are able to tell us what the future is going to be with UFOs. And it's all a fake. It's all a fake. And those reports are going to be coming, more of those reports are going to be coming out very, very soon.
Yeah. Basically a limited hangout controlled narrative. And if people want to know more about what John's talking about as far as the blue beam, some people don't know. Research Project Blue Beam, and you'll find out everything you need to know about this technology. And I've even heard some people claim that they even have certain buildings pre-rigged with explosives to work alongside this blue beam technology, which might have been what 9/11 was. There is a question. Somebody wanted to know how they can get out of this negative mindset, which I think we already covered. Get into nature, just turn off the TV and really get to know yourself.
Do your own research outside of mainstream outlets.
But the one question, John, because we already covered that. Somebody wanted to know, how do you protect from voice of God technology?
There's no literal way to protect from it, but the best way, the only way really to protect from voice of God technology is to learn what the great voice, your own voice in a sense, but the great voice sounds like. When you're in the middle, and here's how you do it. When you're in the middle of a crisis, any crisis, doesn't matter what type of crisis, but some kind of crisis, you've got to reach out and ask for your higher self to help you and give you an answer. And you got to just do this sincerely and use the emotional energy that you've got from the crisis to send that message out, and then be still and be quiet and listen for that answer. And that answer will come. It'll come as a like a low, kind of far away voice at first. It'll be like a low, far away voice, but you will get an answer. You will get if your emotion is real, you will get an answer and you'll hear it. And then that'll be your first incident. And then you'll start to be able to distinguish what is the great voice and how it sounds. And then if you get voice to skull technology, you'll be like, okay, this is not my great voice. I know it's not. This is something else. This is an assault. And you're going to be able to tell. That's the way you protect against the voice to skull technology.
That's a great answer. And the next question actually will piggyback right off of that. So somebody wants to know, is this clear hearer, like, so being able to identify your higher self, that voice, is this the same as hearing, being able to identify an ET voice, like a benevolent ET as well? Or is this something totally different?
No, actually, according to Whitley Strieber, who I've heard talk about this exact thing, it's very similar. It's very, very similar, because Whitley Strieber has talked about many times about his communication with alien visitors and hearing their voices in his head and hearing them give him very specific instructions, what to do, what not to do, and how to command himself. And it sounded to me very, very similar to being in contact with your great voice. But the source was different. It was different because Whitley Strieber then followed the instructions of those alien visitors, and then was able to come face to face with the source of that voice. And so the short answer is it's similar but different sources.
Yeah, that's good. That was a good question, because it's really tough to determine what's what. I've heard stuff, I've heard voices, and I couldn't tell you if it's my higher self or an ET. I don't know how to determine, but it's.
Well, that's why, and that's exactly why I have criteria set out in my book, The Clear Hearers, of exactly how you know this is the great voice. And the great voice, and one of the biggest criteria is that it is always something that is clear. It is not muttering, confused, and also it is positive to help you. It is positive to help you in some way, but it will always be positive to help you in some way. That's the major criteria of knowing that it is the great voice, your higher self as well.
Yeah. Is there any other questions out here for John? John, do you see a connection to ritual magic and the wearing of the mask or kneeling in submission?
Absolutely. Yeah, that's very, very clear. If you study ancient religions and ancient history, it's very clear that the wearing of the masks is a symbol that comes from ancient times of people that you want muzzled, that you don't want them to talk, you don't want them to speak, especially on the source of power that is enforcing the masks on you. That's very clear. Also, the kneeling down was always a ritualistic requirement of pagan gods and pagan kings against people who were then forced to deny their one true God by doing that, by kneeling before them. And sacred texts, whether it's the Bible or the Egyptian Book of the Dead, are filled with examples of people who were summarily executed because they refused to kneel down before pagan powers, and they were killed, or sometimes they were attempted to be killed. In the Bible, we have the examples of I don't know how to say it, Abednego, and two other guys. There were three guys.
Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego.
Wow, you're good at that. That's good. Yeah. Yes, that's excellent.
Unfortunately, guys, we have to start wrapping it up. We have just about 5 minutes left. So, John, do you want to plug your books, plug any events you have coming up?
Yes. My books, I would urge people to please just go to my website, johnthamabooks.com. Or you can just Google my name, John DeSouza, DeSouza, and Google tells me most people just go to my website or get my books through Googling my name. And you can pick up, and you can buy books directly from the author at my website. For a 20% discount, just use code FBI, and you get a 20% discount on my book, like The Clear Hearers. the clear hearers, which will teach you these lessons, which will teach you the practicality of using this tool for ascension, which is just to get in touch with, because it's always reaching out for you, get in touch with your higher self, your great voice that is always reaching out for you. It's always trying to help you because it loves you. It loves you. It doesn't quite understand you, but it loves you, and it tries to help you at every turn. That's
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing everything today, John.
Thank
It's
you so
been
much.
amazing. I'm sure a lot of people needed to hear some of this stuff, and we all appreciate what you're doing for this whole movement.
Thanks, T. Weiler, Aaron. You guys rock. You're the best, man. Seriously.
I was going to
Thanks so much.
I was going to plug Journey to Truth podcast, but you already did that for us, so thank you.
Thanks, man. You guys are awesome, man. I love your style. I love everything you do, and I'm looking forward to spending some time with you soon. Also.
Yeah.
Oh, same.
Yes,
Same. Thank you so
absolutely.
much, man.
So guys, we're going to actually take a quick break, and I believe Neil's going to play a few videos, and then coming up after that, we have Alan Steinfeld interviewing Brooks Agnew. So you guys just hang around and get ready for that. It should be a great interview. And thanks again, John. This has been awesome.
Thanks, guys. Journey to Truth podcast is the best always. Remember that, everybody. Remember that.
All right. We'll turn it back over to Neil.
After we left Paracas, we head down the coast with Brian Forrester to Palpa, Peru. We were on our way to Nazca. We went to Palpa, Peru, and took a look at the petroglyphs there. Hey everyone, so we're here in Palpa, Peru. And that mountain right there is the beginning of the geoglyphs. There's hundreds of them going back quite some distance.
These were made by the Paracas culture. Almost everybody has heard of Nazca and the Nazca lines, but what most people don't know is that the Nazca lines and figures go from Paracas, which is more than 100 miles away to the northwest, through this area called Palpa, and then into Nazca. So they're like 30 large, famous Nazca geoglyphs that people will have heard of, and some of the runways. People will have heard of the spider, the monkey, etc. But on the tops of these mesas, and also on the side of this mountain, there are more than 1,000 smaller figures. These are anthropomorphic. It's almost like they're part human and part insect or something. So that shows us the mentality of the Paracas people was much more artistic and mysterious than the Nazca. But the Paracas are this mysterious culture with elongated heads who made all of these strange figures like this.
The question is, like, why did they create these and what did they represent? The petroglyphs in Palpa are distinctly different than the ones in Nazca. The ones in Nazca were made by the Nazca people. The ones in Palpa were actually made by the Paracas people. They both existed at different times, however they coexisted for a certain period of time. These elongated skull people that were another species that coexisted as a humanoid on the planet with us at a certain time in history. Who were these people and why were they drawing petroglyphs on the top of mountainsides? So in Nazca, a lot of these lines are actually on the ground, so you can see them from the ground. But in Palpa, many of them are on top of hills, on top of mountains. So not only did they have to get up there, but they weren't even attempting to let it be seen from the ground. They were just specifically for whoever was above them. When we were in Nazca, we went into a plane and we flew over the Nazca lines. The Nazca lines have become world famous, of the petroglyphs, of the monkey, of the spider. The Nazca lines are very much of regular common items or animals that we actually know of that exist.
You have these two deposits. You have the seabed, which is this white material, and then you have the volcanic activity, which is granite, so it's darker. And so all the Nazca had to do was scrape away the darker material and expose the clay, and that's what makes the Nazca line. Very simple.
Stay tuned. We're going to upload more videos on our YouTube channel and take a look at the different things that we found here. The whole of Peru is an archaeological mecca everywhere, so much so that even in people's backyards there's elongated skulls and different types of remains and ruins and pyramids. There's just so much going on over here, and the time really is now to unveil the truth about Peru and its ancient history.
What happens, I think, with people is they begin to, when they think about a creation, they right away think of a God, usually a God man, because they typically say he. It's always him, this, and he's capable, and he's going to bless me, and he. More of a masculine type of a driven type of a mindset for creation. But I really think that the energy that creates this entire universe is more on the feminine side, a feminine energy, the Sophia energies that actually emanate from the womb, which we're going to show you as well in a little bit. But I want you to get a good understanding of fractals, so we're going to continue a little bit on fractals. Here's me again at the Field Museum, and here's a fractal. Has anybody here ever heard of Donnie Arcade? A few people heard of Donnie Arcade, okay. I own a record label named Pantheon Elite Records, and I have a conscious rapper. And this is a song he did to this fractal pattern that we have here. Just check out this fractal pattern. Watch how deep it goes. This was a simple 1-minute pattern.
Apollo. So in this map here, you can see the
in the darkness, I gave light to them. Healed their wicked hearts. Rays go right through them. Can't blame them. Their frequency influence made by entities who want to see cities in ruins. You can feel it like Phil Collins there in the night. So much tension could turn a blaze, give it a slice. The wind's cold, it's humbling, I'm living my life. But they don't know I got the power of 10 poltergeists. While you're defenseless, 11-11 sequences. Keep me all on track like GPS's. More blessings, yeah, more blessings. Yes, this the essence. Yes, you feel the presence. Superior intelligence, lying on my melanin. When they know it's heaven sent, preaching about where they never went. Dimensions they ain't never been. Who you think you are, looking down upon? I swear to God, you the furthest from God. Lower vibrations, further from where we are. I'm feeling like I'm in Mount Olympus with thunder rods. Zeus.
Lining up some pyramids.
That was a lot of data
Steps that are over
in a 1 minute
thousands of years old.
fractal pattern video. Type of a data storage, we probably would have needed enough hard drives to fill up this entire stage. So you see with fractals, you can get a complex amount of information and data and a complex amount of, in our case, biological life forms, planets, stars, galaxies, and solar systems, all out of one very small, very simple fractal geometric equation. So this is why fractals are very important. And when you truly understand it and shift your mind from thinking a magic guy in the sky with a magic wand is like making planets. If you shift your mind out of that, it doesn't take away from the fact that this entire realm is spiritual, because the actual consciousness is a spiritual energy that's filled up this entire third dimension. And that's what we access and we tap into. But what I'm trying to tell you is that behind the scenes, up above these dimensions, there potentially is a creator or creators of this realm that used this mathematical pattern that we have simply only rediscovered. Let's hear a little bit from Nassim Haramein. Just a couple of minutes here, and Bruce Lipton as well.
The structure of nature is designed on the basis of what is called fractal geometry. And fractal geometry is unique geometry, not the one we learn in school. The geometry we did learn in school called Euclidean geometry, you can't model nature with it. All those triangles, cones, cubes, and spheres are not what nature really looks like. But when we were 5 years old, in kindergarten, we made a tree. We made a Euclidean tree. We had like a cylinder for the trunk and a ball for the top. But obviously that's not nature-like. That geometry is not the nature geometry. We now recognize this new geometry that really came into our world in 1983 with the work of Benoit Mandelbrot from IBM called fractal geometry. And it's a different version of geometry, and it's very exciting. But here's the fundamental key characteristic of this geometry. Built into the nature of the mathematics is a reality that images of the structure repeat themselves in a very self-similar fashion at any level of the organization that you're talking about. So if you want to talk about cells or people or civilizations, they're all built on the same geometry. But the key word for most people to understand is that this geometry links an ancient mystical understanding. There was a phrase that people are familiar with, as above, so below. Well, this new geometry, that becomes mathematical and scientific as a reality.
Every atom is a mini black hole, that it has infinite density, that it has infinite potential, that everything has singularity at its center. The vacuum energy, the structure of the vacuum itself, interlinks or entangles all protons. The proton being the nuclei of an atom, that all the nuclei of atoms are entangled because of the structure of the vacuum, that the structure, that the vacuum is not a passive vacuum, but an active vacuum that has a role to play in the creation of our material world, but as well is the structure that connects all things. So actually this is a mathematical rendering of the concept, everything is one, so that it actually is mathematically proven.
That's why I can study the nature of a cell and understand the nature of a human, because a human is a fractal image of a cell. We're made out of cells, we're just a large version of a cell. And so that a human body turns out not to be a one thing as we see it in the mirror, but when we really understand, if you could see it with microscopic eyes so you could see what it looked like, you recognize that a human body is a community of upwards to 50 trillion cells. Every cell is essentially a miniature human, because virtually every cell has every function that I have in my body. It's already present. As a matter of fact, any function that I do with my body is only because a cell can do that function, because I'm made out of cells.
Oh, I think that the world of physics and the world in general is transforming, and that there's an opening that's occurring. And certainly in physics, you know, there's a level of arrogance that's slowly fading away. You know, not so long ago, when I started in bringing my work to the physics community, some 15 to 20 years ago, the tendency was to think we've got the universe pretty well all figured, and all we need is a few little things to work out, and then we have it. And so there was a lot of you know, arrogance in the way, you know, physicists were interacting with new ideas and so on. And so it was extremely difficult to be heard. But since then, a lot of failures in our theories have come forward, a lot of experiments in laboratory, and, you know, data from cosmological instruments and so on have shown us that there's anomalies that we cannot explain with the standard model, and all sorts of things are coming up. And so, you know, a certain level of failure of string theory and so on. And I think that it's changed the world of physics
The same responses of cells to their world are exact.
I want to pause right here for a minute because they're kind of going to go a little redundant, and I want to move on a little bit because we got a late start.
The geometry, the structure of nature is designed on.
One of the important things that Nassim Haramein said was that the protons are entangled. Have anybody here heard of quantum entanglement before? Okay. Quantum entanglement is very important. It's a very powerful thing. It links us to the spiritual world. The reason why prayers work, if you know how to pray, and that's a very important thing I talk about a lot of my at a lot of my seminars, you have to know how to pray because there's two different ways to pray. Maybe I'll talk a little bit about it here as well.
My dream is to help people understand how
Hey.
Hey, Alan.
Hey, let me see how the light is. I'm gonna get some good light in this. All right, let me just. All right, we're still live, right?
Yep, we're live. How's everybody feeling?
I'm feeling good. No, great stuff. I think, you know, what you're doing is pulling together so many different streams of thought that people who have not been exposed to this kind of knowledge will start to get a new overview of what science is. I mean, just Billy Carson's videos of Bruce Lipton, Nassim, these are the real geniuses of our time that are going to make a difference as we evolve into a new culture. So I appreciate that, Billy's context for that. And why don't you talk a little bit about who we have coming up for the rest of the day and for the next 4 days, because people jump in and off, right?
Yeah, let's do it. All right, so we got Brooks Agnew coming up in a bit here. Do you want to maybe talk a little bit about Brooks?
Yeah, well, I'll say what I was going to say to introduce him is that what I like about Brooks is that he understands the hollow earth ideas. Now, this isn't flat earth, this is hollow earth. And the deepest they've ever gone into the earth is 10 miles. That's the deepest drill, human drill. So when scientists say they know that the earth is, you know, has a solid core and all that, they're not looking at a deeper science. Now, I'm not a flat earther, so I don't want to go there because I think there's extremes you want to take science, but there's some amazing technologies and that we have to pay attention to. The new Thrive movie, Thrive 2, is all about free energy. That's something we should do here on Portal to Ascension.
Yeah,
So,
have you seen that?
no, I haven't seen it. It just got released, so I'm really excited about that. So that's something I think I'm interested in what Brooks has to say about new technologies in general and how we are going to face a new future, because unless we have new technologies, it's just going to be the same old thing. And they're here. They are here. So that's one thing. And then who's coming up after Brooks?
So, okay, for the rest of today, we have Brooks coming up at 3:10. So in about 4 minutes from now, we're going to bring him on. We have Lori Spagna coming on after that. Scott Ware from Radiance Magazine is going to be hosting her, followed by Varun Gandhi. And that's Sharia is going to be hosting him. And then we're going to have the last presenter for today before the panel is Chief Golden Light Eagle. And then we're going to go into the Divine Feminine panel that you're going to be hosting tonight.
Right, hosting, I'm going to be talking to Laura Eisenhower, who we just saw, Elizabeth April, who I don't really know, but I've seen her on Scott's Saturday Night Live. We're talking to Kimberly Meredith, who's a great intuitive healer. I got my friend Val Tignini here, who's like a channel for the Magdalene energy. Geraldine Orozco, she has had an awakening to these ET realities, but is also bringing people very much into their bodies. So the idea of the Divine Feminine panel is to, I mean, lots of people have been doing this, but we have to be reborn, rebirthed. I mean, humanity in general, and the men can't do this. I mean, women, and I mean, we're similar beyond the incarnation, but in the incarnational phase, I think women have a key ingredient that's been overlooked by the male-dominated society, and that's all changing. So let's see, let's really change the paradigm by showing the importance of embodiments, the differences and the similarities, and what each sex can contribute to a new reality of humanity. So that was my intention of creating that. Okay, and tomorrow, what's coming up tomorrow?
Let me just say about the Divine Feminine panel, I think that's a great way to start it out. And a question that you might want to pose this for me is, what does gender have to do with the Divine Feminine, if anything at all? Because, you know, sometimes people relate feminine, like women, to Divine Feminine, but then many people say it's genderless. So I would love to know the opinion of every person on the panel tonight, what they specifically think, you know?
Okay, remind me of that question, because I think that's a great question. You know, also these panelists, these women on the panel also have a extraterrestrial connection, at least the ones I know. I'm not sure about Elizabeth April, but those other four.
Yeah, she does she has a hardcore ET connection.
Well, I want to know what is the relationship between the Divine Feminine and this ET consciousness. I think there is a strong connection, but that's something I really am hoping to find out from what.
Yeah, that's gonna be amazing. All right, so then tomorrow, Friday, we're gonna begin with Brendan from Paradigm Shift Central. He's going to give us a 20-minute download inspiration, leading us into the mass meditation that will take place at 11:11 a.m. So as many of you that can make it in the morning to be part of that mass meditation, please do. That's going to go around for 10 minutes, and followed by Freddie Silva, Billy Carson, Michael Feely, music by Kiyoshi. And I just contacted Michael DeMaria, the musician that was playing the flute. I asked him to come back on because we had a lot of good feedback. So I want to see if he says yes.
Yeah.
Then we followed by Elizabeth April, Celestine Starr, Casey and Brad Wallace. And then we're going to end the day tomorrow with the Ascension panel.
Great. And the Ascension panel is really the core of this network, Portal to Ascension. And Deborah Giusti is, I would say, an expert on Ascension. She's talked to lots of people about it. She does panels on Ascension at all the conferences, and she really has an intelligent perspective about what this is about, Ascension, because lots of people use those words in lots of ways, and I think Deborah really knows how to communicate it. So great. And then
I agree.
Should we wrap? I guess we should just go to the talk, right? Because
let's go right into it. Brooks is in the room, so it's all yours.
Great. Okay, Brooks. I don't see him yet, Neil.
15 seconds.
Okay. All right. And we're still streaming live on all our platforms. And I still don't see Brooks in the room.
Trying to get everything started here.
Oh, there he is. Hey. Welcome.
Hi, how are you?
Great. I'm glad you're here today, because what we need to sort of balance out all this higher consciousness stuff, I'm not saying you're not, but
is a low consciousness person?
No, I want some hardcore technology here, understanding some investigative science. And what I really was impressed with about you is your whole talk on the inner earth that I saw you do at Contact in the Desert. And, you know, people have a lot of things they say about the earth. And like I said in the introduction before, it's not, I don't necessarily think it's flat. I don't think it's flat at all, but it is, from what I've researched and what you've told me as well, it is hollow. And but before I do that, I just want to do a brief introduction about who you are. Born, raised in Southern California, joined the Air Force in 1973, graduated in electronics engineering, and then I'll skip to your professional career. Includes 25 years in the manufacturing industry as an automotive platform launch engineer and quality engineer. He's consultant for tier 1, tier 2 suppliers, GM, Chrysler, Nissan. Holds 4 patents, trade secrets, proprietary knowledge, numerous industries, including chemistry, chemical engineering, subspace communications. I want to hear about that. Electric vehicle technology, architecture. All right. I mean, you have the credentials to really talk about what's coming. So we talk about the hollow earth, but let's also talk about what's coming in technology that's really going to make a change in this planet. So where do you want to start?
I want to start on the Ascension panel.
Let's start.
No. I became introduced to the Hollow Earth when we were doing the research for the Arc of Millions of Years series, which was 2,000 pages, 4 volumes, all nonfiction on 44 ancient cultures and their view of the Earth and mankind's relationship to it. And what became evident after, 6 years of research, and I know it seems like we were writing every day for 4 years, was that the ancient cultures believed that the Earth had a life energy, had a life force in it, and that man had a kind of symbiotic relationship with the Earth. And that as long as man, more or less behaved himself, in other words, the more part of the human race didn't engage in wickedness, then the planet would yield blessings and bounty beyond measure. But if the more part of mankind became wicked and warlike, then the planet had a tendency to rise up and spank mankind back and scatter them down into a few tribes. And that happened in a variety
happening
of ways.
now. Anyway, go ahead.
Well, I mean, and I'll get to that at the end of the presentation, but what became evident was that they really believed it. Now, they had only empirical evidence, just, viewing the stars and what their shaman were telling them and what the Earth was telling them and how far they managed to venture into one cave or another, or one mountain or another. But, and I really didn't pay much attention to it until about 2006, when we started taking pictures of the Earth from deep space. And one of the things that came back was a picture of auroras. These are like northern lights or southern lights over both poles at the same time. Now that took everybody by surprise, because we kind of thought for a long time that the lights were caused by the solar wind. Whether it's winter or whether it's summer related to the northern hemisphere, the wind would strike that pole of the planet and it would light up when the ions struck the upper atmosphere. So it was really strange to see active auroras over both poles at the same time, because Earth doesn't stand straight up and down on its axis. It's tilted at 23 degrees. So they immediately began launching in an expedited manner other space programs to try to really discover the source of the aurora. They launched the Themis probes. They took various magnetometry measurements on the ocean. They put probes on the bottom of the sea. And they also began to take spectrographic measurements of the frequencies coming out of the center of the Earth. This was difficult to do. It took special equipment. And what they were getting was not consistent with a planet full of molten lava. What they were getting was a picture of a planet completely different than that. Then Dr. Sessions published his paper from Washington University. He engaged his grad students, and they got their hands on 600,000 seismograms. These are printouts that are done by various seismographic stations around the planet. They're all printed, so they weren't really entered into computer programs yet. And what they decided to do was create a kind of CAT scan of the Earth, kind of a picture of the Earth based on these heavy earthquake vibrations as they pass through the planet. And of course, they already knew what had been published already. We believed in shear waves and pressure waves or parallel waves and shadow zones. And we just drew the line so that it fit our paradigm, the old paradigm of we live on a molten ball floating through space. However, what became evident was that there was a set of frequencies coming out of the center of the Earth, very strong and very narrow band, like we would normally get if we were, looking at an unknown element with a mass spec. And that was very strange, because we expected it kind of be a soup of some kind. And it wasn't. It was two very defined peaks. What was strange about it is that the one peak was iron, but it was an iron state that only exists in crystalline form. And the only way it could exist at that frequency in crystalline form is if it was at about 6,000 degrees C, which happens to be the temperature of the surface of the sun. But there was another peak, and they determined that that peak was xenon. And this solved a big mystery for us, because in chemistry, there's a principle called the partial pressure, law of partial pressures. And what this basically means is if you have a liquid that's in, let's say, a Pepsi bottle, the headspace of that bottle, you can take a sample of that headspace, and the molecules that are suspended in gaseous form will be proportional to the molecules that are in liquid form. It's called the law of partial pressures. However, when they take that sample of Earth's atmosphere, we see the xenon in the sea, but we don't see the xenon in the air. It's gone. About 95% of it was missing. And they discovered it locked into this crystalline matrix in the center of the Earth. And now this measurement was then validated by Carnegie Science. Carnegie Science did a much more elaborate experiment. They tried to duplicate the conditions, and they created what's called the diamond anvil press. This is a big industrial diamond about this big, and they cleave it in half. And then they put a crucible in between the two halves, and then they take a hydraulic ram and they crush this crucible with iron infused with xenon, and then they shoot a laser through the diamonds to heat that iron up to 6,000 degrees C. And they got exactly the same set of frequencies. So now we know what the core of the Earth is made of. And we suspect that it is rotating much faster on the same axis as the planet than the crust is. And that's why we have the magnetosphere that we do. That's why it's undulating all the time, because of the Coriolis effect. Everything started falling into place. So I said, well, let's put together a presentation. Let's take it around the country, and let's see if we can raise enough awareness to it to launch an expedition above the Arctic Circle and see if we can find an opening in the crust between the Arctic Ocean and this inner ocean that Dr. Y. Sessions discovered with his CAT scan of the Earth. Of course, that is a multi-million-dollar venture, and it's been a while since we've been trying to raise the money to do that. So we're kind of stuck on that.
So do you suspect, like, there are many people who have books written about a civilization inside the Earth, and maybe people with greenish skin because of the high copper content? I mean, there's a whole genre of inner Earth books. What do you think about life inside the Earth?
Well, I can tell you that if there is space between this core and the inside of the crust, which we believe is somewhere around 900 miles thick, which leaves roughly 1,000 miles between the surface of the core and this inner surface of the Earth. That's 1,000-mile deep atmosphere, full of energy, full of moisture, full of a white light that comes from an iron core, not a fusion star, but like an iron light would be for a grow light. If there is space there, I guarantee you there will be life there. Now, I don't know if it'll be microbial or more complex, but a strange thing happened in 2008. The summer of 2008 was the year that the NOAA decided their regular sampling of rays in Malaysia, like stingrays and manta rays. It turns out rays are very sensitive to pollution, just like, tree frogs in the rainforest. So they take samples every 5 years to look for mutations. Normally they find maybe 20 or 25 new species of rays when they take these samples, because we really don't know everything about our ocean, and we do snag new species. But in 2008, they snagged 1,500 new species of rays. Now, that doesn't come from mutation. That comes from another population altogether. Now, what happened in 2008? Well, as it turns out, the winter of 2007 was a very warm winter in the Arctic, and there was a wind that blew because the jet stream had changed direction. It wasn't the normal polar vortex that we see. It was more lateral across the ice. It created a lot of stress, and a huge state-sized piece of ice calved off of the ice flow. This opened the Northwest Passage for the first time in, I don't know, maybe 500 years. It made a pathway for life to get through that vent in the core up into the Gulf Stream and make its way to Malaysia. Some of this life had been extinct for 1 million years, but it was alive in mature form. So this led us to a location somewhere in a 10,000 square mile, it's about 100 mile by 100 mile window up in the Arctic Ocean, and that's where we're going to go survey.
So there's an outer ocean, the Arctic Ocean. We'll just talk about the North Pole. And some people say it flows in to that core. I don't know. Well, and let's
Well,
also.
at least it connects. At least it connects. Now, remember, the crust is about 900 miles thick. So it's maybe a column of water. But you remember the Arctic Ocean up there is 4 kilometers deep, 4,000 meters deep.
Right. So, okay, let's go over what it actually looks like, the Earth. So you have the surface and the crust, I guess they call it. And the people have said that's about 800 to 900 miles thick. And that's
Right.
where the continental shelves kind of drift back and forth on, right?
Yeah, well, they're on the very surface of it, and they probably go down maybe 150 miles. And then there's a molten layer in the crust that flows around, and there are openings in that as well. And then there's an inner crust that's cool and obviously has an ocean on the inside of it and mountain ranges and all of that, except there's no horizon there.
And where's the iron? Where's that iron that you tested for?
The iron is another 1,000 miles into the center of the Earth. So we believe the core is somewhere between 1,100 and maybe 1,300 miles in diameter.
The core. And then, well, it's just some of the literature said it's actually a land of the smoky sun from people who've gone out. Some people say the Aurora Borealis is a inner Earth civilization trying to clean our atmosphere. I mean, that's not science for you. That's just hearsay. Would you, or you consider?
Yeah, that's, I mean, obviously there are lots and lots of what we call direct observations. These would be, books like Edidorfa or books like The Smoky God or, various personal testimonies, channelers and such. I can't discount it because I'm a pure scientist. I don't just throw out data because it doesn't agree with me. But what I do look for is validation, reliability, and repeatability. And that is missing from all of that data.
What
So
about,
I can't throw it out, but I have no duplication.
No. What about Admiral Byrd? Supposedly he's had records of flying towards the South Pole and over that. Have you looked at that?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we researched all the factual evidence that we could get. And the story of Admiral Byrd's venture up to Spitsbergen, where he put his plane back together on the beach, I mean, just barely made it before that ship had to get out of there. It was going to be destroyed, the Chantilly. And, there were some differences in his records. One of the differences was that he claimed that he flew straight toward the North Pole at about 2,500 foot altitude, which is insanity in a whiteout conditions. That's why he's an aviation hero and not a statistic, I suppose. And he navigated with a sextant from the pilot's seat. Now, people are really good with a sextant, but to fly and tell your location with a sextant is very difficult to do. And of course he could do it, but he claimed that he flew over the North Pole and that he flew over lush green areas where none should have been, and then returned to Spitsbergen. Well, the issue is that he arrived way earlier than what he should have at that airspeed. He claimed that he had a tailwind going in both directions. Now, a few years later, that route was flown again by another adventurer, and he took longer to get up there, and he saw no such lush green areas. So he says that maybe, Admiral Byrd got off course and then managed to make his way back, and he just actually flew over, Finland instead of over the Arctic area. There's controversy. There always is in science. That's why we look for validation, reliability, and repeatability in the data. And then some years later, there was a diary that emerged. It was late in the 20th century. Al Bielek is my contact to that diary. I read it. I did philology on it, which is the study of the structure of language. And I determined that it was a fake, that it was actually fabricated by a forger. Now, a lot of people believe in it because they want to, but I have no evidence that Admiral Byrd actually was captured by some tractor beam, taken into the inner earth, and introduced to some giant race of advanced beings.
Well, Al Bielek can be a little suspicious. I mean, I like some of what he says, but you know, he was also hard to pin down at times. But now, what about Linda Moulton Howe's investigation with her whistleblowers into the Antarctic? I mean, these are government people. They say, for one thing, you can't fly directly over the South Pole. That's a no-fly zone for anybody. And
yeah, it is a no-fly zone. And one of our members of our team is Brad Olson. He's our Antarctic expert. He actually went down there a year ago and tried to investigate all of these areas. And he talked to several individuals at military bases and people that were actually on the tail end of the research year for that year. And he could not validate any of that. And he's pretty convinced, he'll tell you himself, that he believes that whoever was talking to Linda Moulton Howe was just spinning a yarn.
Well, he couldn't validate it because these, I mean, this, I'm just kind of taking the other side because these are whistleblowers, top secret. No one that someone just coming off a boat would want to relay top secret information if they don't have any government credentials. This is what I'm saying. So
true. Yeah, there is something about the Antarctic that, and we've tried several times to take teams down there, but you have to be affiliated. Affiliated means you have to be aligned with a government grant through a university to even get there. Now, that being said, we're trying to put together the money so he and I and one other person can go down there and actually access that area. It's expensive. It's about $16,000 per person to go on this. So we're in the process of raising that money.
Well, if it's accessible, I like Brad. He's a good researcher, but I do doubt top government people were talking to him about the ancient civilization a mile under the ice there. And he didn't even get to those areas that these whistleblowers for Linda are saying have these ancient structures. So there's a lot of mystery to the Antarctic, wouldn't you say?
True. It's true. And I have great respect, for Linda over the years. I mean, she's built an enormous empire, and you can't fault anyone for doing that. I have no lack of respect for her and her research at all.
Well, her research is, I think, pretty solid, and she's an investigator. But either way, if you get to that Northwest Passage or even to the Antarctic, what do you think you'll find, and how will that help the rest of civilization?
Well, that's a really good question. The ship is a nuclear-powered icebreaker. It's Arctica class. It'll take 125 people. So what we have done is we've built a hard science team from 6 different universities, Stanford and Washington University and Cambridge, and a couple of other universities. The names escape me right at the moment. But Johns Hopkins is another one. And their grad student teams are going to go with us. And they're going to be measuring sea chemistry, magnetometry, air chemistry. They're going to be taking micrographs and pictures of sea life at various depths. Some technology we had to invent. One is what I call the sea dart, because it's very deep ocean. The deepest submersible that we can find that's a remote only goes down to 1,000 kilometers, and that's not quite deep enough. We need to go to 4,000 kilometers. To modify that submersible is $5 million, and that we may not have the budget for that. So we invented what's called the sea dart, and this is a dart that we drop off the ship. It goes down through the water, sinks a probe, a coring probe, into the bottom, seals the end of it off, inflates a bag, and then floats back to the surface. We're going to build 4 of these, and we're going to launch as many times as we can, but a round trip is about 3 to 3.5 hours. So what we will be gathering is the first ever samples from the bottom of the Arctic Ocean in this area. And we think that we will find fossilized life or diatoms or even microbial life that is from the interior of the planet. If we do manage to find the opening, we don't know how big it's going to be. It will change everything. It will change the way we view the Earth. And I don't know, but there's a stack of Nobel Prizes to be won there. And it's a great discovery.
Well, it's a fantastic discovery. I totally believe that's possible. Actually, you talked about how, when I asked you at the Contact in the Desert, how the hollowing actually would take place, because any liquid that is spun, like in a pail, it creates a kind of hollowing in the center. You want to just go over that?
We've talked about centripetal forces, which is maybe why planets form as hollow spheres. But I think it goes more toward Newton's law of spheres. He has two basic laws, mathematical laws. One is that on the inside of a thin shell, gravity becomes zero, because the closer you are to one side as the other, it cancels out the gravity from the other side. So you pretty much become weightless. His thick shell physics, which is what would apply to planets, is just an extrapolation of thin shell physics. So it's all theoretical. What we want to do is have empirical backup to that. And as you said, we've only drilled a hole a little more than 8 miles deep. And we're not seeing a drop in gravity in 8 miles. But we have thought experiments that we have run. For instance, if we were in an elevator shaft, in Palm Springs, California, and the shaft went all the way to the center of the Earth, and we decided to step onto a bathroom scale at the surface and then send the elevator toward the center of the Earth, what would our weight be on the scale? Well, by the time we get all the way to the center of the Earth, our weight is zero, because all the mass of the Earth is above us. We're no longer accelerating toward the center of the Earth because we're at the center of the Earth. We're now accelerating toward the crust. And that is why planets form as hollow spheres, some with cores and some without cores.
Well, wouldn't the gravity on the inside of the Earth be from the rotation that would then create?
Not necessarily, because the centripetal force is so slight at that point. It barely has an effect at the equator of the Earth, at the surface of the Earth, which is 7,100 miles in diameter. It barely has an effect. It's rotating faster than the poles, of course, but we only see a very slight bulge. And certainly that's not going to be that way 900 miles closer to the inside of the planet. More probably is the mass of the crust is enormous. And the crust itself will have a gravitational field. It will have an attraction to it from the inside. And that's why we see the ocean on the inside of the crust. I say see, I mean, we can detect it with these CAT scans. And we are seeing the waves crash on the shore on the inside of the planet. And this is an ocean that's larger than the Arctic Ocean, and it sits underneath the Atlantic.
The entire Atlantic has an ocean underneath it, you're saying?
Yes.
How many miles down would you estimate that to be?
I would say 900 miles.
Right. And what about that iron you talked about? Doesn't that have a huge weight to it, or huge gravitational center?
Yes, it does. But remember, that's 1,200 miles or 1,000 miles away.
Okay.
So gravity decreases with the square of the distance. Now, the interesting thing is when we look at the orbit of Earth around the sun, and we look at what we believe is the density of Earth, which is somewhere around 1 to 1.5 grams per cubic centimeter, the diameter of the planet and the amount of time it takes to go around the sun, these are our calculations, they're a little off. They're off by about 1,200 kilometers. So we're trying to resolve that. And the only way to really resolve it is to realize that the core is much heavier than the crust.
Right.
And once we put that into the equation, we begin to see this gap appear.
That gap is what science thinks it knows and what it really knows. Would you say that?
No, I mean, it's the gap between the core and the crust around it. That's the 1,200 kilometer difference. That's why when we actually look at the amount of time it takes the Earth to go around the sun and the distance from the sun and the mass of the sun, we calculate what should be the distance from the sun to the Earth, and we're off a little bit. because of that gap between the core and the crust. Now, if the Earth was smaller and more dense, it'd make perfect sense, but it doesn't, because the Earth is larger and less dense. So it just doesn't make sense to us until we look at this core that is somewhere around 15 grams per cubic centimeter.
What do you think about the expanding Earth theory? Is why continents look like they're being pulled apart. Is there anything to that?
Sure. We think planets are formed one of two ways. We don't really know because we haven't been observing the universe long enough to really see it happen, but we kind of get snapshots of it when we look around the universe with the Hubble telescope. They either form through what are called accretion disks, which are giant spinning disks of gas and particles. And over billions of years, what happens is the center of it forms a sun, and then in Fibonacci rings around it, it forms planets. We think we can see examples of this out there in space. If that's the case, then planets fall into one of three categories. As they get smaller and smaller and smaller, they begin to spin faster and faster and faster. It's the law of conservation of momentum. Well, one of three things happens. They either spin so fast that they explode, which we see in maybe our asteroid belt. They get lopsided, a heavy part of it spins to one side, and they spit off a piece of themselves as a moon. And we have an example of that in our solar system, Venus and Mercury. Right. And then there's kind of the Goldilocks, which is where the crust expands and cools and expands and cools and expands and cools. And that's exactly what planet Earth is doing right now. The crust is still expanding. It's still filling in with molten material. In short, the diameter of planet Earth is changing slightly, but it could have slowed way down and become very asymptotic over the 4.5 billion years that the planet has existed. The other way that planets form is electrically. We have more examples of these big gas clouds experiencing a gigantic electric arcs that go shooting through it in kind of a random pattern. And where this lightning or where this electricity balls up, it forms planets, it forms stars. We think, and we're getting more and more evidence of this every day, more and more new physicists and astrophysicists are creating theories. We think we live in an electric universe. And in that case, it helps us understand why we don't have enough mass in the universe to explain how galaxies rotate around one another, because the distances are just too far apart. We create dark matter and dark energy to make up the difference, but we don't really know that for sure. What we think now is that the universe is kind of electromagnetic in the way that it ties galaxies and solar systems together. It seems to make a lot more sense.
So if we knew that, if that became the science of the day, how would that change our standard science, and what advance in technology would happen if we based it on that theory of electromagnetism?
Well, it does change our view of the universe and how long it takes for things to form. It also might change the speed limit of the universe. It might not be the speed of light after all. There may be interdimensional ways of traveling in physical form around the universe. We're not there yet, but we're experimenting with it.
So if that change, let's say your theories are right, and then how does that access or give us access to free energy? Because obviously the planet's free energy, the sun, everything, there's so much. What's your whole idea about that?
Well, obviously the Earth has a lot of energy. I mean, room temperature is what, 273 degrees Kelvin. Right. Tesla said, hey, this is a lot of energy. We should be able to tap into it. The problem with free energy is developing the potential. Yeah, the electricity is there, the energy's there, but we don't have another side of the plate to step on in order to get the potential to make flow.
Not yet.
So
not yet.
Not yet. But the next rung in the ladder for us is fusion technology, fusion rocketry, fusion energy, and the Mac Daddy gold rush of the millennia is on the moon. It's helium-3.
helium-3 is where on the moon rocks or in the atmosphere? Where?
No, it's in the South Pole in what's called Schrodinger's Basin, which is a basin that's basically the South Pole of the moon. There are huge craters. One is called the Shackelford crater. It's about a little bit bigger than Mount Everest upside down in the planet. And because it's the South Pole, it's shaded. And so we believe that it's full of frozen helium-3, solid helium-3. So we could go up there and core that and collect it and use it as fusion fuel.
Is that what fusion fuel needs, helium-3? Is that the...
Well, we see, the thing is that we can do fusion now, but we do it with hydrogen, and it's very radioactive because it spews neutrons everywhere. The beauty about helium-3 is when it fuses together to make helium-4, it spits off protons. This is a big difference for two reasons. One, we could use the protons for electricity because we can charge them. The second thing is there's no radiation. There's no radiation, which means we could replace the cores of all of our nuclear power plants and run them on helium-3 for 1,000 years with no radioactive waste. And all the fuel is sitting 2 days away on the moon.
Wow. But someone asked a question here. What if gravity and magnetism were dipolar forces concerning the orbits of galaxies? Also, Nassim Haramein says there's only two forces, no weak or strong. There's only electromagnetism, which pulls things out, and gravity, which pulls things in. They're really poles of the same force. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the whole field of astrophysics took a huge leap forward a couple of years ago with Garrett Lisi. Garrett Lisi discovered inadvertently the origin of the golden mean. And this was an enormous discovery because we know the principle's true. We know that energy that falls upon this, what we call a Fibonacci process of increase, this instantaneous rate of change of 1.618 to 1, or phi, we know that it's constructively interfering. And we believe very strongly that this is how matter is formed.
And life itself, not just matter, living matter, would you say?
Sure. Well, I mean, all matter is molecular. So yes.
But Fibonacci related, I mean, you know, or phi ratios.
Right.
So,
we didn't really know what the origin was, though. We know the principle. We didn't know where it came from. And Garrett Lisi did a marvelous thought experiment, which we then duplicated in physical labs, physical chemistry labs. It's called particle stacking, where we took the, let's see if I can grab it here. We took the tetrahedron, which is the smallest shape that goes from 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions, okay, like a pyramid, but with 3 sides.
Right.
We stack these as close as we can get them. We draw a sphere around these 4 points, and then we remove the sphere and put a point in the center. It's called point space. Then we draw vertices between those points, which is an 8-dimensional version of matter, of energy. But then we need to get that in the 4th dimension, which is 3rd dimension plus time. You'd think, oh, just cut the sucker in half, right? But that's not the way it works. In spherical mathematics, we have to take the square root. Now, normally when we take the square root, like the square root of 4, you get 2 and 2, right? 2 equal halves. Not so when you divide the point space sphere. You get the ratio 1.618 to 1. And it's validatable and verifiable and repeatable. It has totally changed the field of theoretical physics. We now believe, well, we now theorize that the 5th force of the universe, which may actually be the primary force of the universe, is consciousness. And as you can tell, that's really changing our field a lot. Guys like Nassim and myself and Garrett and others, we're changing the way we think about physics.
Yeah, Dan Winter's someone else who you might want to look into if you don't know him. But so if consciousness is the 5th force, what is the relationship between consciousness and the phi ratio? Because you've discovered a ratio there.
Well, that's getting a little bit out of my realm, but
okay, we don't have to go there. I got more questions. That's,
okay, yeah,
that's okay. No, I mean, I think you're explaining it. I mean, people have to have a little bit of a background, but I think it's really brilliant. So what do you say then is the future for the planet? If you were in charge of technology, if you, I mean, you get the healing, yeah, talk about the future for humanity.
I think that Mother Nature kind of gave us a boost by giving us, you know, hydrocarbons to burn. And we are, you know, happily shoveling our planet into our gas tanks and burning it. But it's a temporary fix. It's just meant to get us kind of into the Industrial Revolution and know how to build stuff and how to fly. Now we're ready to go to the next level. Now this may, you know, step in the sandbox of the energy barons, but if I were in charge, this is what I would do. I would move us toward fusion as a source of energy, because interesting things are going to happen when we do. First of all, it cuts the amount of time it takes to get from Earth to Mars from 7 months to about 70 days.
Wow.
And it gives us artificial gravity, which is a huge difference. We now, once we get to Mars, we can now access the asteroid belt. The asteroid belt has enough minerals, enough pure energy to supply the solar system for many, many millennia. That's the next generation for humankind. It may mean the end of money as a system of exchange, because there'll be so much value in the system that no human, literally no human, would be left behind.
That's what we need. We need a fair economy where energy is accessible to all. But now that you're talking about energy motions, what do you think of ET technology, or what some of the, you know, crash retrieval have revealed about how they're flying?
You know, I've been close to NASA at JPL since I was in high school. In fact, 2 of my high school friends ended up working for Hughes. They launched the GPS satellites. One of my friends even owns a part of the Iridium satellite, so they're still in the business. I know as close as anybody that I can imagine how much space technology we actually have our hands on. I think that there is ET technology out there because obviously we can see it. Obviously, we're chasing it with F-18 Super Hornets, and we can't catch it. And it's been that way for a long time. What we do know for sure is that we're not alone on this planet. We don't know if they came from other worlds or if they were here long before us and they just don't want to live with us. They're a much smaller population than us, but we know that they're as present as they want to be.
Right.
And that's just all I know about it. All I know is the most advanced space travel that we have, we are still putting humans on top of candles and lighting them.
I know, it's ridiculous. It's very primitive. I mean, the ancient Greeks had steam engines. We haven't evolved too much further than that.
No, we really haven't. We're still using steam. We're still using hydrogen peroxide, or the Germans just tested a paraffin, a candle wax engine. They're small.
Combustible engines, it went out of date with the 1800s, you know, basically. I mean, we're still running on that technology. But when I interviewed Hal Puthoff, I asked him that question. He says, and he didn't give me anything official, but he said, if you can take the space-time away from the moving object, it would propel itself at the speed of light. I mean, that's sort of a rough estimate. What do you think of that?
Well, all the theories that I have read, and I submitted a paper to CERN about a decade ago about this, is that there is something in the universe that we have observed. It's called exotic matter. We think that this is what neutron stars are made out of, old collapsed giant stars, or even black holes, the singularity in black holes. And there's been lots of argument about that, which is healthy. My paper was a theory that singularities in black holes are not a single point, but they are a Heisenberg uncertainty, and that they actually form around the event horizon a spinning ring of exotic matter, which means that in the center area of these supermassive spinning black holes, matter is not annihilated. It passes through a Einstein-Rosen bridge, but we don't know where it goes to or comes from. What we do observe, and when I was at the LIGO, the Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory in Hanford, Washington, and also Livingston, Louisiana. I was supposed to work at the one in Italy this summer, but that trip got canceled. What we're observing is that particles are actually popping into our dimension from another dimension. We observe it. This instrument's extremely sensitive. It can measure all the way down to a Planck length. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing particles pop into our dimension from another dimension. So Stephen Hawking was correct that our universe is leaking into another universe. But what I added to it is that other universes are leaking into ours.
Right.
So there is a way to move interdimensionally that is independent of the speed of light, because the speed of light becomes non-essential in heavy gravitational fields.
Right, that's old Einsteinian physics. That doesn't apply to what now is being discovered. But if there's particles that are moving between dimensions and universes, there could be entities or beings.
It could be, because these particles do carry information. What we've seen in the more modern patents, especially the one that was recently filed by the U.S. Navy, is that this exotic matter is at the core of some of this propulsion technology. The problem is that, a tablespoon of this exotic matter would fall through the Earth to the center of the core instantly, because it's that dense. You can't contain it. I don't see how a ship the size of a large Tic Tac is going to hold exotic matter in the center of it.
Unless it's made of some type of material that can do that. Just one more thing, and then I have another question from the chat. When we get to heavy gravity, doesn't that warp time as well?
Sure.
And so what does that orientate us towards if we're warping time?
Well, what happens is, outside of that heavy gravitational field, time goes normally. But inside that gravitational field, time slows down. It slows down relative to the outside. It runs the same on the inside, but it's just relative to the outside, time changes. And we realize also that at the speed of light, time becomes zero, or mathematically, mass becomes infinity, which effectively means the Big Bang never happened. It's actually human consciousness that slowed the universe down so we can observe it.
Wow, that is great. Or maybe not just human consciousness, but this self-awareness that sentient beings have are here to play out in this field of creation. Someone says, do you know what kind of information comes through with those particles?
Yeah, we have deciphered a lot of it. Some we can tell if stars are spinning or not, or we can tell what they're made of. We can tell if they're moving toward us or away from us. These are basic bits of information. And we're getting better at it. We're getting more and more particles. We're beginning to decode that information. It isn't like a book, but it is basic information that we can get. So when I say these photons carry information, that's what I mean.
I mean, I love what you're telling us, because what you're basically saying is we are at the brink of a new scientific revolution that will make everything.
We're past the brink.
Okay.
The issue is that, I'm sorry to say, in our science anyway, and I think in geology as well, for sure, anthropology and archaeology, they're stuck. They have a religiosity about them, and they will not accept new ideas because you undo all of their PhDs. Right. So you kind of have to wait for the old generation of high priests to die off before the new thinking can make stuff happen. But and I'm sorry to say a lot of it is political and my brother was one of them. He's 9 years older than I am. He's now professor emeritus, but that's what he did. He went to DC and got grant money. And so it's very political as well.
No, I forgot who said science progresses one funeral at a time. Because
that's pretty true.
And so someone also asked, why aren't we going to Antarctica and Mars? I guess that's a whole other thing. You know.
Well, we have active science projects going in Antarctica. The work year is only about 70 days. You go down in November, and you're out in January. That's the end of the season. The Arctic, it's a little bit longer than that. We can go up, late May, and you can stay until almost the end of August, and then it freezes so fast you almost can't beat it. You have to have an icebreaker to get out of there.
Well, we could talk for hours about this. I think we have someone else coming, but I really appreciate your groundedness, your scientific mind, and the fact that there is an evolution to knowledge, and we need to embrace that.
Sure, absolutely. I'm so on the hard science side that I'm kind of the tether that's keeping the more esoteric people in check, because we can get really crazy with this stuff, and I don't want to lead anybody astray. I want to keep everybody, going toward truth and exploration. And I still want to be on the Ascension panel.
Well, yeah, we're ready for you on the Ascension panel. We'll talk to Neil about that. Hey, just give people your information, reach you. Yeah,
absolutely. You can get everything I'm doing at brooksagnew.com. All my science projects, my podcast is there, the books I've written, everything is there. We're working on a film to put some of the books into film. So everything's at brooksagnew.com.
Well, maybe I'll go to the inner earth with you. That's
a rough ride. It's 100-foot seas. You'll be in the room of doom for 10 days.
Maybe
I would rather go and watch it on the live stream than hanging over the rail.
Hey, Brooks, thanks so much for joining us on Portal to Ascension. You are on the Ascension. Just joining us here, you're on the Ascension panel.
My pleasure. Thank you so much for letting me be part of Portal to Ascension.
It's great to have you. I'll see you soon. This is Alan Steinfeld, Brooks Agnew. Brilliant presentation. Up next is Scott Ware, who's going to be interviewing Laurie Spagna. I love Laurie's information. Talk about someone who really knows how the evolution of the soul and consciousness is progressing at this time. This is Laurie, so I'll let Scott introduce her, and thank you. This is Alan Steinfeld. Look for me at 6 p.m. for the Divine Feminine panel. I'm balancing all those feminine women that are going to be there. Thanks, Neil. Thanks, everyone, for watching.
All right. Thank you for that, Alan. My name is Scott Ware. I'm the publisher and editor of Radiance Magazine, which is a print magazine in print at over 650 locations in Southern California. You can find the website at radiancemm.com. MM is multidimensional media, because we also do video interviews and that sort of thing as well, to promote holistic healers and just how to thrive in these challenging times. I know Laurie Spagna more than a little bit, and I'm so glad I get to interview her. How you doing, Laurie?
I'm awesome, thanks. How are you?
I'm great. Okay, so I'm just gonna.
I apologize for my location. I'm on the road.
Yeah, no problem. And I just want to take a pause and say.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you perfect. Yeah, you're great. I just want to say this summit, and big props to Neil Gar. This is so big that, in fact, I think they normally have a name, but this one is just Portal to Ascension 2020, and it is massive. It's 5 days of luminaries like you, Laurie, that we get to talk to, and it's for free. I understand 5,000 to 8,000 people will be attending, and I'm glad I get to interview you.
Well, thanks for with me, Scott. I'm excited about our chat.
Same here. Now, for people who don't know, and I can't even read your whole introduction. You're such a luminary that it's like you're a best-selling author, speaker, spiritual teacher, ascension guide, multi-dimensional channel, intuitive, animal communicator, energy healer, light worker, vision, energy healer. I assume people will be able to go to lauriespagna.com and sample your services and get a session with you.
Well, there's lots of great stuff over there. They can get lots of free gifts, like sample DNA activation and stuff to learn about animal communication and developing their gifts. And there's lots of stuff over there at the website.
Awesome. I saw at least 3 things for free that looked amazing. Yes. And you are, you've had near-death experiences that showed you things. You Well, so here's the thing. I want to throw this out to you, because people are like, okay, well, what's in it for me? What how can Lori affect me? You ask people, are they a light worker, or are they a star seed, or an earth seed, or a guardian, or a way shower? What's the difference, and how do we know which we are?
Well, I think what's more important to understand is the concept of the indigo family tribes. We are, if you're on a summit like this, and if you're actively interested in the concept of ascension, the evolution of humanity, if you're interested in expanding consciousness and certainly in assisting humanity with that evolution, then you're in the indigo family tribes. All the rest of it, those are just definitions of how we identify the service, the contribution, our journey, what we contribute. But really, we're all members of the indigo family races who are really participating in a really active and conscious way to assist humanity through this evolution. To the free gift on the website where people can learn about that. So yeah, does that make sense?
It does. And there's just really no doubt that we're not going through something. We're going through a lot of something. And as one friend of mine described, it's like you're tossing a salad up in the air and it hasn't landed yet. We don't know how things are going to land, but it seems to me we've just are forced, well, as I've heard other people say, by force or by flow, we're going to get the lessons. And to live in the moment right now just seems to be the most precious thing we can do, right?
Well, you do have to be living in the moment, because the new paradigm is all about living in the now. It's not about linear time anymore.
Right.
But I can tell you how things are going to end up, and that is that they're going to end up wherever you, whoever you are, perceive them to end up, whatever you perceive it to be, and also in conjunction with your vibrational resonance, whoever you are. So whatever you're perceiving your reality to project to you, as you pay more and more attention to whatever you perceive your reality to project at you, it's really coming from you. And that perception, whether you judge it to be good or bad, right or wrong, positive or negative, ascending or descending, however you see and perceive that to be, however you energetically resonate with that, that's where it's going to end up. That's where you'll end up. Because let me ask you, Scott, how many Earth paradigm realities are there?
I don't know. I have no idea.
There's infinite.
Of course.
So
Okay.
even if you had heard anything about what Brooks was saying earlier, it was fascinating. I got the tail end of his interview when he was saying he didn't use the word bleed through, but I heard the word bleed through. There's realities coming into this one that are conscious, and there's realities going into others that are conscious. And those aren't the words he used. I can't say the exact ones, but they're like bleed throughs. And what those are effectively is the infinite in spiritual language, because I'm not a scientist. They are infinite paradigms of reality overlapping and intersecting in various frequencies of consciousness, which are based on what we see, perceive, interact with our consciousness, and what we experience and project into our reality.
So how does that, knowing
make
that,
sense?
help us in our day-to-day?
Oh my God, it so helps us. Because if you can understand that everything in the external reality is a projection of your consciousness, and that nothing that you're being told in the external reality is absolutely true, except few absolute truths. There are very few. You have to start to realize what's absolutely true and what's just a judgment, an opinion, a belief system, a perspective, an ideology, right? So, but once you understand the few absolute truths, which are based in universal and spiritual law where they agree, quantum physics agrees, those are the few absolutes, and we don't even know if those will still be absolute tomorrow, because what's sacred today may be something new tomorrow.
Sure.
But generally, we can follow these absolutes once we know them and understand that anything that is not that is simply a projection of our own individual consciousness, or potentially some kind of energetic bleed through, which we could also terminology that to be some kind of our own type of karmic residue that is unresolved potentially. In which case there's some kind of contract or agreement for us to resolve it, address it, and resolve it. Does that make sense?
It does. And so like you said, what was sacred before, what was a sacred cow before, later maybe just a bull, just bull.
Yeah, perfect example, Newtonian physics, Newtonian science. And then the evolution of, I mean, I'm referencing science because it was the conversation before that I picked up at the end, and it was where my thoughts went. But
sure,
what I mean to say is we're in a new paradigm now, and everything that ever was no longer is.
See,
and we're redefining reality.
Exactly. We're redefining it. We're surfing the new waves that are presented to us, these new energies. And when we are experiencing these new energies, it's like we've been telling ourselves, the spiritual tribe, for a long time that we control our reality. We can create our own reality. We are God, and that sort of thing. But those precepts have been really put to the challenge these days, because even a lot of spiritual people are having a little trouble navigating these. What would you say to them? How would you instruct them on how to keep centered and adapt to what's happening?
Sorry.
Whoop.
Yeah. Well, first thing is, the reason people are being tested is because every part of our unconscious is coming up to the surface to be addressed. Every part, every aspect of our unconscious. So in all ways, people are being kind of like unraveled in that sense, because the overall goal of ascension and this evolutionary shift is to bring humanity into a more stable, coherent way of existing. And that coherent way of existing and being is going to be a heart-centered way of love and of peace and of higher consciousness, higher awareness, higher being a relative word, of course, but more clarity, more purity in our ways of being, and that everything on earth going forward is really going to be designed for the most benevolent, best of all beings, where no longer can there be a usurping of power. No longer can this hierarchical system that we've been existing in, this patriarchal hierarchical system that benefits the few to the harm and expense and detriment of the many, that will no longer be tolerated. So we can see that all the systems and structures, including our own beliefs and belief systems, our own perspectives, which might have been harmful to others, especially harmful and non-beneficial to the collective, those are being dismantled. That's why people are having a challenging time. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah.
And it's just going to be a challenge for us to, even the things we kind of want to go away, we might have some unconscious attachments to them. We're having a hard time seeing them go. I mean, so I'm preparing the holiday issue of Radiance magazine right now, right? The November, December issue has the deadlines in October. We're there. And I've talked to people about it, and they're like, thinking ahead to the holidays just seems weird. I've always loved the holidays because people's hearts seem to be so open. They are so much more open. They're more giving and loving. And I always look forward to that. And we could really use a heart check during these times. Do you see how do you see the holidays happening with masks and social distancing? Are we still going to let our hearts flow?
Well, first, let me just say my personal reality does not have any of that in it. So I've just been spending the entire summer kind of on the road. I spent most of it in Arkansas, then I drove up to South Dakota, and now I'm on my way over to New Mexico and then Arizona. But I haven't had any of that kind of experience. It's shown up in my reality almost like not at all. So the way I see it is, again, I want to reinforce the old paradigm. We were sharing a collective experience that was based in collective unconsciousness. But now we're sharing mostly a collective experience that's based in the awakening, ascension journey.
Sure.
Our personal experience becomes more and more a reflection of where we're at, where we're vibing, what we believe and perceive. So I know, because I'm a conscious creator and because I know how to work with higher intelligence of the universe and the laws of the universe, I got very clear about the experience that I wanted to have through this 2020 gateway, this 2020 window, And I've been co-creating that with others through my sacred retreats. We just finished a retreat in Arkansas on the crystal bed working with DNA. And oh, the most amazing story. Got to just say this really fast.
Yeah, go for it.
While we were there, it was a 10-day retreat. It was a 10-day retreat, and we had working with the crystals right on the hot bar. And one of the days was it was a rainy day, so we made the whole day a sacred day. And am I still on? Am I good? Because it froze up a bit.
They could only see me, but we could hear you.
It looks like I am. Maybe.
You're on. You're on. We can hear you,
Right.
but not.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sorry.
Sure.
Okay, good. Sorry. So we'd had a whole sacred day. We did like sacred fire ceremony, sacred cacao ceremony, sacred healing, sacred, all kinds of the whole day. And at one of the breaks, somebody in the group went and checked their app on their phone, which we don't use phones, but they had a break, and they looked at the human rep, and exactly where we are had a major spike, the large spike on the planet, the whole planet on that day, exactly where we were, in the middle of Arkansas, in a national park. So our group of 40 people made a spike that was larger than anywhere else on the planet that lasted through the day. Now, so if you understand Schumann's resonance, that is a scientific measurement of energetic spikes on the planet. So where the energy generally is of such a high, clear, pure frequency, it's enough to be scientifically measured that that area of the planet is experiencing some kind of flux that we would associate with high vibration, clarity, purity, love, those more desirable states that we're all coming into with our evolutionary process. So I just want to say, you can have any experience you want.
Absolutely.
But you do have to be really, I'm saying you, but I mean all of us, we do really have to be super tuned into our own inner frequency, our own inner vibration, our projections, our beliefs, because, you know, if you're believing the external narrative, and that is very easy to believe for the collective right now, because we're being told a lot of stuff that is someone's truth or someone's agenda or someone's belief or someone's judgment, but it doesn't make it absolutely true.
I'm with
That's
you.
really hard, you know, but to get that.
I'm with you. And as you were saying that, I was picking apart my question, and I agreed. I won't ever ask that question again. In fact, and what I'll do.
No, that's good. People need to hear it.
Yeah. It's not helpful. It was just sort of a, you know, kind of clever way to come at a subject like where are we going to go for the holidays. But the fact is, you are correct. And when we just can't participate in the old stuff at all, we have to disassociate from the old stuff, connect, you know, with our source connection, and just look with new eyes. I think we used new age before. I think this is the new age. We need to bring that back or something. Well, no, we don't need to do anything. But
well, let me just say, Scott, also the idea that we have to disassociate, I think is a potentially, I wouldn't use that word disassociate.
Strong, yeah.
We have to take 100% responsibility for whatever shows up in our field. So if something that's in our field, we don't just disassociate and sweep it under the carpet. Carpet sweeping does not work. If carpet sweeping worked, the Woodstock generation, or maybe that's the wrong way to say it, I'm sorry, let me correct myself. If carpet sweeping worked, the pre-wavers, before star seeds started implanting into the human realm, the pre-wavers, we would have had consciousness by 2012, or maybe some of us did, but obviously lots of us didn't.
Sure.
So I do see that as a collective moment that is a catapult triggering for all of this. But my point is to say, carpet sweeping, that's my terminology for disassociating, for putting things in, for denial, for the collective that doesn't want to look at the shadow, that doesn't want to face those parts of us that are seemingly stuff that we don't like or don't or that we might judge as wrong, or maybe there are things we might label as dark or dark agenda, or that's not very common in this community because we're much more open to that. but I just want to say, it's not about disassociating or carpet sweeping or pretending, because that does not work. It is about fully processing it, fully owning every aspect of shadow that comes in, fully owning every part of us that really is not necessarily in love and acceptance with everything,
Yep.
that sees some things as perhaps malevolent, including entities, demonics, dark force, like everything, and really learning how to fully embrace and embody all of that in the sense that we become one with all that is. And through that oneness, which is a process, not a pill, does not happen overnight. This is like a journey for all of us.
Yeah.
We come in so deeply into our heart center that we understand that all those things are just aspects of the old paradigm that we were experiencing from a place of unconsciousness that we did to one another. And I want to add something else to this, is that when we start to realize that, you know, the shadow aspects of what's happening on Earth right now is a result in part of humanity not accepting our own shadow aspects. In part, it's because we've been so good at loving and that they're finally coming to the surface, that what was hidden or secret or covert or swept under the carpet is now being exposed. So in part, it's great. And in another part, we could identify it as that which we were unwilling to accept, embrace, and acknowledge as part of ourselves, and receive with that heart-centered love and acceptance and peace. And it is what it was. It is what it was what it was. It is what it is. It is what it was, etc. That's why it's coming up in such a big way right now for humanity, because it is meant to be resolved. It can only be resolved. Can only be resolved if we're willing to address it fully, wholly, and completely.
Well, and even when you said shadow work and the darkness and those things about aspects of ourselves, it would have been easy for me to bypass that question. I was going to ask you, and then you volunteered, and that last bit you just shared. And then I want to go even further into it. And you said embracing all of it, because if we are spiritual, if we believe in oneness, that doesn't exclude anybody, including pedophiles, including criminal, including whatever kinds of person. It's all us. We're all one. And if we really...
Well, we're all an aspect of the one true divine source.
Okay.
And that is different. And even when you say, like at the earlier part, when we say we are God, well, we are an aspect of that one true divine source. And that, because we're not God itself, because if we were, we wouldn't be an individuated in a body. We would be the whole. So we're identifying as an individuation, but we're allowing that divine source to become more embodied within us.
I think
through that recognition.
I think what we're saying in the same way as this is we're not just the raindrop, we're the ocean in the raindrop.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Sure.
Beautiful.
So you teach a school of Ascension. What are we going to learn there?
Well, you know what, like right now, for example, I have a 6-week class online. We just started it last night about this. It's really just to help people navigate the way, because see, here's the thing. The old paradigm, the operating system was separation and duality. External reality had control and power over us. The external reality was what we believed and perceived was real. And that external reality that we've lived in, at least on Earth, was based on this hierarchical, patriarchal system. And everything that we experienced was like sort of from this consciousness of, I am powerless over my external reality. Well, this new paradigm, which is already here, has an entirely new operating system. But the old paradigm, the old hierarchical system that we've been operating under, it doesn't know the rules. So this new operating system, this new way of being in this new paradigm is what we need to really learn, not only through the mind, but through the whole body being energy field. And so that is where everything in the external reality, this is what we've been talking about, is a projection of what's going on internally. Right. And so we have to step into our mastery, all of us, of understanding how our thoughts, our beliefs, our belief systems, our projections create an energetic response, which typically leads to an emotional response that creates a physiological response in the body that begins to vibrate out from us and around us, that creates a, you could call it a biofeedback loop that shows us what's going on. And so now this new way of operating becomes a new way of us learning how to master, come into our mastery by working with the internal field, the internal aspect of us in a whole new way. So that's really a huge part of what I do. And it involves meditation, clearing, healing, activation. Huge part of what I do is working with the DNA, because of course, all of our storylines are in the DNA. So typically our first two strands, that's like our genetics and our ancestral lineage. And so the records and the stories from our ancestors, our lineage that we took on, those first two strands, I call them corrupted. The reason I call them corrupted, it's not that they're entirely corrupted. Your beautiful face, you know, your body works great, you have wonderful, it's mostly from the old paradigm, and the vast majority of information and coding in that DNA is outmoded, obsolete, and has been largely interfered with. And if we're willing to take it to the, you know, star family or extraterrestrial storyline, humanity, the original human design, has been drastically manipulated multiple times through the history of our linear evolution. So those two strands are containing all that manipulation and all that false information and corruption. Like, for example, you know, you have programs in there like, you know, divide and conquer, which makes people fight and argue and disagree and debate and be cynics and I'm right, you're wrong, I'm right. You got false programs in there like arrogance and superiority. I'm better than you, you're better than me, I'm the top, I'm the head guy, I'm the boss, I'm more advanced. You've got stuff in the DNA coded for death, disease, dying, which is not original and organic to the true organic divine blueprint. So all that stuff has to be cleaned up, you know, all that stuff. I could go on and on. You got programs and stuff for, you know, sexual misery, which is going on planet Earth right now, sexual identity disorder that's going on planet Earth right now, I mean, on and on. So once we start cleaning that up, we're also simultaneously activating the other 10 strands that have been dormant, which have our superhuman abilities, which have the solutions for Earth's problems, which help us to all become healers and intuitives. And
I wanted to ask you about that.
Yeah. So I kind of went off on it because you're asking me, but I could talk for a long time.
Well, yeah, just you specialize in DNA activation of dormant DNA. Now, has it always been there, or did the new energies and new are the new children being born with new stuff? And what kind of secret powers are you helping activate in people with your process?
Okay, so first, have they always been, first of all, how did I get it? I'll just say really fast. Sure. I do believe that a huge part of it was activated for me when I had the near-death experiences in Maui while I was living there. But I also know I had what I call an induction experience, which is really, I identify as a star seed, where I had literally had a divine appointment to meet my star family races or a group of my star family on a ship where basically it was like a plasma type teletransport experience. And I know that the basics of it were activated within me enough so that I could start knowing how to play with it and practice with it and use it. And then I started giving it to my animals who started benefiting. And then I started giving it to others who were giving me feedback about how much it was changing them and their lives were improving. And then it got more and more. I've just been working with it now from a spiritual perspective for over, I don't know, almost 15 years, I'd say. It's, you know, maybe longer. I don't know. I lose track of the time. But so
there's no time.
That's where it started from. Now, what I've learned is the more I clear out the corrupted parts that are just unconscious as I work with the divine in my own DNA, the more I activate the dormant part, that's more aligned with the divine and with the true organic ascension journey for humanity.
Okay.
The more I'm doing that, the more my own superpowers are coming online. And the more I'm realizing how people that I work with are giving me the feedback about what's happening for them. So it's not that I'm necessarily activating their superpowers directly. It's that I'm helping them. I'm facilitating through high vibrational resonance to activate what's dormant in others. Because we all have our unique gifts, talents, and abilities. We all have our unique expressions. We still get to maintain our individuality as we come into our alignment. We're not losing our individuality. We're just awakening so much more, so much better, so much more fabulous. So it's within everybody. But it is vibrational resonance. And there are like codes that help you to access it in the sense that, first of all, you really like the gateway to it is the compassion gene in the heart center. So in order to access those other strands, I mean, you really have to be really, truly living in the heart, compassionately understanding, you know, from that frequency bandwidth, because you can't access a lot of those other abilities without being in that center. Now, this is part of why everybody wants the DNA. Like, why is everybody studying the DNA? Old paradigm. And you can give your DNA away here, there, and everywhere. Oh, it's really nice. You can take a COVID test, and oh, by the way, we get your DNA. It's like, well, I mean, people want to figure out what the heck's in there and why it's so good. But you don't have to that's not how it gets found out. That's not how it gets discovered. You have to go through the heart center, which is a primary portal of its own to reach those
part. Because people who hear about this stuff and they want it, and they say, I want this ascension, I want to communicate with benevolent ETs, I want to do, but the fact is you have to leave behind so much that you've used in life that's been useful to you, but doesn't serve you because it blocks your heart. You have to open your heart. You have to love. You have to love everyone and have love, and that is really the key, isn't it?
Well, I think it's not that you necessarily have to love everyone, but you have to recognize that all beings are the divine incarnate, and therefore, because they exist, they are lovable. They are.
How many people do I not have to love and still make it?
You have to. You do have to treat everyone as though, to the degree that they are all embodiments of the divine.
There you go. Yes.
So, you know, there's different kinds of love in our reality. I would say you have to love from a place of magnanimity.
Yes.
And that is, by the way, that is also a code that is stored up in the dormant DNA. Magnanimity, the ability to love all without necessarily making it wrong or bad or judging it. And that's not something we learn through the brain. And this is the thing is, like, I mean, you can learn it through the brain, but it's something you embody and it gets activated in your frequency bandwidth. The other thing is when people say they want it, you see, they don't quite always realize, like, speakers like me will come here and we show up and we are delivering I believe we're delivering our best, our most benevolent best that we can offer here in our service and contribution. But we don't sit there saying all of our pain and suffering. It's not an easy journey for anybody.
Sure.
And so, like, for example, even, you know, when I've seen this lots of times when somebody gets a healing, sometimes massive amounts of density are being cleared. And if they get trapped in the density, you know, they can have to deal with that for a while. It doesn't have to be that way, but it can be. So when you're working through, this is the shadow part. In those moments, it can be very easy to quit, to say, forget it all, to say, I don't want to deal with it, to say, that to put it on somebody else, which is an old paradigm of blame, blaming someone else, to not take responsibility. I mean, there's all kinds of these escape routes that I call them frequency fences, because if you understand that when something's being cleared from you, it's because you're about to make a big jump, but you have to get over the frequency fence, which is basically an energetic fence in a sense, that says at this higher frequency, that old stuff can't come in. And it's being cleared from your field. Now, if you hold on to it or attach to it or play into the old games of yours, which I call them games, but self-sabotage, anger, resentment, judgment, blame, you know, shame, regret, remorse, all those lower frequency experiences, you can't get through the fence to level up. Now, if we look at the collective state of humanity right now, by the way, we can easily see that's going on.
Absolutely.
It's really challenging when it's happening to you personally, because typically, like I've seen this, you know, it really came out a lot with like the whole COVID thing. It comes out a lot around, you know, presidential debates and things like that, because somebody's hooked into their old paradigm. Somebody else is on the other side of the frequency fence and they're calling something out for what it is. And that person in the old paradigm suddenly gets some kind of, what's the word?
Inspiration,
you
or
know, well, if it's happening beautifully, but if they're having to pass through their shadow to get through the frequency fence, they're going to lash out, attack, judge, criticize, shame, say you're wrong, hold on to their old belief systems. And this is their shadow work for them to resolve it. Because here's just someone on some kind of frequency saying, hey, maybe that's not what we've been told it to be. Maybe it's this. And someone's like, how dare you say that? How dare you? That's wrong. So this is when you're up against a frequency fence. In a sense, it's a trigger. You have a trigger moment and you have an opportunity to level of consciousness, higher being relative, lighter, purer, clearer, more aligned with the divine. Can you get through, you know, that own trigger area? That's a really challenging part. And so this is why I'm saying, in order to really connect with star family races, activate all that DNA, that stuff's going to happen. It's part of the journey. And
Well,
that's not always the fun, brilliant part that every speaker comes on and says, you know, but it does happen.
Because triggers are messy, and I suppose we can work on triggers in ourselves. Certainly in relationship, triggers come up even more. You can look at them much more closely and much more often, but you can work on them yourself as well, right?
Yeah, well, if you understand that your triggers are generally going to be around 5 particular areas, generally, and maybe this could change too, but they're going to be around money, abundant, because that's a major theme, any form of money and wealth, any form of, you could even include energy exchange, but anywhere there's agreements around that, or belief systems, etc. Anywhere where there's stuff related to relationships, which you just said, anywhere where there's stuff related to authority figures, which is a form of relationships, anything that's related to physical health. So COVID, for example, is one of those major triggering issues for people. If you tell someone COVID isn't what they think it is and they get really triggered, it's one of those key areas. Health, physical health and well-being is an area. Spirituality is another one, because people are so deeply ingrained into their spiritual beliefs, potentially. The whole spiritual science movement, you know, where they disagree, where they agree, that's a triggering area. I know I'm missing one, but anyway, those are the ones that I wasn't off the top, like money, body health and well-being, relationships to people, places, things, organizations, spirituality. Did I say health and well-being? I did. I know I'm missing something, but anyway, those are some of the major ones.
Someone named Bernice mentions in the questions here, they talked about how alchemy is important here, especially in overcoming emotions. So you agree with that?
Well, alchemy is, yeah. And when you think about the idea, what is alchemy? It's an alchemical process that we go through. And depending sounds like I'm intuiting that she's using a healing modality that's somehow involves that. It's really a process of transforming in this case, referring to our emotions, and that's true, but it's about transforming the experience. And that's what alchemy is. It's a transformational experience or process to change the experience. The result is the change of the experience, or a change of consciousness, an up-leveling of consciousness by transforming the emotion or the belief or whatever it is, the energy body. This is even why people do chakra clearing, which in the old paradigm, we had very individual chakras. In the new paradigm, we have a clear, pure channel, like a tube torus. But we have to clear all those energy fields. That's a form of alchemy. But of course, there's unique modalities that use alchemizing processes, and I have a sense that's what she's referring to. But yes, I agree for sure, because we are transforming ourselves mentally, emotionally, spiritually, energetically, aurically, vibrationally. I mean, just the totalness, wholly and completely. We have to go through transformation. Yes.
I've been given some notes that the schedule is shifting a little bit. We have a few more minutes only, but I wanted to ask you, you're an animal communicator, an animal expert. Is telepathy easier with animals than humans?
No, once you get telepathy, it's all easy.
Okay.
Well, okay, maybe, you know what? That's my interpretation. I'm super telepathic, but maybe that might be somebody else's experience might be different. I just want to say the animals are really open. So that's maybe true because humans are not as open. Animals generally, they want to communicate with us. They're here to help us. They really already embody all of the virtues that we're just learning. They already embody the virtues of the new paradigm. And their being in physical form on the earthly plane, the physical plane, has been for the eternity of the animal kingdom existence, which we're part of the animal kingdom, but when we talk about animals, we mean non-humans in this case, are, you know, what we understand animals to be. They're already embodying all of the virtues that we're learning and developing, and that is part of their service for humanity. And as a collective, they're quite conscious of the fact that they're doing this, although not every individual.
Yeah, they don't look conscious.
Just like not every human individual is. We're not all.
Right.
Depends on the animal.
Right.
Depends on who you're connecting with and what their environment is and what their role is in the ascension journey. But yeah, because if an animal's within a human who's very unconscious, that animal typically will be a little more dense themselves. But if an animal's with a human or in a nature environment that requires high degree of consciousness, so to speak, like whales or dolphins, for example, there's a lot more consciousness there about what their true mission is. Yeah.
Well, and I've seen an influx in these cat clubs. There's one in Long Beach that has survived the whole COVID thing. They're still open, called the Feline Social Club, and you can go, and for like $8 for half an hour, you can go sit with all these cats. And
yeah, very cool.
It's fun. It's healing, and of course, they're different than dogs. Dogs are about unconditional love, obviously, but I know our domesticated companions, these dogs and cats and others, are also sort of here to filter things for us. Isn't that right?
Well, I mean, generally speaking, they have like pretty much 3 missions in a sense. They want to have an experience just like we do. They're experiencing their world and from their unique perspective and experience, right? Then they're, especially for the ones who live with humans, they tend to be healers and teachers to the human. So they very often do take on they're empaths. They're super sensitives, the animals. So they tend to take on the issues of the human. And just like everything, I mean, the world is typically one big mirror for you, biofeedback loop. So they're doing that in kind of a semi-conscious, to whatever degree the animal's conscious of it, they're doing it in a fairly conscious way. And then the other thing they'll do is take on behaviors to demonstrate behaviors that the human either has to resolve or learn. And that's for the animals that live with humans. Now, animals that don't live with humans, they're typically holding some kind of vibrational frequency wherever they are, or some kind of information. For example, the elephants store up the Earth's history, the records, the Akashic records of the Earth's history. So when you communicate with an elephant, you can find out all kinds of things about the truth of higher truths of Earth's history and what's going on Earth, because they have that, and the animals will never lie to us. So that's one of the reasons that the divine and the animal kingdom assigned animals as keepers of knowledge and wisdom and energy. Whales have this too, and dolphins, for the waters, for example. They have a history of the waters and all marine life. So you can find out a lot and you can learn a lot and you won't be lied to. You know, it's a great way to, the crystals are also record keepers, by the way. And we don't think of crystals as living beings, but they are. So they have all kinds of records and help us to work with, you know, activate our DNA, our light body, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, the Superman movie had that, the Christopher Reeves version, right? Where he brought some crystals from his planet and planted them, and the Fortress of Solitude grew up, and he had all the records in it. So that writer must have been channeling, huh?
Yeah, well, I mean, we know, of course, that entertainment has a lot of soft and sometimes not so soft disclosure.
Yes.
So I never watched that movie, but that's very cool.
It really was. It really was. Okay, what would you like to say in parting to people? What message would you like? Like, what kind of people would be looking for you in your services in your Ascension school, and or even just to get a session with you?
Well, first, I don't really do privates anymore. You have to be in my inner circle. I don't really do private sessions so much. But what I would say is that first, they can go to the website at lauriespagna.com. If they want some free gifts to sample stuff out, they can go to lauriespagna.com/DNA activation, DNA activation, learn all about activating the DNA, what that's all about. They can go to lauriespagna.com/free gifts/ starseed to know more about the indigo family tribes. That's what you brought up, and the ascension process. They can go to lauriespagna.com/free gifts/ crystals to learn more about working with the crystals and how the crystals help us, what's so important about that. I'll give one more. They can go to lauriespagna.com/free gifts/ animals for the people who really want to work with their animals. There's lots of more fun free gifts.
Well, and I'm seeing people are asking and questions about you, and other people are answering them. So they know. They say, is she vegan? Yes, she's vegan. Compassionate living.
I'm not vegan. I would say I'm not vegan. I would say I am mostly vegetarian, mostly vegan. That's what I would say. And I'm on my journey too of clearing old programming that makes think and believe you need to eat animals in order to survive, because that's nothing more than reptilian programming that could be cleared out. And when we eat animals, by the way, I know this is the end of the call, but I can go on. Well, when we eat animals, we actually do generate more of our death hormones in our body, which accelerates the death and dying process. So it's actually, if you like living, it's a good thing to try to do your best to stop. But what I'd like to say in the last is just not only thank you to Neil, to you, to the people participating. Just want to say to humanity, keep intending and asking for your most benevolent best trajectory, because your trajectory, your most benevolent best alignment with the divine, that's going to lead you exactly where you're meant to be. And that is where humanity's going. We are going that way, and it will accelerate your process. And you can ask that it be done in the most benevolent, beneficial ways possible. You can ask for the most loving, kind ways possible, if that's what you want. Your most benevolent best trajectory, your most benevolent best alignment with the divine. And you can ask for that on a daily basis. Please allow this to be so. Allow me to align with my most benevolent best trajectory, my most aligned divine self. And that is always going to steer you right, because the universe is innately intelligent. Your higher self is inner self, source self. The divinity within you is guiding you and leading you, and at the same time honoring your free will choice on the journey to experience it the way you'd like. So say what you're wanting, say what you're choosing, not from a place of pleading or desperation, but from a place of your mastery, commanding it respectfully. And I hope that.
Yeah.
Yes.
30 seconds. What are 3 tips or 3 things you do every day as part of your rituals to have that kind of coherence and alignment?
Definitely, I do meditation and healing on a daily basis. On a daily basis, I do that. On a daily basis, I do time in nature. Definitely that. On a daily basis, I spend time in some kind of natural water if I can. I mean, I lived in Florida. I just was in Arkansas on the lake bed. Or even, so some kind of recreation of blessing and purifying, divinitizing myself on a daily basis in some form of water. Those are 3 things: clearing, resolving, breathing, meditating, and nature, time in nature.
I love it. And the past me that was a little more ambitious was like, oh, those things feel like a waste of time. But the fact is, when you get there, or if you're in 5D, there is no time. When you're in nature, it's the most beautiful thing. And yet it's almost like the nature meditates you.
Yes. Well, it restores you to balance. One other thing I would add in there is body movement, physical body movement, not from an old paradigm way, which is like you got to exercise, push it, wait. No, from a new paradigm way, which is the joy of moving the body, of allowing the physical forms. So it could be dance, it could be yoga, it could be, the 5 Tibet, it could be anything that feels good and right to you. to move the body and enjoy the expression through the body. So those are the 4 things. If you can do them 5 minutes, 10 minutes a day, that alone those are what I call your go-tos. You gotta have them as part of it.
I love it. Someone thanks you for the gifts. I don't know if they meant in this conversation or on your website, those free gifts. And someone said, DJ said, I've learned so much. You're my new fave. Thank you. What was that website?
Oh, it's my name. It's just my name, Lori, LORISPAGNA, LoriSpagna.com. I'm also all over YouTube and Amazon. And thank you for those lovely comments and feedback. And thank you, Scott.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much for having me, for speaking with me and sharing with me today. Thanks to everyone listening. Love you guys.
Welcome. Thank you. This was great. This was great. And I know we made a difference. I love helping you amplify your message. And thank you for all you do, Lori. Okay. So now that was Lori Spagna. We now have Shariah Dharma up next, who will be interviewing Varun Gandhi. And I'll just say one thing quick about Varun Gandhi. He's an amazing guy here in Southern California. There were not many fairs being done, and all of a sudden this fair popped up at this center, all these beautiful booths, all this these vendors with this kind of water and that kind of craft, and boom, it was a success. A ton of people came. I hope he's going to do it again. That's my introduction of you, Varun. How you doing?
Hey, thank you so much, Scott. Thank you so much for that kind introduction. And yeah, thank you for talking about Spiritual Block Party.
That's what it was. All right, you guys have a good time.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. And this is Shariah Dharma. As Scott said, thanks, Scott, for doing your lovely work with Lori there. And blessings all around. We're going to dive right in with Varun Gandhi today, who is quite a multifaceted being. Varun got his PhD in environmental engineering and published research papers in the best science magazines and journals, but just really found that that was not his heart's true calling. And he started getting into all kinds of higher consciousness and health things, a lot of which we'll get into today. And he has a talk show called What's Your Story? What's Your Story? Conversations in, and where 3 to 5, did I say that right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, that's right.
Yeah, where 3 to 5 experts discuss a variety of higher consciousness topics. And he's also part of something called the Joy of Sharing Foundation, which we're going to get into a little bit more today for sure. And so, Varun, welcome to Portal to Ascension. We're so grateful to have you here today.
Thank you so much, Shariah, for that introduction. And it's lovely to be here. You really quickly want to thank Neil and everybody behind this Ascension conference. You all have taken up a very important initiative, and I think it's the right time for it, because this COVID-19 pandemic or pandemic, whichever way you swing, it's created a space where we don't connect with each other anymore. We don't see each other anymore, and so I feel like humanity is losing that connection, and this conference is coming at the right time to restore that connection with people. So I'm glad Neil picked that connection to be as part of the theme for this conference. So thank you again.
I 100% agree with you. If we've really got to pull ourselves together into a higher consciousness and a higher awareness at this time to sort of, just move beyond being sucked into the divide and conquer mentality that has been, running the show for a little bit. And you've really been doing a lot of work around that since COVID, haven't you, with the Joy of Sharing Foundation? You've been doing a lot.
Yeah,
Please go ahead and share with us more about that.
Yeah, definitely. So kind of my journey has been very interesting. I started out with this in environmental engineering, and I felt like that was, being South Asian, it's like a traditional path of, hey, let's graduate with a degree, a fascinating degree, like PhD, and then find a job, and then get married, and then have kids, and then have that kind of traditional lifestyle. And I was kind of following that track. And after a while, I wasn't in it. I did my PhD, and I was working as a consultant for a couple of years. And at that point, I realized I would wake up with this really kind of pain in my solar plexus. I couldn't, it would take me so much to just get out of bed and go to work. And I'd always ask myself, why am I going to work? Why am I doing this thing that I don't really care for? And it took me about 6 months to kind of understand that, hey, it was this job that I didn't really care about. And then it took me another couple months to fight all the forces around me, like, you know, my traditional family. I had to kind of convince them, like, hey, this is good for me. Not following this traditional path and actually doing what I really care about. At that point, I didn't really know what that was. So that was the other question, is figuring out what I really cared about. Through experiences, I knew what I didn't want. And one of them was that job that I was in. So kind of along the way, now comes this, you know, COVID situation, and everybody's inside. A lot of businesses are shut down. So a lot of people having a hard time in terms of even having a meal to eat at night, or having basic essential groceries and supplies. And so a team of us came together, and we realized that in this Norwalk community, that's also where we did our spiritual block party at that same center called the Joy of Sharing Community Center. We created a team of about 30 to 40 volunteers. We would come in Sunday morning and create 400 grocery bags. And these bags would contain basics like rice, beans, salt, sugar, oil, granola, you know, very basic food that would last them a week. And you know, we put together these 400 bags, and all of them would go at the end of the afternoon. For 2 hours, we'd have a distribution, and everything would be gone. And it was fascinating to see how many people really needed it. And from there, we kind of realized, like, hey, we have a kitchen at this community center. It's a large community center, a large space. We have a large a kitchen for 15 people that could come in and cook a meal. And we realized that we could utilize this space and put together some hot meals for the community as well. And so along with these grocery bags, we put together these meals. And so now every Sunday, starting, which we started in May, all the way through the end of September, we created almost 8,000 grocery bags, along with about 25,000 hot meals. And in total, we've served about 25,000 people so far.
That's really got to be satisfying.
It was such a, it was so joyful throughout the entire process. We did have hardships initially, figuring out all the resources and, everything coming together. But, as this whole conference has been about, been talking about how the universe puts everything together when at the right time, and it just fell all together at the right time for us. Initially, when we started, we just had these grocery bags, and we were thinking, what else could we do? What else could we do? And then a team just fell in our hands, like, hey, we could prepare 100 meals. Let's start off with 100 meals and see where we can go. 100 meals flew away. Then the next week we did 200. And then we were like, hey, we want to increase it to 1,000, 1,500 if we can every Sunday. And so then we found a team of about 10 or 15 who have already done this before. They create these meals out of their garages for 4,000, 5,000 people in a conference, or like homeless people, or they've done this so many times before. So they came together, utilized our kitchen space, and now we're distributing 1,500 meals every Sunday. And the cool thing is, even though our grocery portion has completed for now, end of September was the last grocery bag drive, we're still continuing our hot meals. And we have also another interesting, just the universe putting it all together. We wanted to distribute some meals, these hot meals, out to the homeless population in downtown LA. As we know, there's 50,000 people living on the streets of LA. It's a lot of need out there. And so we found a team who owns a food truck, and they pick up 500 meals from us and they deliver them to Skid Row. And we have homeless people on the underprivileged on Skid Row. They love these meals. They come running to the truck every Sunday. They know that they're going to be at a particular time, and they keep themselves ready. Yeah, it's been fascinating to see how community can come together in these hard times.
And it's really inspiring to witness you all doing that and pulling that together from your heart, thinking about and focusing on your fellow human beings who are having a hard time and doing something for them without thought for yourselves. I mean, obviously you get to eat too when you do that big meal, but in other words, this is
Oh yeah,
the heart
delicious
of
food.
selfless. Yeah, I'm sure it's the heart of selfless service, right? And what would you say? How would you inspire others to not only witness you and others doing such acts of kindness, but also, what are some of the things that people could do that would be simple, and how would they overcome some of the roadblocks of thinking that that would be too hard of a task or things like that?
Yeah, it's taking those small steps. It's, opportunities are all around us. I feel like we just turn our heads one way and you'll find someone who we could serve. It could be, as little as, hey, there's a community of cats living outside of my house. Let me put some cat food out for them because they haven't eaten in a while. Or, hey, let me find a shelter for them or a shade for them because it's really hot outside in LA right now. It could be something really, really small. Or if you find the right people, the right community, you could get together and do something that would, over time help thousands of people. And, we didn't realize when we first started this in May that this was going to last for all the way through September. This was going to serve so many people. We didn't even know that we were going to have volunteers throughout. Finding volunteers now is hard. And especially during COVID, when people are not really comfortable coming in spaces where there are more than 10, 15, 20 people. But, like the universe, again, just puts people in our paths to help us along the way, and that's how it continued for us.
Beautiful. Yeah, because I think this time of connection, this time of a higher unified consciousness, this time of transition that we're in, a big mainstay of it would be humanity helping humanity and the planet and the animals, of course. But you are modeling something that we could all do in our own way. And it may feel small. You might feel like just one person, but when millions of people help just one person, then millions more people feel the love and support of our common humanity and our common unity, don't they?
Definitely. And then the energy only amplifies, right? When you have two people, it's not just 1 + 1, but it's a whole lot more than that, So it's, I feel like it's when a group of 30 or 40 people come together, the energy is off the roof.
Absolutely. With a common purpose and an open heart, knowing that we are indeed connected through our souls, through our living essence, and that is the consciousness that's going to help us rise above, like so many of the presenters and teachers are talking about, and see through the veil of the challenge of these times. I always think of this, Varun. I keep thinking of the Who in Whoville, in The Grinch Who Stole Christmas. Have you ever seen that as a movie, or did you read that book?
I've not had the chance to, I guess, grow up in a normal American childhood. I was born and brought up in the Middle East.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and so I've been in America for about 15 years, 20 years now.
Okay, well, there's one of the icons of this American culture is a book called The Grinch Who Stole Christmas by Dr. Seuss. And so he goes along and he's stealing everything. He steals every single decoration, every last lollipop, every last candy cane, because he's so mad that people are getting together and having such a good time and being so good to each other and giving presents. And so, and then he witnesses as the Who come together in a circle, holding hands and singing with joy and gratitude for just being together. And it's like, look, the Grinch stole Christmas, but who cares? And then, of course, the Grinch starts having the tears coming down his face and joins the party. But
there's no other way but to join the party. When you see a lot of people having fun, you want to join in on the fun.
Yeah, for sure. And so tell us a little bit more about the Joyful Living Foundation. Or wait, I think I said it wrong.
The Joy of Sharing Foundation.
Joy of Sharing Foundation. Where did that come from? Are you part of the founding team? Are you just helping them move it forward? Tell us more about that.
Yeah, the Joy of Sharing Foundation, I am kind of helping move them forward. They were founded by a couple South Asians who were looking to do fantastic work in this local community in LA, and also the community, the larger Indian community all across America and in India. They have been heavily involved with the senior population in the Norwalk, the South Asian community in the LA area. They have been helping out villages in India where they actually fund the development of these villages and to convert them into something called a smart village. Now, these smart villages have solar powered roofs, have the access to clean water, because some places in India, they don't even have that. They don't have a line to water, let alone clean water. So this is a kind of a foundational movement where they're upgrading villages. Imagine being in an area where you don't have access to electricity. I mean, internet. We can't even live without internet these days. And imagine them, they don't have that. So it's providing the basic supplies to these really rural parts of the country.
I was just seeing a bunch of things about the smart villages coming up. I think there was a conference on it yesterday on YouTube.
Yes, I think they were part of that conference. They were they're involved with the Smart Village movement called SVM, and I think they're part of the donor group where they support the efforts in India.
And so there's a person named Richard who's asking how he could get something like that started in his rural area.
So something like this, in terms of meals or in terms of supporting the local population, I feel like different populations have different needs. So one, understanding the needs, and then second is kind of finding motivated people who would be interested in contributing to this, because this is not a one-man effort. It takes a whole team of volunteers, a whole group of people to kind of orchestrate all of these, a drive like this together and sustain it over for 22 weeks. So I feel like having that strong team, 3 or 4 leaders, along with at least 20 volunteers that could kind of help out. And then, putting your heads together and the resources and, applying everything to, and, solving a problem. I feel like that's all it is. It's, all of it's like coming together and finding a problem that you all can collectively solve.
So in other words, you don't have to know the answer before you pull your group together. The first thing is putting the call out to who wants to focus on this challenge we're having and help solve it. And then letting the intelligence of the collective that comes together find the ways and bring in the synchronicities and make it all happen.
Exactly. And right now, and at one point initially, when we were kind of putting this whole project together, we were concerned, we were worried about certain elements coming together, and at the right time, would it happen, would it not happen? But at the end of it, it all happened at the right time. There was no cause for worry. We just had to just let the universe do its thing, and the magic just happened right in front of us.
Now, do you think that you maybe were doing some meditation or other inner work as you decided to pulse the field and start attracting these people?
Yes, I do meditation. I do visualize. I go deep into meditation to solve my problems. And, so I think it definitely does help. Meditation helps in allowing the path to be easier, I guess.
That's beautiful. Could you share any tools or techniques of meditation or visualization, maybe some of the things you use to pull that group together, or anything else that you feel the group here tonight might benefit from learning?
Yeah, for sure. I do this particular kind of meditation called full chakra activation. And this is a guided meditation where, I'm sure everyone knows what the chakras are. This is we use the imagination to focus our energies on each of the chakras. We breathe into it. Yep, full chakra activation. We breathe into each of the chakras and activate them. we could inspire people all we want, but unless we activate them and unless we turn them on and utilize them and, kind of guide them in the right direction, it's not going to work. So I feel like activation is very, very important, not in addition to inspiration. So full chakra activation is an amazing tool, and there's a tutorial on YouTube. If you just search full chakra activation tutorial, you'll find a way to do this guided meditation.
That's awesome. And does that include the colors of the chakras and the sounds as well?
That includes the colors of the chakras, and so as we guide through each of the chakras, we kind of involve the colors as well. We also part of the music in the background has some of these mantras that go along with each of the chakras. So, and then again, it's also up to the user. They could also put in some more music in the background that suits them while they're being guided through this meditation.
We have Om, Hum.
Exactly. Something simple like that.
Rum, Vum, Lum. Those are the sounds, yes. The sounds of the chakras.
Yeah.
Oh, and so what is the name of the YouTube channel that one is on? Because there are a few. Somebody says there are a few.
There are a few. Yes, it's on the Chakra Doctor TV. So I could type that in.
Yeah, I'm doing that, Doctor.
Chakra Doctor TV.
Nice. So you and the Chakra Doctor work together.
Yes. The Chakra Doctor and I, we team up. We organize these spiritual events. So we did the spiritual block party together. In the past, we have done these full chakra activation where we have 200 people in a room activating, meditating together. These have been really real powerful events, and also happen at the Joy of Sharing Community Center.
So tell us a little bit more about the spiritual block party. When did that start, and are you still doing those, or how does it
work? Spiritual block party. That was another, I guess, another happening of the universe. Neil was part of it as well. He helped out in organizing a portion of it. Portal to Ascension was a part of the spiritual block party. And essentially the idea came around where I wanted to have a conference, a convention, an experience that's a combination of different experiences. I wanted it to be where we actually, the participant comes in and does the work. The yoga, does the meditation, is actively participating in some sort of activity. So we had different types of activities. We had 3 different tracks. Meditation was one of them, where we had different types of meditation, full chakra activation being one of them. We had Kundalini meditation. We had like a walking meditation, just different types. And then we did a movement, which was the yoga, the dancing, the working out. And the last one is the kind of the nutrition. So healthy living, healthy cooking, that sort of thing. And all of it was based on experiences. So it was an hour each. And I think a lot of people enjoyed it. We had about 1,500 people. In addition to that, we had about 15 booths, 15 different vendors came out and supported us. And it was an amazing time.
You've got a producer's mind and heart, don't you?
I do. I love, another name for me would be a life orchestrator, where I love orchestrating events, experiences, lives, businesses. I like putting things together.
Wonderful. So I'm curious if anybody who's listening right now has any more questions for Varun today. And is Gandhi your given name?
Yeah, it is.
That's beautiful. And so do you make a connection with the work of Mahatma Gandhi?
I do. By birth, I follow the religion of Jainism, and Ahimsa, which is Mahatma Gandhi's kind of signature phrase, nonviolence. Ahimsa is a tenet of Jainism. We have 3 main tenets, and Ahimsa is the one of them. I do kind of like his work and follow along his work along with the Jainism and Ahimsa. Even to the point of, if I see a spider at home, I gently take him out and let him go outside. So I don't kill insects or bugs, because I believe they're part of me as well.
That's beautiful. I feel very connected to that path as well. And Jainism, yes, I studied much of the, I can't say all, but much of the Vedic knowledge and scriptures. And when I encountered the Jain wisdom, it feels very something I can relate to.
You know, this pandemic time reminds me of Jain monks, because what we do is to protect bugs that, you know, while we're talking, they say that we're also killing bugs as we speak. So they cover their mouths while they talk. And that just reminds me of the mask.
Isn't that interesting? Yeah. So now we have a couple of questions. Cassandra asks, how have your relationships and encounters with people in your life or new people improved since you started your selfless acts and service work?
Fantastic question. You know, relationships has been, deepening relationships has been, I guess, part of my work on this, on Earth, to understand how I could deepen relationships. I have been, for a while, I've been very uncomfortable with meeting new people, putting myself out there and just going up to someone and saying, hey, my name is Varun Gandhi. I was very uncomfortable doing that. So this process of just being selfless has helped me understand that even when I go meet someone new, it's not about me. I'm meeting someone for both of us. You know, it's like a win-win-win. I'm not going there just for myself. And I felt like I was kind of, I had that energy of, what am I gaining from this? And, you know, why do I have to go up there? And so I think now I have a different perspective on relationships and how I can go deeper with people.
That's beautiful. I remember the first time I ever had to do public speaking with 200 people. I was like, I was nervous. Yeah. And then I said, okay, God, just show me what to do. And I got the download of kind of like in the Brady Bunch, which is another TV show, American TV show. It's like, imagine them all in their underwear, you know. That's
right.
And then the other thing is, imagine that you're talking to yourself, because we're all extensions of one another. So really we are talking to ourselves with a message to remind ourselves of something. And what you just said is you depersonalized it and you made it not about yourself and your personal needs or something you're trying to get, but opening it up to like, hey, how is this connection going to help move this positive energy that I'm behind forward?
Yeah, exactly.
That's
exactly. Thank you for putting it so beautifully.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. Well, you know, we help each other. Yes.
Yes.
And speaking of that, also Joy is asking about practical steps that you took to get the word out about the joy of sharing and what you were doing with, I'm thinking she is talking about the making all that food for everyone and just spreading the word so that grew to such an extent.
Yeah, it's a very good question. To get word out about the grocery drive and about the happenings of the grocery drive so that people could drive through and pick up these groceries and the hot meals, we printed 1,000 flyers. And every week we would, we had a couple of volunteers go out and drop off about 200 flyers to different communities, put it on the door and the mailbox, whatever is legal, we did it. And that actually helped a lot in getting the word out. And partly we reached out to different organizations and their email list. It was a lot of connecting with organizations, and then that flyer really helped out.
That's brilliant. So you kind of knew that not only did you need to make the food, you needed to find a way to tell people that you were making the food and that it was available. It's like marketing 101. Even if you're giving something away, you've got to market it, or we've got to make sure that those people can know about it.
Yeah, exactly. You could create the most beautiful the most paragraph or book, but if people don't know about it, it's not really helping anybody. And that's the unfortunate that's the unfortunate part of the healer's work, that we have so much beauty, but if people don't know about it, then we're missing out on something. Like, we want to help so many people.
And this is where it's a funny thing, because I've often contemplated this. Some of us don't like tooting our own horn or those types of things. But again, if we depersonalize it and think of it as, when I share this about this beautiful thing I've created for others, it's really for them, and it's really for pulsing the vibration of the whole. And that help us lift up our confidence in sharing about our own work in the world and how we're stepping up to help. Because part of the woundedness, I think, has to do with feeling shut down or feeling shamed or feeling like belittled about what we're doing. And we really, we have an opportunity to clear those things and to overcome them so that we can stand up and shine and say, hey, who else is doing something cool? Here's what I've got. Would you agree?
Yeah, that is an amazing point, because even when I would post about this during the journey, I'd say, hey, we did this amazing work this past Sunday. I posted some pictures, and I felt a little guilty doing that because I wasn't really doing it for attention. I was more doing it in a way of activating other people. Like, hey, we're doing some cool work. If you'd like to come out and volunteer. And because of that, because of posting, I'd have at least 5 people message me like, hey, I would love to volunteer. Hey, I have something to donate. Please, would you take this from us? Or I have some money to donate. How can I do that? And I think it helps to share with other people that, look, we're doing some good work and you can help out if you'd like to. But the whole point was to get people excited about what's going on in their community and join in, activate them.
Yes, beautiful. And we have one final question from Cassandra. Just wondering, full circle back to the beginning of our conversation, if your family also was inspired, or if any of those relationships changed once they saw you doing this kind of service work, how did they respond? And did that have a good impact there?
Yeah, the same family that when I was talking about leaving my career behind, they were kind of apprehensive and pushing me in the other direction. They were very supportive. They absolutely loved what I'm doing. Love what I'm doing right now in terms of servicing, helping people, giving back to the community, creating these opportunities. They've been very supportive, and in fact, they donated to this cause as well. And that was very, in a way, it was very heartwarming that they were able to support me in that way.
That is really beautiful. That is really beautiful. Thank you so much, Varun. And thank you so much for being such a generous, kind-hearted, warm-hearted person, bringing your spirituality into action in the world through not really religious ways, but through practical ways that are uplifting everyone around you and being an inspiration for others to do the same, and carrying that religious and spiritual energy in your heart while you're doing it. It's really beautiful to see.
Thank you so much, Uriah. Thank you so much for putting it in such beautiful words.
Oh, my pleasure. Now, what is the best way for people to find out more about you and to discover all the wonderful things that you're up to?
I think Instagram is a fantastic way to find out everything that I'm up to, all the conversations, all of the grocery drives, any calls for help. I put it up on Instagram. So if you want to hit me up, please, it's Dr. Dr. Varun, Varun, and last name Gandhi, Gandhi. So my full name, Dr. Varun Gandhi, on Instagram.
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you so much for being on here today. And everybody, please do go look Varun up. And we're in for another real treat here coming up next with Chief Golden Light Eagle. Woohoo! Such a wonderful being. And so I will now turn it over to our next host and say thank you again, and see you later, Varun, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, everybody. Love and abundance. Have a fantastic night.
Blessings. And here's Michelle Anderson to take us on with Chief Golden Light Eagle. Awesome.
That was amazing. And such a beautiful uplifting day. I've been trying to stay on as much as I can, watching all of the speakers, and really uplifted by a few MOURNIAN's share and what Michael DeMaria shared with his flute. God, John DeSouza and Brooks Agnew and Lori Spagna. Everybody has such great things to share. All of our hosts were amazing too. I was really impressed with everything that everyone was sharing. I think we're waiting Chief Golden Light Eagle to get in. Shariah, if you come back on and we can chat, Chief Golden Light gets in the Zoom room. I don't know if you're still there, but
hey, Michelle, I'm speaking to Chief Golden Light right now. He should be on any second.
Okay.
He just left again, so give me 1 minute. Let me try to get him up.
Thanks so much. Well, how is everyone doing? I know that we're not expecting you, the viewers, to stay on with us 24/7. All 5 days. We'll be able to get the replays of each one of yours on the portal to the YouTube channel. And I know that Neil is going to be launching each segment beginning next Wednesday. I will be launching each segment so you can tune what each one of these amazing speakers have shared. It's an uplifting day, full moon. I wanted to get Chief Golden Light Eagle to talk about what the energies are of this spider. This is a moon family, and together, and I know he'll share a lot of that. And waiting for him to get into the room, I can tell that Chief Light Eagle is a teacher of the starways, and he's one of the original code carriers of Turtle Island, which is North America. He's a Nakota Sundance, a member of the Nakota Indians, a spiritual advisor, and one of 7 Sundance chiefs, Frankton Sioux. Chief Golden Light Eagle is with us in the house. Woo, woo. I'm so you had me dancing. I was tap dancing. But one of the things that I wanted to say to our viewers that I consider you, Chief Golden Light Eagle, really a grandfather of these summits and conferences, because 2 years ago, you held your first 11/11 college conference in South Dakota, and I wasn't there personally, but are you there with us? Are you? You're freezing. I don't know what's going on with the internet connection. I will tell you though that on Opening Code Radio, the show that Eric Rankin and I have been doing 2012, we've had Chief Golden Light Eagle on our show, and he is one of the shows that we lost on Awakening Code Radio, because this happens a lot where he's come in and he pops out and we lost the show. The only one that ever happened with, he said it's something unusual because of all the energies that pulse when he comes in. I know the whole star family comes in and surrounds you with the different star systems, Pleiadian, the Arcturian, and the Andromedan, and Orion, and he'll ask people which star system they relate with, and it's so incredible to feel the different soul groups coming together at conferences, the 11 conferences, because it's like a whole dance membrane people, and we look in their eyes, oh my gosh, my soul remembers your soul. I remember you from the stars. That happens a lot. Well, you're kind of sideways on my screen, Eagle, but we can go with it. You still look as handsome as ever.
Thank you. I can't see you. I can't. I could only see me. I don't know what's going on with this. And your audio is breaking up.
Oh no, Neil, do you hear? Is my audio breaking up on your end, Neil?
It was breaking up earlier. It sounded like somebody from Star Wars.
Hey, we're in the right place, right?
It was a bit broken up. Chief Golden Light, your signal drops a little bit, but I think if Michelle, if you turn your camera off while he speaks, we won't have a bandwidth issue, you know?
Okay.
And Chief, maybe you want to turn your camera. Let's see if we can get it so that we can see you at the right angle.
So that you're horizontal. Right now, you're vertical.
Yes. Oh, really?
Yeah.
It should be. How do you want it, like
yep.
so?
Now we see you, yeah.
Oh,
so, and one last thing. So go ahead and you can begin, but if it starts pausing, then we might just have to do audio for you, Chief, okay? So we'll let you know.
All right.
I can stay on audio if that helps the bandwidth. all day on audio.
We're good now.
So-
Everything sounds great.
And do you need to put my camera back on, Neil?
You can leave it off for now.
Okay, let's do that. So Eagle, one of the things that I wanted to start with is that you started the 1111 Star Knowledge Conferences 22 years ago. And I would love for you to share how that began and who was there, because there were pretty heavy hitters at that event. And that's why I've called you the grandfather of all of these contact events where many people are talking about the star beings, but you have been doing this for 22 years. And I know a lot of our speakers are involved with Portal to Ascension and Disclosure Fest. They've been at many conferences. So do you want to start there, and then we'll go on to talk about the areas of the full that we're in, this spider.
Yeah, I suppose I could, but I had some visitations from a star race called the Orions, but they're a delegation from the Galactic Federation, and they showed me a set of bars and symbols, and they explained them to me through their language. They didn't speak English at all, but I understood them completely, in perfectly. Because that language was what we called today as telepathy. But they, because you're a certain vibration and frequency in your spirit form, and when you come back down to Earth, the Earth is programmed 3D, so it's really hard to maintain a high vibrational understanding. So what we did is we went into a ceremony. Ceremony brings up your vibration to extract some of that information from that dimensional level back into English, but they had to translate all that information down 7 levels. And then when we finished with the ceremonies, it took us from December 6th to April 16th to get all the information or the basic titles of the information. And they told us to put it out. The people were waiting for them. The 4 directions were coming, and we were supposed to help them. So we didn't understand too much of that. We just worked and let the spirit move everything. So when we went to a ceremony, there was 13 of us, and the youngest one was my grandson, and we used him as our interpreter to interpret, because he was free of alcohol, free of drugs, free of tobacco. He was a clean vessel. So when we give him the symbol that was shown to us on the bars, well, then he would give us the title, and like the the very first one that he brought through, we would draw the symbol on the ground, and he would look at it, then would go on ceremony. And there was 2 spirits that would come in. One was Ishtawaji, which means one eye. And the other one was Blue Hand, but his other name in another realm, the Kapipila realm, they call him Archangel Michael. So they worked with us, and the first message that they gave us was what they call the universal law of free will, which is guarded by the Tunkashilas, or the grandfathers, that protects your personal freedoms. The second messenger was Arcturus, which helped invoke the freedom ray. And Kuan Yin, she worked with accessing the great karmic council. Then when you turn the symbol at a 45 degrees, then they become a spiritual, it changes the meaning. So the first one was, the second part of the symbol was called spiritual freedom of man. And the bear people, the Matomani walking bear, he helped to remind us to open the doors that have been closed. And the second messenger was from the Machpeoyate, which means the cloud people, and they helped to initiate what they call the alchemy of South. Then the third messenger was Krishna, and he helped to invoke what they call the Dharmic path. But if you're looking at this universal and spiritual law, the universal law are feminine laws, and the spiritual laws are masculine. And each law had a message that come from the people from the earth, whether it's an animal, a bird, or fish, or a snake, or anything. It didn't matter, because they all had these beautiful messages for humanity. Then the second messengers that came in were from the stars, whether from Andromeda, or Alpha Centauri, Arcturus, or Orion, or Pleiades, or Sirius. There was like 10,800,000 different star groups. So that you could just about say any kind of sound, any kind of word, and it's known someplace in the universe. So those were the basic universal and spiritual laws. And of course, they brought in the universal law of change with the butterflies and the waters of life and the bodhisattva, and one they call the spiritual growth, which is works with the Waicha, the fireflies, and the guardians of the mind, and this one master called Saint Germain. And then we have the universal law of movement and balance, which is brings in the whale people and their message with the Pleiades, the Tao Wamanipa, they call them, and this other master known as Maitreya. Then the brother-law to that universal law of movement and balance is called spiritual strength, health, and happiness. And the grandmothers are the ones that work with this law, along with this one called Yojajazizi, which worked with this golden road of health. And we have, of course, everybody knows Archangel Michael, and he helps to strengthen through what they call the divine law. So each symbol had was a law, and each symbol carried 3 messages. And we're right now, we're underneath tonight, we're in the moon of the spider. And the spider works as a guardian of the universal law of innocence, truth, and family. And this grandmother, she's the protection for the child and everybody, the community, if you allow that to happen. And she works with, the spider works with this one called Sheetranka or Siatranka, which means Bigfoot. And he helps to cultivate purity, innocence, and truth. And Buddha works in that field as ascended mastery realms, and Buddha helps with opening the original mind. And you have the spiritual protection of family, which the buffalo people, the Tatranko out there, or Patech Chaka, you could call them. We Al Moria is also a guardian of this protection called family. Then we have the universal law of symmetry with the Eagle Nations, this Wambaliwi Chasha, which helps to lift your mind and your materialistic mind into your spiritual mind. And the star people that work with this law as well are the Orion masters, and they help to ground in what you call the divine presence. Then we have Ishtato, blue eye, who come from Sirius. And these dolphins and these whales, if you look at them, their eyes, that's who that is. And they help with setting your eye on creation or creator. Then we have what they call the spiritual law of equality. And these trees carry this high vibration on Mother Earth. We call them Chanupa. And they help to empower what they call in respect for Mitakuye Oyasi, which means that we are all related. And they're simple little words, but they're much more than that. And the sun, working with the messaging system with the sun, and the sun helps to invoke what they call the spiritual community, along with Ite Otapi, this master, many faces, and many faces help to unify humanity through becoming one. Now we have also the universal law of life, and the universal law of life is guarded by this little grandma that we call the turtle, and she works to help you with these corridors of light along what they call your straight path. And this one from down south, this brother to this one called Emmanuel, and his name is Quetzalcoatl. It helps to awaken human centers and attunes to the galactic center. And this other Archangel Gabriel helps to reconnect their lifeline to what they call the Great Central Sun, which is actually your heart. Everybody wants to externalize and think it's something way out in the middle of this universe, but it's right in the middle of your body, your heart. So then we work with the spiritual law of choice, which this other Pleiadian grandma, this corn woman, Wagmaiza Washtewi, she helps to manifest and portals in manifesting energy, along with Io Yampa Ijaja, and he's a messenger symbol for what they call the light web. Then we have another Buddha, and he works with truth, and he opens the gates of future possibilities. Now, this universal light of law of light, sound, and vibration is similar to what they call the law of attraction. But all people are the ones that help you to waken your inner wisdom and remembrances. And along with the star relative, Doaskuya, which means sweet song, and she helps one to awaken to what we call the cosmic community. Then we also have Holy Amethyst as the master that atones self in the celestial word. Now, the brother to that law of light, sound, vibration is called a spiritual law of intuition. And this little water dog called a mini shunka weather, or this otter, helps to heal your emotional body and your heart. Now we have Oilele Chekpawi, which means twin flames. And twin flames helps to open your well springs of what they call creative intuition. And this one they call Holy Dove Tiwa Wakiana Wakawi helps change through thought alchemy. Then this universal law of judgment, this rattlesnake, this diamondback rattlesnake, these rattlesnakes, they're like messengers for every continent. There's one that works with the cobras and the anacondas and the pythons. Over here, it's the diamondback on Turtle Island. And the diamondback rattlesnake helped you to evoke your visionary experiences. And we have what they call the great healer, helps to invokes cosmic judges to resolve interdimensional issues. And of course, the master Aloha balances karma and aligns sacred path. And the brother law to this one is called the judgment, is called the spiritual law of karma. And the stone people, the crystal people, they're the guardians to this law as well, and they help to invoke cycles of what they call cause and effect. And we also have this teacher from the stars called Hayden, and he helps to open doorways to transcend and transmute. And of course, the master Kahomini, or this woman, this whirling rainbow star woman, or this whirling star woman, helps with what they call the mirror of self. And the universal law of nature is called the messenger, the earth messenger is this little deer, Kachcha Chikala Sa, which is this little white deer, this little albino deer. And they work with the power to be, which is going on at this very moment. Itacha Pajuta, this medicine chief, is this from the star nations, work with harmony and light relations. And this one called Melchizedek, this Melchizedek energy invokes what they call the flame imperishable. Then when we go into the brother of this universal law of nature, we go into this one called the law, spiritual law of protection. And the Alk people, the Alk people helps you to be direct and to the point. And the star group that works with this is Saturnalia. And Saturnalia helps to sponsor soul evolution, you call it. And this angel, Jophiel, works with invoking light protection. So this is a law of protection of humanity or mankind, or protection of all. Then we come down to Emmanuel's favorite law. It's called Universal Law of Love. And we Chashaluta, this red man, that's also one of the 12,000 different names that Emmanuel carried over his 12,000 different lives on earth. He works with and helps to sponsor and protect life transitions. And he works with Bodhisattva, the star people, the essence of happiness and life. And Ishtawaji, the guardian of all these laws, works with the eye of understanding through this law. So the brother law to this love is called a spiritual law of healing. Hupahuluta, the red wing, it's called, her name is Red Wing, but she's a little tiny ladybug, and she helps to ray healing energy. And from the star relatives of Chiron, Chiron opens healing portals, and the ascended master of the Shekinah way helps to invoke the spiritual, the spirit of healing. So now we come to the universal law of perception, and Tate helps to open your inner eye, your inner eye of your pineal, you could say. And we got the Wakia Heoka, these backward people, but they help to promote multi-dimensional understanding. And in the ways of the ascended mastery realms, we have Uriel and Aurora, and they help to align south to universal truth. And then the brother law to this perception is called the spiritual law of future sight. So Thoth is the one that works with this, and Thoth is what they call the prophet's mark. Mammy, and she's this big grandma of time and space. She works with helping to direct the movement of time. And Shang-Ti, with the ascended master realm, helps to open doorways of grandfather. So these are the 11 universal laws and the 11 spiritual laws, which make up the 1111, which was on that bar that the delegation from the Galactic Federation, the delegation from Orion, they helped to move this energy so that we could work on ourselves on this 11th dimensional energy. So that is just what we call the 1111. The Makawi Chachpe Wichocha. Am I still there?
You are, and
okay. It was quiet.
You're doing great. That was a nice, that was a nice little, a nice little share. I see a lot of people writing in. There are people that they're deeply listening. Thank you so much. I think someone asked, Joy asked, please, can we read all these information? What is the significance of 12? And I wanted to hold up one of your books. I don't know if the camera can see that. This symbols book, The Universal Symbols of Laws and Laws of Creation, are available, or are they only available at your events?
Yeah, you could get them at starknowledge.org. They're in Spanish as well. We have one of our star ladies that interpret them all into Spanish, Maritza Valdía-Serra, out of San Jose area, California. So it took her a while to interpret those and translate them into Spanish. So those are all ready as well. The 1111, the 1212, and the 1313, they call them. So these are the 11th, 12th, and 13th dimensional messages that we've been waiting for, because that's where we actually work with. So 1212, those are what we call the Iktomi ways, the sacred spider ways. and there's 12 different spiders that work and give the messages, or 8 spiders that work and give the messages with that. And there's 8 of them, but they work with time, Earth time, with the equinoxes and the solstices and the in-between ceremonies. See, February 2nd, May 2nd, August 2nd, and November 2nd. But November 2nd got they stole a couple days. I think Augustus and Caesar, Julius Caesar, got a couple of days from February, whatever. So it kind of took a couple of days back from November. So we call the 8th ceremony Halloween. So the Earth ways, we call them ceremony. The solstice, winter solstice, is ceremony of rebirth, but it's the star people call them the spiritual attunement and star activation. And the birds from the cardinal people are the ones that have the first messenger for that time. And we have the 7 sisters from the star system, Pleiades, work with that as well. And we also have the 3rd messenger is always a spider. And those of you that love spiders, they're good messengers. And this is what they call the 1111. They're just called the symbols. We originally called them Akawichakpe, but people couldn't understand them, so we just broke them down to the symbols. One. And what
I have that book as well.
Yeah, there's two of them. This one is called the Iktomi Wichakpe Wichoka, or the symbols 2, and this is a 1212. And you can get this off starknowledge.org. And we have the 3rd one, which is called simply the symbols 3, which is the Chawa Kanwi Choka. The Chawa Kanwi Choka. And 1212, these are the universal and spiritual laws of creator. The 1111 is spiritual laws of creation. See? And the 1212 is the universal and spiritual law of universal mother. So if you're interested, starknowledge.org is where you could order them. And if you have the other language, the Spanish language, Marita Valdiacera, this beautiful Condor woman of the South, has translated them for your viewing, your reading. So that's also, they're also listed in there as well. So
I'm watching a lot of people type in, and she's doing a great job of sending people to in the Zoom chat room, of sending people to workshops, your website. Somebody's writing in, I rescued a large spider from my crystal singing bowl yesterday. Sparkling light, beautiful. And we thank you for writing in. A lot of people want to get the books, Chief. So, and these teachings are really powerful. When we come together at the Star Knowledge events, usually, we've been doing a lot of them on over the 11 time period, but Chief Golden Light Eagle usually will go where one invites him. So if you want to hold a ceremony or hold an event, contact Jen Berryhill at starknowledge.org and see about putting together group events so that we can have these teachings. And I'm hoping that you're going to be putting together some Zoom teachings so that people can learn about all over the world if they can't physically get to a Star Knowledge event. What's really special, in addition to all of the teachings at these Star Knowledge events, is the way people gather. And Chief Golden Light Eagle always has the grandmother ceremonial drum there with the drummers and singing the prayers of the people in his language. And even if you don't speak the language, these prayers penetrate so deeply into the core of your internal self that I can't even explain what happens in the presence of Chief Golden Light Eagle and the drummers singing and the women dancing behind them. You can feel what's happening with all the ancestors and the stars joining in these rooms filled with people. It's very palpable, and it lends to us knowing that we're connected to each other and that our light is shining together, and we're amplifying that light through these teachings and being with our star family at these events. And Chief, you know, when I look at on the website, I did ask Jennifer to put that original video from, I think there's a lot of interviews on there from 1992.
Yeah, we got hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of videos at home on the reservation that's stacked up from many, many teachers, you know, since 96 from all over the country. And they come from all walks of life, whether it's the military, government, you know, the armed forces, ufologists, light workers, medicine people. Everybody's pitching in and giving a little bit of the part of the hoop, you know, their little piece of the puzzle that we all need. So there's a lot, many people. I know the star people in the beginning, they said that, well, when we go out and do these teachings, that you're going to meet the 144,000 and teachers and masters and healers, but I didn't know what the heck they were talking about. But after a while, it started to sink in. So just about everybody I meet is part of this whole vibration of change, you know, that's coming about. So working through these laws and will help to develop what they call strengthen your intuition, and also work with your what they call your language of light, your first language or language of love, called telepathy. So we do have a grandma that works with us and helps you to activate that part of yourself that's necessary for your survival in the future. So telepathy, Grandma Chandra will be with us in this November down in Camp Verde, Sedona, Arizona area as a retreat. But in the future, when all this little game that people are playing will open up, then we'll be able to have more speakers and, you know, get back to the norm of helping everybody, each other. Right now, they're giving us all a break from I don't know what to call it. We have a name.
Let me read you what some of the people are writing. Richard Biggs, thank you. He says, thank you, Chief Gold Eagle. Lyron Starseed. Andrea Murphy, thank you. She says, check, Chief Golden Light Eagle just broke it down! Exclamation points. The most amazing explanation of how we are all connected I've ever heard. Feeling gratitude on a whole level. And who else? Someone else, I think Cassandra says it was the highest blessing to experience and witness that. It will be. Let's see. Teresa Armstrong is requesting a Sundance song if there's time. Joy says, how can we raise our vibration during the Halloween? And Suze Hayes, you know Suze Hayes. I know her.
Hi,
Suze. She says, so magical, so much love, life-changing. Susie is at almost every 11/11 gathering that I've been at, and she's one of my dear sisters, so that's awesome. I don't know if you came prepared to sing any type of a song. Do you have a drum there with you?
Yeah, there's all kinds of them.
You're in Douglas Blue Feather's studio. There's got to be something.
Douglas Blue Feather, my brother's studio, and he has about every instrument. Even has a collection of kazoos. And he's I don't know how many times do you win he's an AMA award winner, about 5, I don't know how many times, but nominated so many times, you know, and got awards for his music. So I'm very much, you know, in honor of his presence all the time. He's been a beautiful soul, and his wife as well. She's a good cook.
I love they're hosting you and treating you right. We have about
Yeah.
3 minutes left, and after we're going to go to a break and then to our Divine Feminine panel.
Okay.
But Suze Hayes says hi from Tom too, and why don't you sing us out with a beautiful song? Everyone, please connect with Chief Light Eagle at starknowledge.org.
All right. Okay, I'll just sing it out.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow, kawi, wow, hey, wow, kawi, wow, hey, wow, kawi, wow, hey, ay, di wa, hey, tanka, chow, mi, chile, oh, wow, kawi, wow, hey, oh. Oh, chognawe ke, eche glonke chas. Oh, chognawe ke, eche glonke chas. Ya, hey, ya. Eleche wagle honi, eleche wagle honi, elo, wow, kawi, wow, way. Wow, kawi, wow, way. Wow, kawi, wow, way. Di wa, hey, tanka, chow, mi, chile. Oh, wow, kawi, wow, way. Oh, chognawe ke, eche gloke chas. Oh, chognawe ke, eche gloke chas. Ya, hey, eleche wagle oni, eleche wagle oni, elo, oh. So before we leave, well, there was a question about Halloween. A long time ago, Halloween was actually called the Ceremony of Remembrances. That's when you start learning about, teaching your children about soulmates. You have 144 soulmates. You don't have just one. And you have your twin souls, and you have 13 twin souls, which make up the 13 constellations that you're the 13th, and you're the center of all those signs and star signs, because you lived many lives on Earth in different astrological signs. And you learned about the twin flames. You have 7 twin flames, and those 7 twin flames are your spirit guides. They're your past, present, your future, your above, your behind you, above you, each side of you. They're all around you, and you're the center of those twin flames. So, and the last one that you have to learn about is your twin ray, and that's what everybody misconstrues with your soulmate, but it's actually your twin ray that you're looking for. So that's above everything, and that's beyond anything, and whatever you want to do with it, it's bliss, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, and physically. So that's what I can say about Halloween way back when. Now it's
Thank you. Wopida. Oh my gosh, that was way more than I even expected. And our audience is just writing in, thanking you so much. They really appreciate all the wisdom that you brought through. Happy Spider Moon. And please give Douglas Blue Feather a big hug from me.
All right, I will.
Okay.
But we got to remember that we got to honor the source. You know, we are just the messenger. But everything we learn come from a source. So all these books that you're looking at, they're unedited. And I'll tell you why they're unedited, because my dad used to tell a story over and over and over and over, and he never changed it. And so when I asked him, I said, "Hey, Dad," I was going to ask him about his story. He said, "I cannot add a word or cannot leave a word out. If I do, it becomes a lie." So these books are not edited, as is the way the Spirit gave us the message.
Thank you for that, honoring the source. and we honor you. Thank you, Chitlin Light Eagle.
Thank you.
And thank you to Neil and the whole Portal to Ascend team.
Yes.
We're gonna
Yeah, thank all of you.
yeah, we're gonna take a break and come back with the Divine Feminine panel. So thanks for staying tuned in. We appreciate you.
And
Blessings.
so, mitakiasi.
Oh, Mitakuiasi.
All right, everybody. I hope you are enjoying yourself and you liked the last presentation. I hope you're having a great day. We're going to take a little break now. We're going to go for, I think we'll take a break for maybe around 6 minutes, and then we're going to get into the Divine Feminine panel. And we have 4 or 5 panelists. This is hosted by Alan Steinfeld. So I'm going to go ahead and just share a video at this point. And the video is really just a 4-minute video, 3 to 4 minute video. And it's explaining how you're going to access your replays. So again, we have 6,200 people signed up. 6,200 people. We had around 800 people sign up since we started this event. We're having a little lower attendance right now because it's during the week, but as the days go on, it's going to be more and more people. And then on the weekend, when people are off work, we're going to have like a lot of people on this at the same time. So extremely excited. I'm going to play this video, and this is how not only are you going to access the replays of this conference, but how you're going to access the 3 months of infinite replays that we provided you. So the video starts off just from entering the website and how you're going to go ahead and navigate. So go ahead and take a look at this. We'll be back in just a few. One quick comment, I forgot to tell everyone. So if you're looking right now, joining us on social media, we're going to cut the live feed right now. We're going to cut, as soon as I go live with this video, I'm cutting the live feed. We're going to go live once again for the Divine Feminine panel. So if you're on social media, we have a couple hundred people watching on social. Go ahead and refresh the page wherever you're at when we cut this feed. And if you want to join the Divine Feminine panel, then go ahead and do that. All right, I'm playing the video. What we have really become a one-stop shop for consciousness, where every topic that I've been able to think of in the last 16 years, we've created events on, and everything that we've recorded, which is thousands and thousands of hours of footage, have conferences, conscious business, conspiracies, divine feminine, documentaries, evolution of consciousness, and it goes on and on and on, many other topics. And also you can browse by speaker. So if you sign up for an event and the paid event, your paid webinar will show up over here so you can view it. However, if you don't sign up for any paid event and you just go to where I showed you in the beginning, you sign up right there, there's over 1,000 hours of free footage. So you can just sign up and come into this website, and we're always adding free footage. So you wouldn't even need to sign up for any live event or paid event, and you still would have thousands of hours to go through. And it will take you a long time to go through it, because when you're done with some webinars every month, we add some new ones for free. So there's always something new and relevant coming out. But we also have an interview section here where you can look at all the interviews that we're doing. So all the free interviews that we do monthly will be added to the section, and documentaries. The documentaries we're creating and our affiliates will be here as well. So I recommend you guys go to our website, portaltoascension.org, type in your name and your email, and go ahead and sign up, and you'll get a username and password where you can go ahead and start accessing and browsing through this. But there's a couple of cool features here too. You can actually add to your watch list. So obviously there's so much footage here, so you might want to just add it to your watch list and then come back later and then check it out, all under one area of what you really want to see, so you can fine tune the topics that you're interested in. And I just clicked on my watch list. Now these are all the ones that I've added myself. See one here on Richard Dolan, False Flags and Color Revolution, Adam Apollo, Michael Tellinger, Brian Forrester, Sound Frequency. We've made the Portal to Ascension Conference 2019 is right here, Billy Carson. So I've added those to my watch list, and you can even add documentaries to your watch list too, so you can check back. But another cool feature is when you watch something, say you've watched 30 minutes of it, when you log back in, it will pick up right where you left off, so you don't have to look for your spot that you left off at. So we've really become, over 16 years of really being into this information, and about like a good 7 years figuring out how to show it on a website. We've now come up with a way to showcase all of our presentations and information that we put on Portal to Ascension in a way that is efficient, user-friendly, and funnels traffic very well, so that you don't really have to go anywhere to get more of this information, because we're working with everyone that we could think of, over 300 presenters on a constant basis, and it increases every single month, where we're always adding new relevant information. And on our article page, anything that's coming out within disclosure, new discoveries and ancient civilizations, we release there too. So our website has become this one-stop shop for all things for this conscious awakening that is now occurring on our planet. So I recommend you guys go to our website, portaltoascension.org. You can sign up there and you'll get instant access, and give us feedback, leave comments on these videos, send us an email, tell us what you think, give me some user feedback so we can improve. This right here is actually synergized with the users that have been giving me feedback for the last few years, and everything that they say I take into consideration, and we add it here so that we can have
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, we hear you.
How do I look? How's the picture?
That's beautiful. Are you at the Creative Life Center?
No, I'm at Cathedral Rock and the right below it there in Sedona. No. So I thought it would be a perfect setting for the male-female energies, right?
Definitely. We can begin whenever you're ready.
Is everybody here? Okay, let's see. I don't know if Val is coming. Where is, I don't see everybody. Is Elizabeth April here? Oh, there. Okay, great. Okay. Are we streaming, Neil? Hi, Laura.
Yep, we're live.
We're live. Okay, great. Do you want to just do a little introduction, Neil, and then we'll go into the whole discussion here?
Yeah. You're talking about introducing the panel?
No, just introduce like why you wanted this panel to happen.
So first we started out with one panel, and then it ended up becoming two, and then pretty soon it was 4 panels, because there's so much information that can be shared. I'm definitely into the experiencer and the ET and UFO thing, so those are the first ones. And then we, the Ascension panel, Deborah Juicy always wanted to do, and then you reached out to me once I had the schedule done, and asked me if we can do the Divine Feminine panel. And I thought that was actually a perfect way to start this, because to be honest, when I was really getting into this and I was exploring spirituality, the concept of the Divine Feminine was really the cornerstone of what it meant to really explore this realm of consciousness. And through my continued evolution, I've realized that, we live in not only a wounded feminine reality, but also a wounded masculine. So it's actually the return of both of them. And I'll just leave with this question, which is the question that I said earlier. Go ahead.
Okay, but after your question, I want to introduce everybody, and we'll. Okay, so.
Oh yeah, I'm going to give you the question,
okay,
and you can ask it whenever you want.
Okay.
So the question is, for each panelist, and Ellen can ask this at a later point, that what does gender have to do with the Divine Feminine, if anything at all? Is it a separate thing that transcends gender, or is there something to female energy and women being connected to the Divine Feminine even more so? So I'm just curious about everybody's perspective.
Okay, we'll get to that after I introduce. Thanks, Neil. Thanks for making this happen. Thanks for holding the energy on the masculine side here. And let me introduce 4 amazing women, really. I mean, just dynamic people. I'll start with Laura Eisenhower, who, when she comes to a conference, she lights it up with her energy, her dynamism, her enthusiasm, her wealth of knowledge. I mean, she brings the whole world in, and she activates people with her knowledge. So I'm so happy you're here, Laura. I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say. And then we have my good friend, Kimberly Meredith, who is a medium, a medical medium. She's had 2 near-death experiences, and she's tapped into the other side, and she has an incredible ability to diagnose people and also channel in the Mother Mary energy. And you might see her eyes blink, which is her way of tapping into the divine. Thank you, Kimberly, for being here. And then someone I just got to know recently, Geraldine Orozco, has a phenomenal story. And it's similar to Elizabeth April's, where they were kind of living a mainstream life, and both of them had alien abductions that woke them up to this other level of reality. And now Geraldine is teaching DNA activations, reprogramming, repatterning, drawing in the higher energies. And so thank you for being here, Geraldine. And Elizabeth April, I've seen you on the Saturday Night Live. I love what you're saying as a coach, as a dynamic teacher, as a leader for men and women. I think that's what this is all about here, is about bringing men and women together in a new dynamic integration. It's no longer one side or the other. I just want to say I'm sitting here at Cathedral Rock. Can you see that in the background? Which is the feminine and masculine coming together. It looks like the old yoni lingam things that you see in India as a natural formation. So maybe we'll get that energy here. But, you know, since, you know, I want to just go beyond the normal, because there's been a lot of divine feminine panels that I've seen, and I think they're all great and all necessary. But there's something different, I think, about the four women here, and we might be joined by Val Tanini. I don't know if she's showing up, but you're sort of tapped into, all of you, from what I know, are tapped into another level of consciousness. It's not just the feminine, I mean, or the masculine. It's like there's an activation, I feel, in each one of you that's bringing the idea of the feminine to another level of awareness. Does that make sense to everyone? So Laura, why don't you start it off and tell us what you think this next level, and how does the feminine evolve to bring humanity to this bigger place?
Well, it's so great to be here. It's great to see everybody. Oh my gosh. It's so wild because we meet up in person and we go to these events in the physical, but it's just really incredible. So thank you for having me and for hosting this. And yeah, I mean, the next level is, we're being pushed to the edge to get to the next level. I mean, very often we're going to deal with some level of crisis and just, you know, choices to see if we're ready to initiate into the next level. And the next level to me has a lot to do with letting go of the old paradigm. The controlling agendas have really been able to manipulate planetary consciousness, earth grids, and the way that planetary bodies actually relate to each other, really pulling in, you know, the more shadow side of it all, to then infect the human race with identifying with the shadow side of these particular planetary consciousnesses. And it's something that they stream through media, politics, entertainment industry, and even religion. So we've been dealing with the Saturn moon matrix type stuff. We've been dealing with Nephilim reversal grids and unplugging of certain areas on the planet, and also control of certain stargates. That has made it very difficult for us to be born into this reality without somehow picking up on those distortions, you know, and then it gets reinforced in the indoctrination systems of schooling and just what we, you know, end up running into as far as how it's grooming our sense of identity and our self-esteem. So we're trying to uphold a false persona, and because it doesn't feel very authentic, it creates sort of almost like what one might call a disorder, but it's not really the sickness of the soul being born. It's the system that is actually, you know, creating it. So the next level is to realize those programs, to realize that mind control, and to realize also the hidden history that we haven't been taught. And the next level,
how do we go to the next level, Laura? How can we, yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah. So the next level with the Saturn, Pluto, Jupiter conjunctions that have been, you know, relating in different ways leading up to December 21st, when Jupiter and Saturn are conjunct each other, is really an opportunity for us to take that leap and understand that a transformation cycle requires death. But if we fear death, we literally encase ourselves in the imprisonment of the fear. And it doesn't mean that fear doesn't have a place, but when we begin to lift those veils and we trust the process and we allow ourselves to be initiated into the next level, we begin to understand that it's about the energy circulation with the cosmic ether and our ability to be grounded on the earth, and how that begins to rebuild the DNA structure and the architecture that is based in the electromagnetic spectrum and also the masculine and feminine. And there's no real expression that is the ultimate way that it should look. It's the inner process and the reconciling with all of it by understanding the storylines we've been given to be able to begin to step into that zone. So it goes beyond how we present ourselves as personalities. It goes more into like the inner work and the inner process to stand in alignment with these transformation cycles instead of allow this old system to continue to dictate to us how we should interpret it and what it should mean while we're being masked and not able to share our authentic experience. That's why there's so much censorship.
So is there anything particularly about the awareness of this divine aspect of the feminine that that you're tuned into that we could all benefit from?
Yeah, so the mother energy is really what's going to help nurture this recognition of the divine blueprint, which is the masculine and feminine working in harmony together. It doesn't mean that the outer expression needs to, have it perfect. It's the inner process that matters most. And when the sun started to move through the 13th sign of Fiacus in 2010, it really represented a huge timeline shift. And that particular sign is ruled by the ether. So all these corrections have been taking place that also connect with the Venus transits, which is very much like the path of the divine feminine. And it's creating a correction with the inversions of sacred geometries, and also the scrambling of the fire codes that have given us this feeling like, oh, it's just junk DNA, when actually it holds all these other harmonic universes that actually appreciate this level of union and the criticalness of us remembering this, because all these agendas are seeking to conquer and divide and to pit one against the other, and or certain movements that are like, no, it's my turn. But it's like, what about balance? What about wholeness? What about integration? And so, on a cosmic, planetary, even astrological level, most especially astrological level, this is all happening. But the distraction of the media and all this stuff that causes us to externalize it, we're trying to fight a battle that we can only win within.
Right, only win with this. This is sort of the work that I think Geraldine is doing right now to kind of reprogram, reactivate. Geraldine, do you want to talk about that in terms of what Laura just mentioned?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's exactly right. And I mean, I think the part of us that we really want to focus on is looking at this structure, this body as one whole organism, that moving away from that individual perspective. We're not just one individual, we're a whole. And the problem is that we look at things from the physical body as also being separate. The parts of us that are feminine, the wounded masculine, all of those parts have to go through a healing, through kind of an uplifting of all that stuff that we've been holding on to, cyclical ancestral trauma, programs that are going down ancestral lineage of this idea of separation. And so, the coming up of that healing is now. So when all this comes up, it gives us an opportunity to work with that information and
right. So how
that information in the body.
Yeah. So how specifically do you work with that?
So, primarily with the emotional aspect. So this is a really great topic for the divine feminine, because the divine feminine, we think of it just as women, right? Holding this divine feminine, but we need to pull away from that idea as looking at the masculine as well as the feminine. So the two sexes, the question was asked about the two sexes. The two sexes hold both of these expressions, the feminine and masculine aspect. So both sexes have to rebalance those imbalances within themselves in order to create that whole organism that's happening. And again, it's from the inside out, that balancing that needs to occur. What we're seeing is a projection of all of the imbalances of those perspectives externally right now. We're seeing it in the world. And, it functions in a fractal kind of design and form that we manifest these kind of imbalances in the body. So everything that we're holding on to program-wise is coming down the maternal and the paternal lineage. So all of those ancestral programs is what we want to focus on, the emotions that are out of balance. Even emotions themselves have a polarity that need to be rebalanced, a perspective. And so in the body, it's storing all of that. in the sexual organs. We're holding on to centuries of ancestral programming and all of this stuff that is just within the body that takes out of balance our perception, the inversion of everything that is the most divine, that is that creative life force. So when we begin with working with the emotions, it goes into the muscle memory of the body, to the multidimensional body, and then uprooting those storylines. They're cords of information that are connecting us all the way back to our ancestral roots. And so we can uplift and work with that information in order to rebalance not just ourselves as an organism, but as a collective. It's one whole organism, the human race, that wants to come into balance again.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. We'll come back to you. I'll go to Kimberly. Kimberly, you work with energy all the time. That is sort of your thing, is to realign people and cut the cord. How much does the divine feminine, divine masculine play into that part of realignment, like Laura and Geraldine said? Yeah. Oh, wait, we're not hearing sound on Kimberly. Okay, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, please. Yes.
Oh, just unmute. How's that?
You're beautiful. Yes.
Oh, thank you. I would say that tapping into our feminine energy right now and balancing the feminine masculine is probably one of the most important things that we can do for ourselves every day, and have a daily practice in that, of at least meditating 5 minutes a day, of which I teach my clients, that doing a daily chant, prayer, of oming. And the reason why I do that is because our world right now is more masculine. And not to say that being masculine is not a good thing, but it is throwing our whole globe universal consciousness completely off. Because in that, being too aggressive and masculine energy can cause a lot of emotional harm to the body, and disruption to our consciousness and emotion and physical body. And we weren't meant to have that in our universe at all. And what happens is that we lose the divine energy, our frequency, and it throws off everything. Meaning, if the feminine energy is on the left side of your body and the masculine energy is on the right side of the body, and when I'm going through the body of a person and I'm finding breast cancer on the left side, and you have a heart problem on the left side, that means the feminine divine energy, the feminine is off. And that happens probably 85% of my clients. And that means the person is, for instance, using more of their masculine energy. And they're maybe not understanding that they're trying to say, they're challenging themselves because they are speaking very aggressively instead of finding their true feminine divine voice. So what I'm trying to explain to you is that you can be as successful and beautiful and loving and kind and still get your point across in a beautiful feminine divine voice, and not have to be using your masculinity to do that. Just like we see some of our biggest political speakers right now using a very aggressive masculine tones to rule our country. If we used a feminine divine energy to be peacemakers, we would have a balanced feminine and masculine energy in our world. So a lot of people that come to me say, you know, you're right, I'm using more of my masculine energy to run my company, and I have now a heart condition, or I have breast cancer on the left side of my body. So what's important to understand is that my guides are channeling right now to everybody, is that when we balance our bodies, our feminine and masculine, Doesn't matter if you're a female or you're a male, or because we really aren't either. We're both. Everyone is male and female. We end up loving ourselves, our brothers and sisters, and honoring both energies and feeling at peace within. And then what happens is that we become one and loving both energies. And then we are connected to the Holy Spirit. And within that, we heal our frequency. And then the world has a ripple effect. And then we ripple that out consciously. So here is another thing. We're taught that when we feel sad or wounded or weak, that it is shameful and it is wrong. But in fact, being weak or sad or sensitive, it's actually very powerful. So being a feminine divine man or woman is extremely inviting and lovely, and is actually going to help our world to be healed and move consciously. So I think honoring the feminine divine in ourselves is honoring the feminine divine in our whole entire world.
Yeah.
And so anyway, I'm going to leave it at that.
Good.
Honoring our energies can help both sides of our body heal.
No, I appreciate that. And I think all sort of
So I'm trying to get that out.
No, that's great.
That made sense. Okay.
No, I think everyone sort of talked to Elizabeth, because I think the problem has been stated, right? You know, been in this awful kind of male-dominated, that consciousness, that aggressive consciousness, and then
I'm not putting down the masculine energy. I'm just saying to balance it. Yeah.
I know, but so Elizabeth, how do we start to balance this, and how do we, you know, how do I mean? I don't want to ask the cliche women question about how do women empower themselves, because that's been said, but how do we do something different based on your experience, where it becomes like the honoring of both and lifting women up to the equal sense, so we can create a world that's balanced? You know, the Native Americans say a bird doesn't fly with one wing. So we need these two parts of humanity. So, and how do we bring the feminine more in from your experience, Elizabeth?
Yeah, absolutely. So ultimately, the way that I perceive it is we are moving from polarity consciousness into unity consciousness. And I think that that's what all of the ladies have really been mentioning and talking about. And so in order to move from polarity into unity, we need to take a look at all of the systems on this planet and once again harmonize them with that unity. And one of the biggest systems that has been very corrupt and very imbalanced and very one-sided has been this male-female dichotomy. And even when you take a look at, I consider myself to be non-binary, right? So I'm fluid and I just love the human being. And so when you take a look at a traditional straight relationship, well, the man does this and the woman does this. And we're actually getting away from that. That's a very wounded relationship, to show up as a half individual and to expect someone else to fill that void of that masculine energy, right? So we need to do the inner work in order to be a whole individual with both masculine and feminine energies and show up in a relationship whole and complete. Therefore, you're never expecting anyone to give you anything that you don't currently have. Now, what's really interesting is all of these younger generations are really putting a spin on gender, sexuality, and what it is to be a male or a female. And I'm a huge, believer in past lifetimes. I do past life regressions for people both on and off this planet. And I really understand that a huge component of the body that we put ourselves in has a lot to do with our past lifetimes and our karma and what we're working through. And most of the time I think to myself, life would be a lot easier if I was just a dude, right? But that's the karma that I'm working through. So it's very easy for me to stand in that divine masculine energy and much more difficult to stand in the divine feminine, that vulnerability. So to your question, and I want to also answer Neil's question as well. I believe that the masculine feminine energies have nothing to do with gender whatsoever. I've kind of seen it all, right? Once again, especially in these younger generations, they're really throwing these traditional norms for a loop in the most beautiful way. And moving forward, in order to bring this harmony, right, this unity consciousness into our own selves, and then to ripple that into the collective, we need to find 0 point frequency. And I talk about this a lot, right? We need to find this place within ourselves where we are neutral enough to observe both sides objectively. If we are coming from a place of reaction and attachment, then we are typically only ever going to be looking at one side of the whole, right? So we need to remove ourselves from whatever side, whatever games we are playing, in order to find that 0 point, that neutrality. Things like meditation, things like being out in nature, things like, just taking a step back, right? Letting go of our emotions. And then the other thing that I would recommend as well is understanding what both the divine masculine expressions within yourself look and feel like, as well as what the divine feminine expressions within yourself look and feel like. They're going to be a little bit different to everyone out there, right? So we have to understand what that expression looks like within ourselves to really check ourselves from moment to moment, day to day, week to week, to say, am I feeding too much into the divine masculine paradigm, or am I feeding too much into the divine feminine paradigm? And how do I bring that back into alignment? And for me, it's always finding that neutrality. It's always finding that objective awareness so that I can then recalibrate into that unity consciousness.
Right. It's objective awareness, but there's something about embodiment, I feel, that as a man, I don't really understand. Can you talk a little bit about that feminine embodiment that in a way makes it so hard for men to get the essence of the feminine? I mean, some do, of course, but yeah, talk about that. And I'll ask everyone that too. So yeah.
Yeah, totally. I feel that on a daily basis, how difficult it is as a very divine masculine energy, which is funny because I look very divine feminine. But I feel that struggle on a daily basis to what is it to be divine feminine? And I've really been working on this a lot recently. And for me, it's absolute surrender, right? It's no expectations, no attachment, doing things with no means to an end, just a complete surrender, just complete presence in that moment, just allowing whatever needs to happen, and to feel every fractal, to feel every aspect of that moment. Divine masculine energies are so, sometimes narrow-minded and stubborn and stuck on one, ideology and really kind of gunning for the finish line. And divine feminine energies have such a beautiful way of being in flow because they're so good at surrendering and that vulnerability. So I'm still working on that, but that's what I know just from my own kind of self-discovery and inner work.
Well, thank you. Thanks for sharing all that. And we'll get back to more. But Geraldine, you also work with that. And I'll ask everyone that question about embodiment. I mean, this is our time for our honor the incarnation. So how do we, as differences, honor that part of us that makes us different? Yes, we want to go for unity, but I guess I want to understand the other half a little bit. So
yeah, that's such an important question, because one of the things that we sometimes forget to realize is that the unity of these two polarities is one of the most powerful creative life forces. And so I think what happens when we start rebalancing them, or bringing one out of the wounded masculine or one out of the feminine masculine, is that within us, we begin to create and reorganize the body. Like April was saying, we kind of realign with the natural cycles of nature. We come back into that 0 point. And what that 0 point is, this incredible, expansive, creative life force energy that is available to us. How to channel that and embody that in order to become this fluid creator with everything that you're doing, without judgment, without fear. It is a very supportive, powerfully nurturing state of being where we are completely unafraid of the truth, of all the hidden aspects of ourselves that we fear to look at, within those programs of wounded self that cause limitations in the ability to come into this creative life force, this expression of creative power. And I feel that the more that we hide and don't want to see those truths within us, it's one of the biggest blockages, not just mentally, emotionally, but physically. We are literally storing that information in the body. So the more that we come into that surrendering state where we sit with these toxic emotions that come up, we sit with the informations, the traumas, and allow them to inform what's happening in order for us to see them from that, different perspective, not so in the feeling body. We begin to understand how they become imbalanced and how we respond to them. We come into automatic response systems. We are just in cause and effect instead of coming into this creative life force where we can come into by balancing these perspectives. And this happens in the physical body as much as in the emotional and in our daily life, just how we are carrying ourselves in the world, coming into this unity consciousness, this creative life force energy of that 0 point that we're talking about. And it's the same with sex. When the two sexes unite, this is when they create life. So if we kind of apply that same imagery to all of these parts of our life, our emotions, when our emotions are out of balance, bringing them back into balance creates a balance in the body, a stasis within the body that is so uplifting and balancing and healthy. And it's the same with our mutual emotions with one another. So balancing the feminine, it's not just about these two polarities. It's about harnessing a creation energy. This is the design of this entire matrix, is based on the law of 3 of that creation, right? And so we have to embody that in the body, and it comes in through balancing these out of balanced aspects of ourselves. Oh, you're muted, Ellen.
Is there something about what makes men and women different? Is their physiology? Is there something about the womb itself that, well, maybe it's just the kind of condition that makes women more connected to the earth, or is that just more conditioning on that's been put out there?
Yeah, from my perspective, I feel that the woman is that nurturing. Okay, the wounded feminine has blockages with the creation, but you're going to find this in both men and women. So in a way, these two aspects come into their individual powers by balancing those two polarities within each of them. So the man balances those polarities within themselves. They come into their highest expressive point. The feminine, the woman, comes into those balances emotionally, physically, mentally of that polarity, and she comes into that creative life force. And so when those two come together as a whole, they can now create. And I think within the architecture of the body, right, the structure of the body, these two unite, but we're not just uniting individual beings like man and woman. We are uniting as a whole consciousness, in order for that to come into creation of the next step of this new paradigm that we're trying to create. All our perspectives of separation, the illusion of separation, have to be rebalanced. Physiologically in the body, we are holding programs. Those are programs. The concept of separation, I believe, is a program which is very much encoded, in a sense, in the matrix. As we come in, as the soul attaches to the physical body, it experiences the polarity through this physical body. And so, we begin to feel the parts of us. And what's interesting, as April was pointing out, that we're kind of coming into this non-gender point where neither of them are holding on to the specific sexes. We are coming into an opportunity in which these energies are coming into an integration, in the body and externally as well.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll go around a few times. I think we'll end with a meditation from everybody. But Kimberly, and then I'll talk to Laura. Kimberly, do you find that there is a difference? I mean, everyone's talking about integration, but is there something as a woman that you feel gives you a different kind of angle on all the healing energy, or is it the same? I mean, what's your perspective?
Well, I'd like to first answer the question about the original question, which was about, you had originally asked about the feminine divine. What was the original question you had asked?
Well, I talked about embodiment, how the embodied experience is different.
The feminine divine energy, which I feel like we're kind of all right now in sort of moving into the feminine divine energy anyway, because what's happening to our world right now with COVID and everything is that we're kind of having, in a way, to move into a feminine divine consciousness, because whether we want to or not, we are moving into an ascension. And because the feminine divine energy takes a seat into receiving, the feminine divine is a receiver. And the masculine energy is out there going, I've got to go, and I'm goal oriented, and I'm a masculine doer. So when you're the feminine and you have to be doing and goal oriented and doing all of this stuff, you're not sitting back and laying back and receiving and let go and let it be and all of that energy. So what I'm trying to say is that when you are the feminine divine, you're the receiver, you're in the joy, you're the creator, you're doing music, you're becoming all that is, and that's the divine in you. You're calling in the Mother Mary energy. You're being that I am. So with all this happening, a lot of people that I know, a lot of my clients have to do journaling now. They're letting their companies, they're on hold. I teach feminine divine classes. So a lot of them are saying, wow, for the first time in my life, I have time to reflect. So I'm learning what my true feminine divine voice is.
Can you share some of that too?
I feel more empowered right now, when before I had to be more masculine and I felt angry and I didn't feel like who I really was, because it wasn't really me. I wasn't really enjoying being a corporate accountant because I was always yelling and upset. And that wasn't the feminine divine. That wasn't me. I now can be more relaxed. I'm staying at home with my children. I'm finding out that I like piano playing. I find out this is who I really, does that make sense? I feel like now I can be myself, or they are still running their company, but they're coming from more of a divine, relaxed, beautiful within. And so when I'm saying that, now that we have to sit back and receive, I feel like what Elizabeth was saying, it's kind of like we're all learning that it's okay to sit back and let us be guided by the Almighty, because whether what we want or what we don't get, it's out of our hands. It's what is going to happen by the Holy One is going to guide us. And so what's healthier for us is that we are balanced by our feminine and masculine energy.
Right. Everybody's saying that, but when you embody the feminine, what energies are you feeling?
All men and women should embody their feminine and masculine energy. And there's many men that embody their feminine energy and they love it. They embrace it, and they feel it. It's letting go of an ego. And it's like ego or I go, so you let that go and you receive. and you raise your consciousness, we come in the world with a certain amount of consciousness. So we have to raise our consciousness so we can keep ascending.
So that sort of, yeah, answers Neil's
So
question.
5 minutes a day, you don't have to do an hour, but it's 5 minutes a day of chanting or praying raises your body's energy and your consciousness of just relaxing and breathing. And I think somebody said that also, I can't remember, because just not remembering that, but somebody said here about touching into your breath and doing some energy like that would be really super cool.
No, Ray, I think there's an agreement among everyone, like from what Neil asked. It's not the gender, it's the consciousness. But let me talk to Laura for a second, because as a mother, Laura, that's a whole different experience, right? Do you want to talk from your personal experience? Like, was there a transformation that happened that tapped you into something else? Or is that just an old kind of paradigm as well?
Well, it did. I mean, I was a tomboy, and I didn't even feel like I was in a human body. It took a lot for me to even come into the physical body. And I was really amazed that I was like pregnant. And I mean, I was 25 years old, and this light kind of hit me, and I wasn't thinking I was having twins. My boys are now over 22 years old. And it really like lit me up to the fact that, oh my gosh, I'm in an actual physical female body. Okay. And all this stuff works, but I was like, well, what if it doesn't work? And then it just ended up working, and I was just working the energy. And I learned so much, because before I had my high school sweethearts, and I was, we all have our own sexual orientations for whatever reason. And, I've mostly always gravitated towards just this concept of sacred union and this fairy tale. It's always been about that, but it didn't have to look a certain way, but it just ended up being a certain way. But that was very much more my thing, almost like this higher aspect of me that was trying to guide me as a human, that almost took it so seriously and too much to heart that I would let myself get heartbroken. And time and time again, whether it was not so much about relationship, but even relationship with parents, relationship with life, feeling very targeted, it would constantly throw me out of my body to the point where I lost all ability to really, relate to it. I almost rejected it. And it was really painful, because I'm like, I'm supposed to love this vessel. And then I just, realized, just to answer your question, yeah, the mothering experience was huge. I ended up having twins that were full term, both over 6 pounds. I'm like, how did that happen?
How did that change your understanding of feminine, or maybe having children is not the thing in a sense?
Well, we have the mother-father archetype, whether we have children or not. We all carry that. Sometimes we have, agreements to bring children into the world. It wasn't something that I was going out of my way to experience. But the fairy tale part of it was an inner love story that I realized is the alchemical marriage between the masculine and feminine within myself, to be able to be a creative person. But does it have to look a certain way? I don't feel that. I feel like, what does authenticity mean to you? And however that shows up is perfect for you. When you try and strive for an outer image, that's where I always lost the flow, like high school, or this is what it means to be feminine, this is what it means to be this or that. I felt so lost for so long. I'm like, I don't relate to any of it. And I was always, considered way more the relatable person from the male side, because I did all these wilderness trips, and sometimes I was the only woman, and I'm just like, yo, and they forgot that I was in a female body, and so did I. I'm like because we're just relating. We're beyond the personality matrix. We're beyond hormones and gender and like the game that gets played. We're like literally hanging on a soul level. So when I got pregnant with twins, it was really weird. I'm like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I hope all this works. And it actually did. And I'm still surprised to this day. And I don't know. It's like I gravitate towards my thing. Does it make me less feminine, more masculine? I mean, I think at the end of the day, if you can be true to yourself, that circulation of energy is going to flow really, really well. As far as your outer expression is going to have a lot to do with your particular role or mission, or the piece that you're here to share in order to light up those dormant DNA codes, right? We all have to have, you know, a certain level of authenticity and diversity to really like help the collective, you know. And a lot of these dark agendas is be the same, or be this program, or live up to this. And it's like, well, what about what your heart and your soul is telling you? I think that is what feeds the collective. And it can look like anything. And the most important thing is your relationship with yourself. So I went through a huge process being a mother at a young age. I mean, I don't know. It's like I learned to love myself, and I still struggle with it sometimes. I don't know. We all have our traumas and our, our things, but it helped me to see about myself that, you know what, you put them first, and your heart is a lot bigger than you realize. And it actually helped me to heal all this kind of attack or even self-attack because of whatever the conditions were from my previous lifetimes. But no, you can be a mother, father, you can be anything you want to be. There's no requirement. I meet divine mother archetypes and father archetypes that don't have biological kids, but they're parenting all the time. And it's not about that exclusive role where you're just this or that. It's about the whole, 12-strand DNA that goes beyond that. It's about every archetype that we're able to integrate into wholeness. It's about understanding that, whether it has a more masculine or feminine charge to it. I mean, why don't we free ourselves and realize that we're all of it? And when we can put those aspects of ourselves in a harmonious relationship with each other, we are achieving an alchemical marriage that actually helps us to work with our light and dark, where the light is the seeds of our higher consciousness, planting itself in the womb, the soil, the darkness that generates life all the time. I mean, and that's where the masculine and feminine come together. And if we don't integrate that or understand that, we're going to get lost in these outer expectations that literally create like very toxic insecurity. And I remember feeling that. And I was like, I don't know, and I'm still kind of in recovery from it. It's like, what is going on here? But no,
that because it's, I guess everyone here is saying we need to do it differently. We need to reevaluate what we think is masculine and feminine, and let go of those old models because they're just not working for the new world that we want to create. So it doesn't matter what your body is, it's where's your consciousness. I just want to go, the question someone asked online, I'd like to know the harmful aspects of the ego on both sides, feminine, masculine energies, past relation. You want to answer that, or I can go on to, why don't you think about that, Laura? I'll ask Elizabeth. Oh, do you have a question? Well, go ahead.
Toxic ego.
Yeah.
Well, I think we need to be confident real quick. I want to hear everybody else. And I know I just kind of spotted for a bit.
No.
Confidence needs to be in alignment with soul and spirit. Confidence that is basically feeling proud of itself because it's living up to something that you were groomed to be or taught to be is more dangerous because it's fragmented away. And it's hard to tell, is it authentic? Is it false? Is it this? Is it that? So as an astrologer, it has kind of helped me, to help people, but we need that solar plexus generating, energy throughout our body. We need a sense of identity, but is that identity limited to the personality matrix programs? Or are we identifying with being multidimensional beings that literally can stand strong in our truth and not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of? We need something, because if we're just, we lose ego, then we might as well be stomped on. And I think we need a true sense of identity instead of the false ones.
No, that's where I think the question's going, about the toxic effects of the feminine ego and the masculine ego. There's these positive effects and there's also the toxic effects. I think you deal with that, Elizabeth, don't you? Can you talk about that a little bit? Thanks, Laura. Hi.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think anything in excess, no matter what it is, right? It could be the best thing for you. It could be yoga every day. But if you do it for 6 hours a day, I would personally call that into question into my own reality. So, anything that we are doing or experiencing or behaving in excess, whether that be a divine masculine trait or a divine feminine trait, we just have to check ourselves, right? And that's kind of where that's where we have to get back to that neutrality. That's where we have to get back to that 0 point. And it's just really interesting because, I personally just, my own kind of divine feminine masculine story, I've been with men my whole life. And then I fell in love with a woman, and it completely shattered every reality that I had ever created with, what is it to be in a relationship? And what is it to have the divine masculine feminine energies? And now all of a sudden, there's no structure to my relationship, right? There's no, well, this is your role because you're the male, right? And this is my role because I'm the female. It's just completely, everything is very fluid and everything is very lucid. But what I tend to find in my own relationship, and, regardless if you're fluid, gay, straight, bi, whatever, everyone is being recorrected to bring their vibrations back into an alignment of that unity. And like I said, no matter what you identify with or what gender you are, the number one thing, especially within partners and within yourself, that's going to bring you back into that unity and that alignment with both male and female energies is going to be conversations. I hate it because I'm like not good with like talking about the emotional stuff, but it's so good. And talking every day, all day, whether it be to yourself or your partner, to say, hey, where are you at today? Is there something that you need to express? Is there something that you are feeling? Is there a goal that you want to achieve, right? So really targeting both the divine masculine traits and characteristics of your individual self, and then also targeting and holding space for the divine feminine aspects and traits of yourself as well. So right now, I mean, I'm so blessed that, this woman stepped into my life and totally rewrote all of the previous structures that I had developed in my mind. But for most people who are in more of a structured kind of paradigm, it's much more difficult to kind of break that down, get out of it, and reconfigure that unity and that balance and that awareness within themselves as a whole individual once again.
Right. Yeah, I think that leads to some of the work Geraldine's been doing about the balancing, and we'll come back to you, Elizabeth, the balancing of the masculine and feminine within the relationship. Like Elizabeth's saying, how do you know, is it, maybe there's no roles anymore, maybe there's nothing, we're off the chart, where it's like it's all being created new, or are there something in the old energies to bring together? What do you think?
Yeah, well, you asked the question about what is the wounded feminine and the wounded masculine. I think it's really important that we learn what those are, because we can identify them when they come up. And these are very specific behaviors and emotional responses that come up when we're triggered, when those aspects of our wounded self are triggered. And they demonstrate themselves in our relationships, even in our relationship with our own personal self. The wounded, the balanced feminine is all about inward, right? That connection, that womb, nurturing, the intuitive aspect of the human. And the wounded aspect, we're looking at things like codependency, neediness, victimism, coming into powerlessness, weakness, manipulation, withdrawing, over emotional. All of these things that are the wounded feminine aspect are things that you can identify within us. And most of the times they are programs and patterns that we have learned through the example of that energy in our life. So for example, our mother, if our mother was playing out these roles of a wounded feminine, more than likely, whether you're a man or a woman, you're going to adapt that kind of that thinking, that perception. And so it'll kind of take all your relationships in your life out of balance. Not only that, but you're storing that information within you. So they are going to project, because what you're creating your reality is a projection of what's in the subconscious mind, actually. So all of those programs and those belief systems of the wounded feminine, in this case, are going to be feeding into how you're going to be experiencing things. They're going to be what you're attracting in your relationships, in your careers, with your family, with your friends, and even with yourself. The way that you deal with yourself and the blockages that you have are going to come from that perspective of the wounded feminine. So, for example, you may always default to victim mode. And this might be one of the greatest blockages that you have. And it might be the one thing that if you could just pull away gently in a very nourishing feminine, that's a healthy feminine aspect way, you can support yourself to be able to come into an empowerment, feeling safe enough to emerge in that feminine energy, that feminine expression of yourself. And from the masculine, it's the same. The wounded masculine is power, control, abuse, criticism, confrontational energy. So if you're coming from that place, the opposite of that would be an expansive, very trusting, having very healthy boundaries, having that clear communication, that focus, that understanding of that expression and the exchange. So balancing those polarities are really important in building your the way that you express yourself and interact and how you're manifesting in life. It really feeds subconscious programs into that.
Today is a full moon, and that's when the sun and the moon and the earth are in alignment. That's like a union, and I think that's upgrading. So before I get to Kimberly, what does all this have to do with the ascension process to you, Geraldine? I'm asking you.
Well, in my opinion, ascension is at all times. I think it's a natural expression of all living organisms in this matrix and multiverse. We are moving through, constantly moving through cycles of death and rebirth. We are constantly moving through different dimensions, moving in and out of dimensions. It's a constant movement, right? And so in this particular timeline, this dimensional timeline that we're in, this three-dimensional, very physical place, we are here to experience that polarity. So this fragment of yourself that is experiencing this human body, because remember, you have many fragments of yourself that are experiencing other aspects of this multiverse. And those laws of creation may differ from what we're experiencing here. So what makes this creation is the union, the integration of those two polarities. And so if you were to say that ascension was something specific in this particular timeline, I think it would be the rebalancing, the unity of coming. When you rebalance those polarities, you can come into a 0 point. The 0 point doesn't happen unless you rebalance those two polarities. And that's how you come into a state of neutrality, that most creative life force expression that's available to the human. So if I were to say in this small little timeline of a life from birth to death, to be able to embody your highest expression, your most creative self, I believe is the healthiest, most balanced aspect of a human expression.
Beautiful. So Kimberly, thank you, Geraldine. Kimberly, you're still with us, right? Hi. Hi, wait, unmute Kimberly. Hi. Hi. No, you're so connected to other things. I see.
Where am I at?
No, you're here. You're good. No,
where am I?
You're fine. No, because you've done so many amazing healings with people, and you've moved so much energy. How does that operate through you? How does that divine feminine energy operate through you as a healer?
I don't know that. I don't know how to answer that question. How does the feminine divine operate through me as a healer? I'm here to talk about the feminine divine.
Yes, please talk about that
right now. So do you want to ask another question?
We'll talk about the divine feminine energy as it works as you work with it.
I work with the feminine divine energy with people all day long. And as it comes through the world right now, it's important for people, I'd say at this time in history, to understand that we are being manipulated to work to connect to the feminine divine, because the world is being depopulated at a fast rate and harm our bodies. And this is important to, I mean, this panel was for feminine, to talk about the feminine divine, to bring in more love and calming in our system. And that goes with our heart chakra and our solar plexus and our root chakra. So I work with chakras a lot to help people connect to their feminine divine energy. And when we calm down the masculine energies in our bodies, because we can get attacked, the masculine energy is a lower frequency at times, and it can cause you to work in your system through sometimes not wanting to be in that energy. So you want to make sure that your body, once again, is equal, feminine and masculine, and you work from those energies. The feminine divine energy is a beautiful energy to work with and learn about more. I don't really feel, you asked me an appropriate question at the moment.
When you work with the divine feminine energy, what is that energy? How does that feel? Can you describe it?
I'd like to talk more about how people can connect to the feminine divine energy.
Yeah, fine. That's very nice. That's good.
Yeah, because the feminine, the reason why is because for me to say how I'm working with somebody doesn't really connect to what they can do. Your throat is what's happening. You're getting attacked. People are getting attacked to their throat and their heart. So when you connect to your heart and your throat is very important right now in this day, in this time period. And this is something that's really important that people understand. And when the masculine energy is empowering over us right now, it's trying to like sabotage the beautiful feminine command. Like Laura was saying, when she was a kid, she felt really happy being herself, running around and doing what she wanted to do as a kid, playing. And that's her being her authentic self. Like for me, I don't really have a gender. I don't think of myself as a male or a female. When I ask God a question, God blinks the answers to me. Yes or no. I'm very simple. I'm a channel. I'm a medium. I'm a freak. Okay. I'm just me. I don't really care. So when I work with clients, I do my mediumship on them. I get answers really quick. I know what they have in 2 seconds. So basically what I'm trying to say is that the energy of the Holy Spirit is saying, this is a crucial time that when we feel we're on attack and we feel like we are coming from our heart center and we're coming from a peaceful, loving space, and then all of a sudden we feel like we're in this love energy, that is our feminine voice. We feel calm and sweet and we're like this. And then all of a sudden we feel this aggression coming on or something's happening to us. We're going into the masculine fighter energy that we have to go out and struggle to protect ourselves or do this type of thing. That is this hardcore masculine feeding. We don't have to be that hardcore. We can be very balanced with our energy and be more this feminine, masculine balance of ourselves. So we can stay healed in our body and be our chakras all balanced and not be struggling. And we talk about moving into the awakening and the ascension. Well, you can't stop it. It is happening. We are already doing it. We're in it right now anyway, so it's already happening. Basically, that's what I do for my people that I work. I help balance their chakras and I help them get their inner, their true voice. I help them find their true feminine divine voice.
The other thing I want to ask all of you, and I can start with you, Kimberly, is that you all are very connected to the extraterrestrial energies. How is that connected to the divine feminine, if it is or not? I mean, there seems to be a new wave of spiritual connection that the ETs, whoever they are, trying to encode within us. And I know you're connected to them, Kimberly. So talk about that connection and how it relates to your work in the feminine and everything you're bringing through.
Well, they're here because they don't want any negative, well, they're not going to have any negative, the negative agendas are not going to win at all. And they're basically trying to teach as much as possible and activate as many people as possible, to learn as quick as possible how to eliminate and depopulate as much as possible anybody that is going to get in the way of doing what they want to do, which is move as many people as possible into the world that they want, and they will make that happen.
The ETs want to move people
yeah.
into the fifth dimension, as you call it, right?
It's beyond the fifth dimension, but that's a start.
Right. Talk about the fifth dimension a little bit and beyond, because you work with that.
Well, the fifth dimension and beyond is a dimension where, like that, things just appear and happen, and it just you don't need much effort to have miracle healings. But the thing is, it aggravates people that are not of that.
Well,
and we don't need to speak about that, but it just aggravates the opposite of that.
Right, but you're here to activate people, bring them up to a higher level, and
of course, people that are willing to do that, and there are hundreds of people willing to do that, and that are ready to do that, and the people that aren't wanting to do that, of course, that's their choice to do that.
All right, I'm going to come back to you because I want to end with a meditation, but I want to ask everyone on the panel at least that question about, because of the relationship each of you have to these ETs, and you're also representing the feminine and the divine feminine. Is there, well, I'll ask you, Geraldine, or did you have something else to say, Kimberly?
I was just going to say the reason they were just saying that she was around the throat and the heart chakra is the two main areas that is a good place to start every day, going around those two areas and connecting to activate.
Right. Thank you.
Right.
And that's what your work is. We're going to come back to you for the meditation.
That's what everybody's work is, not my work.
So thanks. Geraldine, how do you see that connection to ETs, and how does that really connect to the embodiments that we are now working through to overdo the old programming? I mean, all of us are so programmed from the past, but yet there's this other level happening.
See, when we talk about programming, I think that we need to understand that the programming system, the matrix that we're coming into here as a soul when we attach to the physical body, is for this specific timeline that we're experiencing. But it's just one fractal of many aspects of yourself as a whole organism, which has fragments of yourself that are extraterrestrial aspects of yourself, that are angelic aspects of yourself. All of these aspects that make up your human organism as a whole is interconnected. In reality, we are one organism. Now, when we talk about these extraterrestrials, right, we look at them as these beings that are external to us. It's my experience that in reality, they are these experiences that we have, that we share with them. It's a reflection of yourself. It's a fragment of yourself being expressed through these beings as well. Now, we talk about polarity, coming into the earth as polarity. We're experiencing polarity here. What happens when we're talking about the imbalance is this kind of, when consciousness rejects itself, when it becomes unaware of a certain aspect of itself, then there is imbalance in the body. The same way that it happens when we have these feminine, masculine, wounded, and balanced aspects of ourselves. But when that happens, one that is rejecting its consciousness has to now reach outside of itself in order to feed and fulfill itself, its own expression, to become aware of itself. And so I call this parasitic consciousness. This parasitic consciousness, I believe, is something that we're experiencing in many areas of this 3-4 dimensional plane here in the physical 3D Earth. I do believe that, you know, as we experience some of these extraterrestrials, some of these exchanges are parasitic and some of them can be constructive on some level. But all of them need to come into integration. What we want to focus on right now is not so much on the external experience that we have with them, but on the integration of first ourselves as an organism, as one whole organism interconnected with these beings. But also, as we are evolving, becoming aware of ourselves through those experiences, every single one of those, them and ourselves, are fractals of infinite consciousness, becoming aware of itself through all experiences. So the connection between these extraterrestrials, I believe, is a very complex one. And where I would like to end, especially talking about the divine feminine, is that becoming aware that when we balance these polarities within us, we have that creative life force. And we also must understand that we have the ability of embodying free will. So when these parasitic consciousness of entities, all of these beings, extraterrestrials that come and connect, or those aspects of ourselves become aware of themselves, and we have imbalanced exchanges with them, we have the free will to choose whether we wish to engage or heal or rebalance those connections that we have with them. And we're doing this internally as much as we're doing it as a whole connection. I believe that these extraterrestrials are just an extension of ourselves, and not even extraterrestrials. It's not even the word. It's an interdimensional fragment of our own self that we are working through during this timeline as we all collectively somehow return back to a whole expression in order to be able to experience other possibilities in this multiverse.
Great. So they're here to bring us back into a whole expression, which is also to recognize our differences as well. That's just the feeling I get. I mean,
I wouldn't necessarily say that they are doing it to us. I think that we are all, as individual, free will, sovereign entities of consciousness, becoming aware as individuals and fragments. I think that they are a fragment of that same consciousness becoming aware as well. They're also going through a certain ascension, in a sense, or evolution of some sort.
Great, thanks. Elizabeth, what was your experience with these ETs, and how did that connect you more to your incarnation as a woman? I mean, I know, or maybe it didn't. I mean, what do you get?
Yeah, for sure. So I definitely props everything that Geraldine was saying, because that's totally, my vibe, and the fractals and the expressions and the parallel selves. Like, I experience that all the time. And I was pretty amazed to see that a lot of these higher dimensional beings don't necessarily have sex organs. They don't necessarily have a gender. A lot of them are asexual. And there are even beings in higher, upper realms, 10th, 11th, 12th dimension, that are completely androgynous. You take a look at them, and they're really, truly a combination of divine masculine, divine feminine. And there's a lot to learn from them, in that unity. And there's a lot of lower dimensional beings that we give our power to, which is, I think, maybe a part of what Geraldine was saying, in a way. And what I've experienced is when we recognize these other fractals of ourselves, we're like, oh, wow, you're in another dimension. You must be more intelligent, more advanced, more wise, more spiritual than I. So I think that taking a look and experiencing other beings in other dimensions and the way that they exist and their physical incarnated form allows us to really reflect on the ability for us as human beings to experience the extreme ends of polarity, and then to essentially master that polarity and bring that polarity into unity. I truly believe that human beings and our DNA, and a lot of our 90% junk DNA, is actually this interdimensional DNA. I truly believe that we are hybrid beings in our own right, which allow us to go to the deepest depths of the lower vibrations, and it allows us to experience the highest expressions of the highest vibrations. And it is really up to us to choose. And I've said it before many times, but I'll say it again. It's that 0-point neutral frequency, that objective observation that will always allow us to come back together into this middle ground. So interdimensionals in a lot of ways allow us to see and observe and experience what other fractals of ourselves can be, and then to, in a sense, appreciate what we have been given, what we've given ourselves, and how to work with those polarity aspects and how to bring those polarity aspects into unity. We are hybrid beings once again for a reason, to master these extreme aspects of self, and these fractals and these interdimensional beings are helping us navigate the way. But ultimately, once again, as Geraldine said, it's up to our free will and our conscious observation to choose what state we want to be in from moment to moment.
Right. No, thank you. Thank you for that. I'll get to Laura, but I think what everyone's saying here also, from what I get, is like, we honor the incarnation as masculine or feminine. We go and we own that. We value that expression. And only when we value the masculine or the feminine can we transcend it. But if we're stuck in the toxic parts of those ego expressions, we're never going to go beyond it. So we have to be empowered as men and women, as masculine and feminine, and find that greater union. But we can only do it by being true to whatever our own nature is as incarnation. That's how we transcend it, in order to know it. So Laura, do you want to say anything about, the multidimensional aspect of the feminine and how we can take that all to another level? And then we can end with a little meditation that everyone can participate in. So Laura, tell me about that multidimensional aspect and that embodiment of the incarnational experience, because I think that's what we're here for. We're here to be embodied first.
Well, I really do feel that we share codes with each other to repair our DNA architecture. And that diversity is so important because we're not going to experience it the same way. But when we look at it from a multidimensional perspective, and we're coming from a higher dimensional plane, that unification is already present. It's living in a completely different sort of system that's not based on mind control, not based on the imbalance, not based on, the projected stereotypical sort of thing that, kind of qualifies for, this is the role of the man, this is the role of the woman. And that has never gotten us very far. And it's impacted both genders, and it's impacted our own internal ability to, really get in touch with, what it's all about. I mean, our genetics hold ET genetics. When we start to move into these higher harmonic universes, we start to remember, and because we're on a multidimensional planet, it literally requires us to step into these, different spaces of ourselves. And it doesn't have to fit a model. That's where we always get lost. And so there's going to be, different types of beings, coming out of the Lyra system. We got the Vegas, the Vegans, not vegans. And then we got the Lyrans, and then we've got the Pleiadians, and then we got the, and it keeps stepping down into these lower dimensional levels to the point where they become fallen systems that are hybridizing to the point where it needs correction. It needs rehabilitation. And I think, on a multidimensional level, there's a certain amount of freedom with being able to access the creative imagination without all the infection and all the propaganda and all the, different roles that we've been seeing. There's sort of that relationship with the false archetypes that forms a very dysfunctional relationship, almost like a surrogate parent. I mean, we all feel a certain theft when we're born into families where there's been broken relationships, broken marriages, and these pantheons, and how, it becomes this greater sort of inheritance, and that we're given this sort of project or this need to look at that and repair it, and that the mission becomes the repair work instead of, necessarily gravitating to the perfect, expression of what it could be, which we often do have starting from childhood. But because of the indoctrination system, because of the school systems, because of the way these things are portrayed to us, we lose ourselves. And then we also think that the way things were modeled to us is something that we need to emanate, when really we come in as star seeds, and the darkest of most difficult things that we take on are for the greater good of humanity, to rise above it and to reset the energy, to embody something that shows, you know, that there's way more to us than we can imagine.
Well,
And so,
let's just count. No, was there something else you were going to say? I just wanted to start, like, no, finish that thought, because I wanted to go into like a meditation where we can start to activate that starseed potential. So did you have anything?
oh yeah, I was just going to say the starseed potential, it's already integrated. You know, as far as the way it chooses to express itself, you know, it has to come down to the initiations that we're given in life to begin to move into a more soul matrix expression, into a living expression of what it means to hold the true template without the reversal codes, without the scrambled fire codes, and without, you know, the artificial like tree of life template, and how things have been almost numerologically distorted in order to kind of throw us off. So we have to kind of push the envelope when we look at like the Gregorian calendar compared to the 13 moon calendar, and how, you know, even frequencies with sound and waves that come through these dark technologies are literally throwing these distortions that hook people into maybe an implant or a belief system or something that was passed down. We need to literally say, you know, instead of becoming a product of what has been imposed on us, we're going to be an archaeological kind of mindset on a soul level to begin to recapture, you know, these places that have been harmed. And the diversity piece, diversity in harmony being oneness, is a way that we can begin to share the codes, because we don't come in with the full 12 strand and beyond template, but we come in with a certain piece of it that if we can be authentic in its expression and link up to others that are carrying their own authentic expression, we begin to share the codes and do a rebuilding and realize that we don't need to be at war with each other. And the divide and conquer agendas are actually us fighting ourselves. And if we can come together with an agreement to appreciate these differences, we can begin to recover our lost aspects, which at the end of the day is all about the unification of the electric, the magnetic, the masculine and feminine, the right and left brain. But when we get confused in the gender part of it, we kind of miss the mark, and we end up, you know, gravitating towards just a need for acceptance, when in actual fact, we're stripping away all the programs to like reveal the treasure that's encoded in us. You know, we don't need to obtain it, we need to remember it.
Well, do you want to start the meditation? I'll ask everyone to join, where we can start to bring in this wholeness, the codes that will unite us to the true self, or is that something you don't do? Do you want
I do it, but I just, with these amazing women, I bet they would do it better. So I don't know, any one of you guys want to do that? I mean,
all jump in, but if you don't feel comfortable, that's okay.
I mean, all I can say is we're elemental beings. Our DNA is the nucleic acids of our DNA is elemental: earth, air, fire, water. We're repairing the mitochondrial DNA connected to the ether. And so I just invite these amazing women to, you know, help us to really step into that zone where there's no right or wrong way to do it. As long as you're true to yourself, no matter how many dark night of the souls that you go through, no matter how disturbing it might feel, you know, where it might undermine your ability to hold that space of, oh, I'm enlightened. And we can actually like face, you know, those challenges and embrace it with unconditional love. We can begin to nurture those wounded spaces. And that's all I'll say, but I'd love to hand it over to anybody else but me.
Geraldine, you want to start with a little drop in? I mean, I love that, Laura. Thank you. And if we all take in everything we've heard here tonight, even if it didn't settle in there, just take it in and use it to kind of drop into a higher place of being, a more unified, recognizing the differences, unifying the differences, and feeling the connection to the wholeness that you are, that we are. So Geraldine, do you want to take it from there?
Yeah, thank you. That was beautiful. We can begin by closing our eyes and just inhale deeply and exhale, connecting with our bodies. And now that we're talking about the feminine and masculine, maybe just taking a moment in stillness and awareness. check into what the feminine and masculine aspects of ourselves are expressing within the body. Just checking in.
Hmm.
And just noticing that within those spaces, we can understand where we hold imbalances, where each one of those expressions are feeling wounded, feeling fearful of coming into that balanced expression of each. So I would just say that taking time out of your day to tap into these aspects and being both very nurturing and from the masculine perspective also supportive and aware, fearlessly aware of where those parts of us feel wounded and damaged and need to come into balance, and knowing that creating that balance is safe, coming into that full expression without any fear.
Thank you.
Yes.
Elizabeth, do you want to say something? Okay, thank you. Kimberly, you have something special to share. Can you unmute, Kimberly? Unmute. There you
Hi.
go.
Hi. Hi. I wrote something that I'd like to share. Let's take a couple breaths. Inhale and exhale. Through our throat chakra, where we speak out our beautiful feminine voice there. Okay, so I like to channel messages, and so I channeled this a few days back, knowing I'm coming here, and here we go. This is going to activate us as well. So let's just sit back and relax a little bit and receive, because I'm going to be doing the channeling to you, my guides, of some beautiful feminine energy to you right now. Okay, so just go with it, please. Gotta go with it all. Here we go. Okay, deep breaths, inhale and exhale. And this came from my heart to you right now. Here we go. So just picture yourself just looking out at the ocean, taking some deep breaths, inhale and exhale. You can put your hands over your heart chakra. That's like right in the center if you don't know. A lot of people don't know what the chakras are. This is the middle of the heart. It's not your physical heart. It's the center of the heart is your heart chakra. And that's a green color. So here we go. This is called, I love the Mother Mary. Okay, so our beautiful Mother Mary, the Virgin Mary. And I named this the Feminine Divine Mother Mary. So this is how it goes. Take a deep breath, inhale and exhale. And I don't know if you can see my eyes, but if you look at my eyes, I'm going to activate you for a minute. Okay. And then I'm going to say, you can say it along with me if you want, or you can just listen. I honor the feminine divine in me. And I honor the feminine divine in you. In this modern day world. In all forms of the divine. Because it's shifting. The energy is shifting with love. And take a deep breath, inhale and exhale. I honor the feminine divine energy in myself, as well to serve others. I serve you. And take a deep breath, inhale and exhale. I feel good about freely balancing my masculine energy Take a deep breath. I choose not to cling to any energy that does not serve me or bind me. And take a deep breath. I'm rinsing off the shame. I'm rinsing off the shame off my soul and my body. And take a deep breath. My eyes shine, and my heart is worth the gold of God's love. And take a deep breath again. Inhale and exhale. I live in my truth, and I live in my feminine strength. And then go into your throat chakra and say, I can speak freely now. I can speak strongly now in my feminine divine voice. And this is for you. I am free. I am a being. I honor my masculine and I honor my feminine. I fill up my cup. I raise my right hand and I swear to be a modern day Mother Mary in this modern day world. And I am willing to shift in this beautiful ascension. And I honor you and I honor me. Namaste.
Here, giving your heart and your most intense ways of communicating and taking it all in and allowing it to stir up things so we can all come into right alignment, whatever that means, that union inside of us, inside of each of us. Like Elizabeth said, it's only then that we can really meet the other. So I thank you all. If you want to just talk about how to find you, because this is the end of a long day of the first day of Portal to Ascension online summit, and just to tell people, Elizabeth, do you want to start how to find you?
Yeah, absolutely. ElizabethApril.com on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. You will find me. And I also have a podcast called Expand with Elizabeth April. So lots of, free content and mind expanding videos for everyone. Thank you so much, Neil, and for everyone having me on. This has been great. And I will be on tomorrow as well. So I'll see everyone tomorrow.
Great. Laura, I know you spoke today, but you have anything coming up?
Oh, I know I do. And I'm going to update my website. There's
What's your website?
cosmicgaia.org, and I have a subscription, and I'm doing bi-weekly events, paying attention to certain themes to help work, energy and a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about. And my main focus is to help people launch their mission and to help them to feel more connected to their inner calling and what is really coming forward that they might fear actually stepping into, especially in these crazy times where we don't have much of a choice, or a lot of people don't have much of a choice. I mean, they have to transition. They might be losing their job or career, or they need to make a move. So that's my Cosmic Gaia subscription. You can find it on my website, but you can just sign up for a free newsletter. I've got all sorts of amazing products to counteract the effects of, vaccinations and chemtrails and all the stuff that we've been breathing in. And so I've been working really hard to, find, the best products. And then I've got Dark to Light with David Rodriguez, and that comes with a Patreon subscription. But also we do a live show every Wednesday, but every other Wednesday, if you join the Patreon, we do Q&A and we get, really into the community part of it to help build community so that we can all have these very honest and transparent discussions. So yeah, if you go to cosmicgaia.org, you're going to find all the information, but there's going to be a lot of updates as far as some of the new products. And yeah, I just had such an incredible time with you guys. And thank you so much for hosting this, Neil. I mean, Portal to Ascension, and of course you all and all your beautiful words is really great. So yeah, I'll be updating as far as the next online events I have. I know I have one with Portal to Ascension in November, which we plugged earlier. And yeah, I know that nothing can stop us, and we're going to always continue to, rise above everything they try and strip from us. And that's what the warrior spirit's all about. That's what creates an athlete. You leap over the obstacles. You don't let them hit you in the face and become a victim to it. This is a time of being strengthened and being reminded of, who we really are. Let's not misunderstand it for, feeling crushed or limited or thrown into a persona that actually isn't the truth. So,
Thank you for your voice, your passion, and your intensity. And we'll do some more together. Okay, Laura?
Oh, I look forward to it. Much love to you guys.
Okay. Geraldine, how do we find you? And you're giving a talk here on Portal to Ascension tomorrow, right?
On Saturday, I'll be doing the 11/11 meditation, mass meditation. So please do check that out. I'll be speaking on the hybridization program and holographic DNA later on that day on Saturday. And I will also be a part of a panel for extraterrestrial ET contact experiencers. So I'm really happy to be here. It's an honor. Thank you, Alan, Neil, and everyone that's putting this on. You guys can find me at GeraldineOrozco.com, my YouTube channel at Geraldine Orozco. And my primary work is working with deprogramming, matrix programming, and learning and training the body to come into unconditional love. So if you guys would like to do that, I do have a subscription base as well. Seeker Plus on my website. Please check it out. And I am happy to serve. Thank you so much for having me. All my love.
Thank you so much for being here. And Kimberly, tell us what's coming up for you. What's a big conference you're doing, or one of your healing events online? What's the next one?
I have lots of stuff coming up. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Geraldine. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Alan. It was a really honor to be here today on this beautiful panel. I have my website's called thehealingtrilogy.com. I'm a medical intuitive medium, and I have lots of fun events coming up. Everything's at my website, thehealingtrilogy.com. You can check out everything there.
Thanks for being here.
If you want to book an appointment with me, my website's thehealingtrilogy.com.
Well, I appreciate everybody. I'm Alan Steinfeld. I'll be hosting the ET Experiencer panel tomorrow and the UFO Disclosure panel the next day, or I think that's Saturday and Sunday. And I learned a lot tonight. I learned that, it doesn't always go the way you think it will go, because there's so many variables, and we're human, and we have to really accept our humanness and then go beyond what these old ideas are, so we can really come into some new realities. And that's what my program, New Realities, is all about: how to change who we are so we can access the higher realms. I want to thank Neil for this long day. It started at 10:30 in the morning, and now it's 7:45, at least on the Pacific coast. And you can find me at youtube.com/New Realities. And we have another blockbuster day coming up tomorrow. I'm going to call Neil in here just to kind of close up and say, what is coming up tomorrow?
So what do we have tomorrow? So today was the longest day. The rest of the days are going to end around 6. We might go to 6:30, may even push it to 7 if we have really, really intensive panels. And we do have Saturday panel where we've added 2 more people. So firstly, I want to say we've added 3 more people to the lineup. Barbara Lamb and Alexis Brooks are going to join Alan Steinfeld on Saturday at 4:30 for the Experiencer panel. So I think you might have to go longer, Alan, because we got Sherry, we got Carolyn, Corey, we got Geraldine, Celestine, Alexis, and Barbara.
That's
However,
one of my favorite topics, so we can go
yeah,
long.
and Alexis and Barbara can only come for a little while, so they can just have a little segment. So that's going to be all the way on Saturday. But tomorrow, we're going to start out with, tomorrow is Friday. We're going to start out with some videos in the morning from 10 to 10:30 Pacific, and then we're going to go right into Brendan. Actually, in the morning, Alan, I'm going to bring Deborah Giusti on and yourself, and we're going to discuss a little bit about the Ascension panel and have maybe like a 10-minute discussion about the panels for the rest of the weekend. Okay.
Right.
And
Great.
then we're going to have Brandon come on. Brandon does daily meditations on Paradigm Shift Central, and they're like epic. He has a lot of people on it. So I had to have him come on to do the first mass meditation. So at 11 a.m. Pacific, we're going to have Brandon do the mass meditation, followed by Freddie Silva as the next guest, then Billy Carson, Michael Feely, Kiyoshi is going to be the musical guest, Elizabeth April is going to do a lecture, and then we have Celestine Starr, then we have Casey and Brad Wallace, and then we're going to end the evening with the Ascension panel. So today I really feel, Ellen, that we kind of set the spiritual presence of the intention for the rest of the weekend. We've opened up to these energies. We spoke about the divine feminine, right? And now we're going to get really into the nitty gritty and the details of all of these different things that we can utilize, and also like inform the world updates on what's going on, what's happening with the ET experiencers, talk about that, and then also what's going on with UFO disclosure. Because during COVID, right, like pre-COVID, the UFO disclosure and other things were really on the forefront of the mainstream media. And even though now it's coming out a little bit here and there, we've really been kind of over-consumed with all COVID news. So there's a lot of things happening. Grant Cameron has some updates, so we're going to be going over that over the next few days too.
Yeah. So I love what you brought together here to like these next 5 days, because there are elements of everything that we're trying to integrate as a new civilization. And I think the male female piece is big, just like, the gender, race and religion and all that. We need to unify humanity because we really haven't done that. So everything we see here is a work in progress, and this effort to take ourselves to another level of consciousness. So thank you, Neil, for the huge effort. I know what it takes to put one day together. You're doing 5 days, and it's just, it's just superhuman. So
it's going to be fun. Oh, and also my friend who is my yoga instructor that taught me and got me trained, and now I'm a yoga instructor. She's coming on twice throughout the weekend, and she's going to give us a 10-minute at the desk stretch exercises that we can utilize when we're at the computer more often. So that's something cool that we're going to throw in there too. And she also does workshops on how to sit more ergonomically when you're at a desk, especially if you're working a lot throughout the day. So I thought that was a little cool thing that we're going to throw in here as well, just because a lot of people are going to be at the computers. Even though many people are going to come back and check back here and there, there's a lot of people that are literally going to be at the computers for the next 5 days watching this entire thing. So it'll be a cool thing just to throw in.
So we start tomorrow, what time?
Tomorrow we start, so the room opens at 10 a.m. and we'll go live right at 10:30.
10:30. So all those same networks will all be, and we've had how many people watching today? I think I had at least 500 on my YouTube channel.
Yeah, we had a lot of people. I haven't really done the numbers, haven't been paying attention, but we had a lot of people in, and many people have been messaging that they're going to attend on the weekend, because even though a lot of people are at home, a lot of people are still working. So as the weekend, as we get into the weekend, we're probably going to see bigger numbers on Saturday and Sunday. But right now we're at around 6,000 registrations.
Great. And if you've registered, you can always see the whole shows that we've done just by going to portaltoascension.org. So
yep. And the replay is already up on YouTube, on Facebook. So if you're waking up in Australia or something like that, or you are waking up earlier in the UK and want to check the replays out, you can go ahead and do so by going to youtube.com/portal2ascension.
Great. Thanks again, Neil, for having me be part of this and all that.
I couldn't do it without you at this point, like you and Deborah Giusti are the two people that come to my mind whenever I'm doing anything, you know what I mean?
Well, it's fun for me. It's fun for me to mix up all the energies and try to get some other message out there that you're not going to hear on mainstream television, even if it's controversial. Let's shake it up. Let's let's have like disagreements and let's, you know, paint a bigger picture of what's here. So
Yeah, definitely, I agree.
oh, I'll see you tomorrow at 10:30.
All right, everybody. Thank you all so much. Love you all. Have a beautiful evening wherever you are on the planet, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care.